Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey.
Picking up broadcast now, taking over. Good evening, everyone. Down there on your spinning blue space testicle, wobbling and whirling through the infinite void we call space. I'm coming to you live from high above your imagination, 250 miles in the International Fake Station, in your imagination, where we delve into some mental masturbation. How's everybody doing out there tonight? Let's take a look and see who we've got in the chat here so far. Oh, we're getting them good. We got Barbara the Nail Pusher. Good to see you, dear. Christopher Fitz. Hello. M. Cax, my Dutchy friend. Mr. Super Sidewinder. Nubs Revenge. Plowboy 6656. And Unindoctrinated. I said it correctly that time. Very proud of myself here tonight. So how is everybody doing out there tonight, huh? You notice the title of the broadcast tonight: Lizard People Hide the Flat Earth. Is this true? Well, of course not. That's just fucking stupid. I just thought it was a good title, and I thought, boy, as soon as Sean Hawkins sees that title, he's gonna lose it. He'll have to come over. And as I've always said, you know, it's an open invitation to him anytime he'd like to come over. I noticed he was really struggling with the idea that they were talking about. I wonder even why he watches these debates at all, because I don't think he understands either side. But as Flatzoid was trying to explain, that the gradient pressure system within the Earth's pressure system is a system of its own. Okay. And if you want, call it within a system. But the bottom line is it separates wholly unto its own. You can never have, and unless you can show a demonstration of a gas pressure system without containment, you have nothing. They kept trying to show a picture, a high altitude picture, distorted, of course, and claim that the blue was the air and that the other was space, and it was just magically held there. And it's like, no, because this was taken from a fucking balloon. So he's not in space, right? Sometimes these people make my freaking head hurt, man. But I did find some cool shit while I was looking around. So we found some interesting stuff. Oh, this is really good. Okay. For you out there that know who Professor Dave is, okay. The flat earth, sun, moon, I always get this shit wrong. Flat earth, sun, moon, and zodiac clock app channel. I'll put the link in here. Did a great one on it's about a 2.5 hour put together of videos where Terry Eicher had taken Professor Dave on his challenge. He has these 10 different things that he wants flat earthers to prove, and Terry Eicher just boom, 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 did it. But here's something you might not all know. I watched Earth video earlier, had me, yeah, that was I'm going to show part of this because this is what I've got. This is him and explaining this education of his. Here we go.
All I'm offering is the truth. All I'm offering is the truth.
And today I want to address another question that I get very frequently. It regards my career background and educational background. A lot of you want to know where I went to school and what I studied. And a lot of you want to know if I currently teach in the flesh, and if so, where. And furthermore, a lot of you ask very incredulously, are you a real professor? So I wanted to knock out all of these all at once and just sort of give you a quick summary of my my life and career since college. I went to Minnesota for college. I went to a liberal arts school called Carleton College, which is a really great place. And while I was there, I got a bachelor's degree in chemistry. And immediately after that, I went over to California. I went to UC Santa Cruz to do a master's program in synthetic organic chemistry. But I didn't really last long. I dropped out in my second semester. But I didn't really last long. I dropped out in my second semester. I wanted to move up to San Francisco and play music. So I was there a couple years playing in some different bands. And then I moved down to Los Angeles, again, for music opportunities. And but I eventually got this teaching job for organic chemistry at this little trade university here in the LA area. They offered me the job permanently, but contingent on me getting a master's at the same time. So I went over to Cal State Northridge to give a second shot at a master's degree in chemistry. But through a bunch of bureaucracy, quite frankly, I lost that job, and along with it, the funding for my master's program. So I had to withdraw yet again from the master's program.
Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
I lost that job, and along with it, the funding for my master's program. So I had to withdraw yet again from the master's program, and that was the birth.
So this college flunk out dude is dropped out of all this dumb shit, is the one that wants to say all these people are uneducated. He's got some kind of a half-assed degree in chemistry and then wants to tell. See, he has people writing scripts for him and shit, man. That's all it is with this guy.
The Professor Dave Explains. And I chose the name really without much thought. I just thought it'd be fun to have like a little persona. You know, Professor Dave, it's just, you know, a little name.
Okay. Okay.
I'm back in school for a third attempt at a master's degree. I'm back in school for a third attempt at a master's degree, this time in science education, so it's a little bit different. and I'll be done in the spring. But to be honest, I really don't have any desire to go back to teaching after that because I'm doing this full time. I sit literally in this room like 60 to 70 hours a week. I sit literally in this room.
Sounds like house arrest
like
to me.
60 to 70 hours a week.
Man, you are one pathetic loser. No offense.
No, none taken.
Well, 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 imagine that. Here we have a guy who labeled himself a professor.
Sounds a little bit like somebody labeling themselves a constitutional law professor, huh?
Who dropped out of college because he couldn't complete his master's and became a musician, and then gets a job teaching chemistry. And in order to keep that job, he has to complete his master's, which again, he fails to do and loses his job because he can't complete his master's. And who is now trying to complete his master's for a third time, sitting in an isolated bedroom at his parents' house 60 to 70 hours a week, proclaiming to be a professor with only a degree in chemistry. I don't know which is dumber, this guy proclaiming to be a professor or the people who actually subscribe, watch, listen, and believe that this guy is a professor.
You hear that,
And
Sean?
globe earthers call flat earthers dumb, while at the same time using this two-time college dropout professor wannabe as their poster boy to back up their illusional belief system of the globe.
We got some dumbass motherfuckers floating around this country. Dumbass motherfuckers, you know? It's fucking embarrassing. Only a nation of unenlightened half-wits could have taken this beautiful place and turned it into what it is today.
And these people, like Professor Dumb Dave, sit in a bedroom 60 to 70 hours a week, proclaiming that the earth is a globe, but hasn't been out of the bedroom long enough to even observe anything on this flat earth, like an eclipse, a sunset, a boat going into the horizon, the sun and moon in the same sky at the same time, or noticing the same stars in the same sky every night for the last 5,000 years. And the sad thing about it is these people will willfully remain ignorant as long as they believe in liars and deceivers like Professor Dumb Dave. And I have cast him out to be viewed by everyone for the fraud that he is, and therefore ending the Dumb Dave series. And with that being said, I just want to give a big thank you to everyone out there who tuned in to each episode. It was you guys who made it such a fun series to do. Anyways, everyone, thanks for watching. Have a good evening, and God bless.
So if you guys are not subscribed to that channel, I'm going to put the link down here so that everybody can. It's really good. Most of those videos can all be found on the Flat Earth Sun Zodiac Clock app. And that thing is really good. What is this? Let's see. Oh yeah. Okay. Let me see. I got to go over here and I'll put it in here too. I don't know how many people I have over here. I can't tell yet. We'll look. Let's take a look. Got 13 people. So that link to that channel is over there too. So there's also on here a really cool commercial for the app that they took. What's his face? Let me see here. Let me let this go out in just a second. Yeah, this is a good commercial for it. Let me show this to you real quick, and then we'll get on with some stuff about lizard people.
I'm offering is the truth. Nothing more.
This is great.
Hi everyone, it's me, not a Professor Douchebag Dave. It's really fun to lie and pretend to be things that you're not. I love to pretend to be a professor. I love pretending to be smart. I pretend often that I'm not a douche, or that I'm good looking, or that I'm straight. Who doesn't love to pretend? I'm a big fan of pretend things like evolution, spherical earths, gigantic suns, and sexual intercourse. So hope you are all well. And yes, I am still lying about being a professor. And yeah, I'm super afraid to debate Austin, unless of course he agrees to debate me handcuffed and gagged with duct tape around his mouth. What a fucking pussy, right? Debate me on my terms, Austin, you little fucking pussy. Oh, poor baby can't debate when he can't use his words. What a little baby. Anyways, as you can see by my immaculate house behind me, I've actually never sat on that couch or even had a female over. Well, one time I picked up one of those Princess Leia dolls and she came over, but I'm not quite sure if that counts. Anyways, before I go, I have to confess something. I'm secretly in love with Flat Earth Dave. No, not because he is so damn sexy. Or because he is so fucking cool. It's because of his fucking Flat Earth clock app. That thing just gets better and better. I am addicted to the New Earth trivia game. I never knew how stupid I was. Okay, that's it for now. I really know the Earth is flat, but if I admit it, YouTube will stop getting me the views, and then I won't be able to pay my mommy the rent money for my ground floor apartment.
I just thought that was pretty clever. That was really good. Yeah, yes, that dude is a douche. That dude is a douche. I hope I got in there. This was one that Jaron made. He's getting good at these. Yeah. I'll tell you what, that was I enjoy those because on that app, you know, there's a daily video on there. And those are always, you know, little short ones through the week. On the weekends, usually there's a big long one that you can watch. And then of course you can go into the video archive and there's just hundreds and hundreds of videos, and you go on and they're on YouTube. A lot of them are on YouTube, but if you go into YouTube looking for it, you're never going to find it. You're never going to find it, man. It'll take you forever. I've seen it where you even put in the exact name of the video and it'll be like the 5th or 6th one it comes up, if it comes up at all. It's YouTube, and the rest of these outfits are really dirty, really bad. YouTube's one of the worst. I really, I don't know, you know, you think about what, screw tube. That's exactly what it is. You know, and it's like, holy cow, you know, at a certain point, your denial becomes so obnoxious that it's very telling. You know what I'm saying? At the lengths you'll go to argue, like even putting up a douchebag like that Professor Dave, or even people like Sean Hawkins. You know, what is their whole purpose? What is their purpose? At some point, you know, I know the earth was absolutely a globe. So I'm going to go on and find people who don't, and I'm going to argue with them forever and ever and ever, and never listen to a goddamn point. Just keep clinging to the authoritative mantra. They don't listen to a fucking thing, you know, and it just kind of like, I find it's like at this point, you can't not know. At this point, you can't not know. I mean, you have to know. And so then that just puts you in the category of a willing participant in the lie. And so a lot of times I don't like to, because a lot of these blurfs, what they'll do is they say, oh, you're lying. No, there's no one lying about anything. Okay. But when you know for a fact, when you've seen the evidence, and especially after all that amount of time that you've been quote unquote debating it, you would have to see. And if at any time past that, you're still holding on to the stupid globe thing and pushing it out there and going on day after day on videos trying to proclaim that anyone that thinks that is crazy, they're a nut job, it's a psyop, this, that, and the other, when every one of our observations and measurements shows us that it is completely level, stationary, it doesn't move, The things in the sky move. I mean, this we see too far. I mean, there's just way too much. There's just way too much. And it's, you have to jump through a shitload of mental hoops to try and convince yourself, once you've seen the evidence, to try and convince yourself that still that you live on a spinning space testicle wobbling around through the fucking cosmos. It's just, you know, and I used to believe it too, but once you see it and you're going, golly, I can't believe I ever believed that stupid shit. I mean, wow, just blows me away. But anyway, I went into looking about these lizard people and found some interesting shit, and I thought this would be kind of fun. So let's take a look at this. Now, I'm not totally discounting that there are not lizard people. I'm not saying that there are lizard people. I don't know. There's a lot of compelling evidence, albeit anecdotal, I would say. There are some eyewitness accounts of it and shit, but this is a article I ran across that says that if the earth is flat, okay, if the earth is flat, where do the lizard people live, right? And so we'll just start it right off. It says if a rapper you've never heard of believes the earth is flat, should you care? This quandary has stumped thinkers since the ancient Greek heyday of philosophers, Taylor, Euripides, and Eumenides. Well, no, I don't think that anybody was running about unknown rappers. Maybe about the flat earth. Okay. So let's see. But today we will all get a chance to grapple with it, because what Brian Feldman called the wokest conspiracy theory of 2016. So this is a little while ago. What is the date on this thing? Does it even give us one? Yeah. It's January 26, 2016. So let's see here. Brian Feldman called the wokest conspiracy theory of 2016 has exploded into the mainstream, propelled by some tweets from a rapper called B.O.B., also pronounced Bob. As of this writing, I didn't want to believe it either. Rapper Bob insists the earth is flat is the most popular story on The Guardian, who also attempted to satirize the theory, but also managed to demonstrate Pope's law. So where do they get down to the fucking lizard people? Here we got to get infusions. Went completely unnecessary effort to providing some of the many, many arguments against the earth being flat. And of course, Scientainer. I like that. Scientainer. It's actually right there. Scientainer. Neil deGrasse Tyson has never seen an internet squabble too dumb for him to hashtag actually his way into B.O.B. responded. They didn't even have editors or something. Clearly intended to be a diss track, but mostly just seemed like a cry for help. What in the world? So there's nothing in there about the fucking reptile people. That's just a stupid title. Well, that's one we found. This one, though, could be very useful for many of you out here. This is how to spot reptilians running the U.S. government. Okay, we've all wanted to know how we can spot the fucking reptilians, right? So as 12 million Americans know, the United States government is run by lizard people, or to be scientifically accurate, reptilians. But they never said which members of the government are the reptilians. Who do you guys think? Put it in the chat who you think the number one reptile in the government is. See if we can find out if we can get ahead of the curve on this one. It says, as 12 million Americans know, the United States government is run by lizard people. Yep. So this is like well known that these lizard people. So piecing together the latest groundbreaking research being conducted by commenters at conspiracy websites, we've been able to isolate a number of prominent individuals who possess reptilian compatible bloodlines. As UFO Chick writes at davidike.com, Ike is a prominent reptile theorist, as evidenced by his book At the Right, and they had a picture of it. Even if a person is compatible bloodlines, they will not become a reptilian unless a reptilian entity inhabits their physical body. Ah, so they have to have like a reptile soul too. Or maybe it isn't important. Understandingevil.com describes how to tell if you're under assault by reptilians. Protector of Mankind writes at alienufo.com that you can be a reptilian human hybrid. It sort of varies, but according to Ike, this is how it works. Thousands of years ago, a reptile being from the constellation Orion, Sirius, and Draco intervened on planet Earth and began interbreeding with humans. Not physically, however, but rather through the manipulation of the human coding or DNA. Ike states that it is no coincidence that humans have fundamental reptilian genetics within their brain. Whatever. The point being that it is easy to tell if you or someone you know has been possessed by a reptile from outer space. God, I hope I don't get possessed by reptiles from outer space. That would fucking blow, man. Well, Ike doesn't describe how to spot someone who has been manipulated by or merged with a reptilian, probably to protect his lucrative speaking circuit revenues. Others have. The common signs, according to one source: a predominance of green or hazel eyes that change color like a chameleon, but also blue eyes. Any of y'all know anybody that has that? Piercing eyes, true red or reddish hair. Ryan, reptile fucker. A sense of not belonging to the human race. Ryan. Low blood pressure, deep compassion for fate of mankind, keen sight or hearing, physic abilities, probably meant psychic. Yeah, psychic abilities. ESP, unexplained scars on the body, UFO connections, capabilities to disrupt electrical appliances, love of space and science. Sean Hawkins, you might be a reptile hybrid. You know, I don't know. Are you a lizard from outer space? It's a good list. So let's see if we can pinpoint our lizard overlords based on these hints. For example, who has eyes green or hazel or blue that change to different colors? Maybe you. Now, why are these not showing up? These. All right. So, yes, Obama's eyes are usually not blue or green, but he can maybe change them. So, you know, according to his doctors, Obama has low blood pressure. The president doesn't wear glasses or hearing aids. He loves science, especially kid scientists. Yeah, I bet. The Washington Post. See, I don't know why I'm not getting these pictures anymore. Load the image. No, it's not going to do it. It's because it's so old. Nobody cares anymore. So I think that these could probably pertain to anybody that you wanted to be a lizard. So if there's anybody out there that you want to accuse of being a reptile, that's how you can know. I'll put the link to that here in the chat. So if you guys, you know, want to take your list and compare it to people that you know, so you can tell whether or not they're a lizard person, there it is for everybody. There. So that's one of the things we have to make it harder and harder for these lizard people to hide among us. Okay. Another article we found. What happened? That in some day or it's going to come up. 5 signs that someone you know may be a reptilian shapeshifter. You know, Maybe your girlfriend, boyfriend, husband, wife, somebody you know, do they have a predisposition to want to get under heat lamps? Have you ever seen them like lick a bug off of a lamppost or anything like that? That would be a good indication that your friend or wife or husband may be a reptilian shapeshifter. These are just things. Does their skin come off? Do they like to scrape themselves against rocks and stuff like that? You know, just stuff you want to look for. You know, how do they feel about coconut core bedding? You know, do they prefer it to Acerta? This is stuff you need to know. If you're not familiar with the popular reptilian conspiracy theories, then you're really missing out. So any of you that were not familiar with this, you have been missing out. Basically, a reptilian in the David Icke lore is an alien creature from another dimension who has a reptile-like body, but who blends into the human population by taking on more humanoid appearance. According to this theory, reptilians use holographic technology to disguise themselves as everyday humans and can often rise to high levels of power in order to manipulate true humans. Some of them are also capable of shape-shifting into a humanoid form. There's facts right here. Okay. Some even believe that reptilians and humans were hybridized long ago, so there could be people who have reptilian blood and don't even realize it. I'm going to have my wife check and see if I exhibit any of these symptoms like that. I don't believe I've ever eaten any bugs, though. So, well, not all reptilians may be bad. See, because that would be what, lizardist? Yeah, that would be reptilist. You're a reptile, a Dracoist. You're a Dracoist. There you go. Oh, God, don't give them any more fucking ammunition, right? Well, not all reptilians may be bad. The idea is that they can be quite unconscious. What? They exist almost like computer programs with no sense of right or wrong, simply running on predetermined instincts like robots. When they rise to power, they can cause damage because, according to the lore, they feed on human anxiety. Now, we've touched on that with demons as well. So maybe we're kind of talking about the same thing. Of course, the reptilians who are in power are aware of their true nature, and they seek to dominate the planet and drain it of its precious resources. Now, do reptilians even really exist? Okay. Probably not in a literal sense, though David Icke himself claims that this reptilian theory is literally true. Personally, I think you can get a lot more value out of it by viewing it as a metaphor. Every human being has a side of themselves that is a robotic or unconscious. Are you letting that run your life? Are you living without any self-reflection, as if you were a computer program that had no power to rewrite itself? Furthermore, it is that fear-based automatic part of the collective human psyche running society as a whole to our detriment. Yeah, I would say that's pretty close. But down here, so here is how to spot a reptilian in the world of humanoids. Look for reptilian eyes. Okay. You want to look for reptilian eyes. You check their body for scales. That would be a good indication. I personally don't know anyone with scales that I'm aware of, but some of you may, you know, and you may have wondered, oh man, I wonder why that friend of mine has scales. And that's why. Okay. So see if their hologram flickers. Okay, like their image, if it kind of like glitches out from time to time, you know, maybe. Also, if they, you know, think you're not looking and they like lick a fly off the wall or some shit like that, that would be a good indication too. You got to observe their behavior, you know. And like I said, do they have a predisposition to want to lay under heat lamps? Things like that. And trust your intuition. So basically, if you feel like they're a lizard, they probably are, and you should probably do something about it and contact the authorities as soon as possible to report a reptilian shapeshifter. So if you have any reptilian shapeshifters in your neighborhood, you want to make sure and notify the authorities. And once again, let me put the list up there one more time so you know what to look for. Okay. For the reptilian eyes. So it expands a little bit more on the reptilian. If you're wondering how to spot a reptilian, then obviously the first place is to look into the eyes. I mean, we all know that as if we're stupid or something, right? Jeez. I mean, any second grader knows if you're looking for reptilian humanoids, man, look at the eyes. Good God, they had to tell us that though. Some people say that these shapeshifters have reptile-esque eyes if you look closely enough. Reptile is similar to reptile eyes. Okay. Others say it's possible to spot the reptilian eyes only sometimes while they are in the midst of shape shifting. So I don't know, man. What do you guys think? So next time you suspect that a world leader may be a reptilian, and according to his conspiracy theory, almost all of them are, take a close look at their eyes. They don't with no sclera. Did they seem to change suddenly? If so, this may be a sign of a reptilian. You want to check for scales on them. And of course, you don't need a whole lesson on what scales are. We all know that. You know, now they're hologram flickering. They're supposed to be really good at hiding their true identity. Sometimes it may be so automatic to them that they don't even realize they're doing it. Occasionally, their disguise may become apparent, though, especially in moments of distress. They start freaking out. Now, I had heard that the smell of blood would really excite Queen Elizabeth, and women of the court were told that during their monthly to just not appear in the court because she'd start losing her shit and losing her shape, you know, turning into a lizard. That was just one of the things I'd heard about that. So their hologram might start flickering, and that's what they said would happen to Queen Elizabeth when she got around the smell of blood. Yeah, they seem to have no soul. Well, we know none of our world leaders have any soul. I don't even know why we call them leaders, to tell you the God's truth. They're not our leaders. They're supposed to be our servants, but they certainly don't act that way, do they? They certainly don't. So what is going on over here in the chat? Yes, the lizard people have to be real. I mean, I did find an interesting article from a few years back, I think 2019, from CNN, that was with David Weiss. They mentioned him, and they were going on. What they was doing was damage control, because this thing was starting to really gain. So David Weiss is mentioned several times in this article here, and talks about it there too a bit, and they kind of go off the rails with it, acting like it's you know, these people are all going crazy and shit like they always do. Why is everybody believing this nonsense, you know? And it's like, because it's not nonsense, it's real simple. And it's like these people, they don't even stop and think. And oh my God, if one more person shows me a fucking Wikipedia article, Wikipedia is not a good source. Okay. Anybody can edit Wikipedia. Don't use it. Just don't. And for fuck's sake, don't use Google. That's all these people know is Google and Wikipedia. No wonder they're brainwashed. My God. So just stay away from those points. That's what Sean was trying to go on about, how they checked the sun, and he ended up some nonsense about how they found a fucking asteroid or some shit like that. And it's like, look, jackass, you do not have a transmitter powerful enough to send a radar signal 93 million fucking miles. You don't. It's not going to happen. It spreads out and dissipates exactly the same as a flashlight beam does, exactly the same as a headlight beam does, exactly the same as any other goddamn radio wave does. This is why you have to be within range to pick up a radio signal. If you're ever driving across country and you're listening to a radio station, within a couple of hours or so, or even less, depending on whether it's AM or FM, you're going to start losing the station. Pretty soon, the rock station you were listening to is bluegrass or some other shit or nothing. If it wasn't, you could just put it on one fucking thing and listen to it no matter where you go, right? But you don't. Now, as far as like the XM and Sirius radio, that's just fucking transmitting off of towers the same way as cell phones are, man. That's all. Same way as DirecTV is. In fact, the way this shit is broadcast, having a satellite would actually be an added difficult extra step that's not needed, an unneeded extra difficult step. There would be no need for a satellite. None whatsoever, but it makes people think it's really high tech if they believe that's coming from a little magical garbage can endlessly falling, but not falling because it's because of gravity and some other kind of stupid shit that they try to tell you that's not true. It's insane. It's insane. But Wikipedia will tell you it's true. See, this is, let me show you something. This is crazy. Where is that dumbass? There. Let me go over to his thing. Let me show you what he was, because right on his thumbnail, well, he had it up for most of the thing. Let me get in there. So he was getting pretty bent because people from over here were going over there in the chat and telling him to come over into my stream and talk, and he wouldn't do it. He got mad. He made me a moderator. I couldn't believe that. I'm like, why would you make me a moderator? Wait, what am I trying to do here? There it is. So this is what he was showing right here. And these dipshits were saying that this right here was the edge of the air. No, it's not the edge of the air. Those are denser gases. Okay. Otherwise, this balloon wouldn't be up here. Okay. This balloon that this is being shot from would not even be up there. So he was saying, oh, and this up here is space. So there, how's it not getting sucked out? It's because the containment is way over this. Okay. Probably about 72 miles. Don't quote me on that, but I think that's what they figured. That's as high as that Go fast rocket ever went, was 72 miles, 120,000 feet, 125 maybe. But there, that was it. And so Flatzoid was saying, so give me a demonstration. Like I've often said, show me a gob of compressed air inside of a vacuum without containment. And their answer was, I'm showing you a demonstration right here. And says, no, that's a picture. That's not a demonstration. Demonstration would be you actually performing that, not showing some picture and then telling everybody what it is. That's not how it's done. Yet this baboon wants to tell people that they're denying science. That's not science, Sean. That is not science whatsoever. Let me see if I can move this up to where we were in this thing. It was funny as shit.
Look at Nathan. There must be a container. Well, prove it, motherfucker. Show us your container, asshole. You say there must be, then there must be.
There is. What do you think the Go Fast rocket? What do you think fucking why do you think Elon's rocket exploded? Because it hit the fucking dome. You're not getting through it, bro. Show it to you. Try to get through it. Holy God. What a fucking show me the electricity. I don't see electricity. What a fucking moron.
Not taking your fucking word for it because you're a liar.
Come on, let me just finish.
See, that's his thing. Everything. He goes, "You're a liar."
That's what
What's a
I'm
closed
sorry.
system? What's a
Yes, he actually thinks he's teaching Phil Bell something. Because Phil Bell's stupid because he knows science.
closed system?
He obviously doesn't know science, or he would know that you can't have this gas pressure system inside of a vacuum without fucking containment. I mean, come on, Sean.
Thermodynamics, Phil. Because you agreed with him. It's a closed.
If you watch him, though, you can see that he really doesn't know anything. He completely relies. Oh, I know, John. William Shatner was up in space. He was up here. He came up here and got Don Pettit after Don Pettit plugged up the fucking space toilet. And we sent him and Don. We sent Don and Bill out of here with a couple of green hookers and a bottle of Cavassier. They should be fine. They really should. But these guys, this dude here, what he does is he relies completely upon what he's been told, as you could tell with that. Oh, because that guy knows science. What do you mean he knows science? What the fuck does that mean? That he knows science? I don't understand it. He knows the scientific method. We all are aware of the scientific method. And part of that scientific method is showing a demonstration of your claim, which a photograph is not a fucking demonstration of a claim. Retard.
Closed system. What is a closed system in thermodynamics?
Well, it just
If you dropped an anvil on his head, it would just mush in because there's nothing there. It's just all soft and mushy and spongy.
That'll give you just exactly where his mental level is at. They're explaining the theory, and his whole thing is talking about an anvil smushing someone's head. He doesn't have any kind of a retort. He doesn't say, well, the reason is because, no. It's, oh, just listen to what this guy says. Here's what Wikipedia says. Well, let's show it in reality. You know, Wikipedia can say that, unicorn farts is how they make Pepsi. Does that mean it's true? Probably. The shit's nasty, but you know what I mean.
This means that matter doesn't get in or out, but energy can.
Thank you. So where are the astronauts claiming to go?
Well, up here in that black area.
So
into space, you fuck.
Hold on, listen to that again. Just a second. Where are we at? 3741. Let me just go back just a little bit. All right, listen to this. This is crazy. Because this debate was good. I mean, it was good, but the Globies were losing bad because you'll see right here. He said, well, why is air not coming out of the fucking thing? You'll see. Listen.
That matter doesn't get in or out, but energy can.
Thank you. So where are the astronauts claiming to go?
Well, up here in that black area.
So
into space, you fucking moron.
Leaving through,
which is not a violation of the second law of thermodynamics, you dipshit.
Wait a minute. Having a gas pressure system without containment is not a violation? What?
A closed system, Phil. Matter.
No.
We are nothing compared to mass of gas and
Hang
air.
on, let me finish this.
Come on, let's
So,
he's an idiot. He really is.
You understand what a model means?
Yes. That's
no, you don't.
Got nothing to do with.
You understand
no,
that
you don't.
Do you understand that it's? Do you understand that it's modeled as a closed system, not that it is a closed system?
Yes, because
why would you model it as a closed system if it isn't one? You see, this is the thing they can't explain. The why. Well, it's like, oh, the Earth's not a ball, but all the flight training manuals say to treat the Earth as a flat, stationary, motionless plane. Every one of them, military ones, everything. So it's like, well, it's treated as a closed model, but it isn't a closed model. Then why would you treat it as a closed model? It makes absolutely no sense. This guy here, Mr. Fivehead, he can't fucking comprehend any of this. He just waits and then says, it's stupid. It hurts me when I think.
Because it has to be modeled as a closed system because it violates natural law.
No, it doesn't, you dipshit.
That's it. No, it doesn't, you dipshit. No explanation as to how it doesn't. Just, no, it doesn't, dipshit. Yes, absolutely it does. Otherwise, when you opened your beer, it wouldn't go psh, at all. All that gas would just stay in there because of gravity. Stupid ass.
Congratulations.
No, Pete. That's not what's happening.
That's
It's
exactly
modeled
it.
as a closed system. It's modeled as a
I'm just gonna kick back and watch this. I don't need Professor Phil Bell's doing fine.
closed system because
I'll step in when he really screws up.
Yeah, I'll save it for when the expert questions come in there. And old Sean will handle that. The old expert questions. Yeah, I'm gonna sit back over here and deep throat a monkey while he waits.
compared to all of that mass on
Talking about Phil Bell, not Flatsoid.
the Earth,
Sorry.
very little of it ever leaves.
Sorry. According to thermodynamic systems, a closed system says no matter may leave or enter the system, not little bit of percentage of amounts or large.
Listen,
no matter can leave. Do you understand what no matter means?
Right. That's why we call it a closed system, but it's actually an open system.
You call it a closed system, but it's an open system. You can't have it both ways, Sean. You don't even know what you're talking about.
Because very, very, very little matter can leave. That's why we call it a closed system. But
very, very little matter can leave.
We have proven that we have left that system. So, but mathematically, it's considered closed because of the percentage of matter that's sent back and forth.
He just made that stupid shit up. He just made that stupid shit up.
Try to follow what I'm saying. Okay.
Dude, I'm teaching you thermodynamics here.
No,
going along.
you're not.
You don't even
You're
know
not
what
Yeah. You nailed it. You fucking nailed it.
closed system is.
He did nail it. This guy's obviously unaware of the fact that you can't have what he's purporting to have. Even, look, man, when you have a gas pressure system, if even a little bit of leakage is possible, it will all go because it wants to fucking equalize. Ain't no amount of gravity in the world going to go up against that.
What's a closed system? What's a closed system in thermodynamics again? No, you listen.
I told you.
What's a closed system in thermodynamics?
Matter doesn't enter or leave the system. That's a closed system.
So is Earth a closed system?
Not ideal.
Technically, no. But modeling, it's modeled as a closed system.
Because
it's just like my my example of the door with a hole in it.
Violates natural law. Exactly. Thank you very much.
No, nothing to do with it.
Technically.
What would happen to an open system if it was based in thermodynamic systems, like entropy law? What would happen if it was an open system, Phil?
It is. Technically, it is an open system. In other words,
he wants to fucking avoid that question so goddamn badly. Technically, get the fuck on out of here.
Things do. The gas particles actually do leave the Earth.
Again, Phil, what?
Yeah.
What fucking proof of that do you have? None. It's just a baseless claim.
We've got we have a hydrogen cloud extends past the moon.
What would happen?
Oh my God. Shut the fuck up. A hydrogen cloud that extends past the moon. Why didn't the hydrogen just, how did it form into a cloud in a vacuum? How the fuck would hydrogen form into a cloud in a vacuum? It wouldn't. It would not. You're stupid, Sean. Who told you that? You must have saw that on your way to Narnia or some shit.
Happen based on thermodynamics. If it was an open system, what would happen?
Nothing more than what's happening now.
No, thermodynamics, the law of entropy says The gas
No, it
will
doesn't,
fill
Keith.
the available. It's called
Listen,
increase in entropy.
listen.
Are you claiming entropy to be?
Gas,
Are you saying entropy's bunk? Are you literally saying entropy's bunk here?
entropy is to do with, it has got to do with the entropy of energy. Okay.
And
It's gases and fluids as well. Oh my God. The potential of energy in the pressurized system as opposed to the non-pressurized area is great. And once the fucking containment is breached, equalization takes place violently and very quickly. My God.
gases. Have you ever seen the? Have you ever
No.
gone?
What?
I can bring you up actual
It's got to do with the energy.
classes from MIT talking about gases and the kinetic energy in thermodynamics.
I've seen what you got, and what you're looking at there, Keith, is a model.
No, thermodynamics is not a model. It's a
Okay.
natural law. Do you know the difference
Related
between
to
a
energy.
Is he going to actually argue?
Energy, not
with
matter.
them all?
Gases are matter.
Do you know what the
All
difference? Do you know what
laws
the
are
di-
models.
Do you know what the difference between
So,
natural
Keith-
law and models are?
So, Keith, what would stop something from moving into that black area, like a spacecraft?
It's the same system. It's not moving anywhere.
No,
There's
what
still
would
gas
stop
there.
it? What would stop a spacecraft from moving into that system, up into that black area?
Based on reality or on your reification?
I'm just talking about
model?
you just have a look at the. You agree that black area exists, right?
Yeah.
That stupid fucker does that all the time. He doesn't even know he's not saying anything. He's muted. And none,
That's
and none of his
just
dipshit
What-
chat
no,
cares. Look at nobody in his fucking chat.
The lights
even
do not
bothering
be
to
So
able
tell
what
me.
would
to
stop?
light it
So
up.
what would stop a spacecraft from getting, or a satellite from getting in there, from getting up there?
Okay, so we're basing it on the globe then.
No. I just want you to know what would just answer
There's
specific
no such
questions.
thing as a spaceship to be able to go in and out. That's the whole point. You're
Would
trying
a
to.
spaceship be able to go into this black area that we're looking at?
No.
Obviously,
If it's
you
the same
can see
system,
it,
yes.
can't you?
If it's the same system, yes.
You can see that from a high altitude balloon, can't you?
If it's the same system.
Yeah, I'm muted. I didn't really say anything important.
Yes.
Yeah, so a spacecraft can get up there.
God.
In the same system, yes. Not if it's a separate system. According to a globe, it's a separate system.
Why?
Phil.
No, who said it's a separate system?
Earth is you just said an
The-
open
the-
system.
The pressure gradient just keeps going on and on and on.
You just said the
The
Earth.
pressure gradient just keeps going on and on and on and on. This guy's supposed to be a physicist or some shit, man. No, you're not going to have that. You can't. It violates natural law. It will never, ever fucking happen. And their example, what they say for a demonstration is this picture.
Earth is a open system. Do you know what a system means, Phil?
Technically speaking, it is, yes.
So it's a separate system, Phil.
To what?
The Earth is separate to the universe.
No, it's not
But
isolated
the
from
Earth
the
inside
universe.
the universe.
Yeah.
The Earth is
Really?
a system within the isolated system of the
Two
universe.
separate systems. Congratulations.
No, they are
It's
in
like-
there.
You have a circulatory system that is a part of your entire biological system, but it is a system unto itself. Why these fucking retards cannot understand that, I think they do understand it, but if they say it, they know it's going to unravel their stupid ball.
They are literally inside each other, my guy.
Two separate systems. So you telling me if you
So are
take,
your bones not part of your body?
let's take a
Are your bones
Vac-
different from your body?
Is
If
my
Your bones are
refrigerator-
inside your body.
if you take a
Answer the question.
it's a false equivocation. Now if you
No, it isn't.
take
No, it's not.
if you take a
That's all he's going to chime in and show his brilliance. No, it's not. Huh. This dude, I bet you if you put an EEG up to this motherfucker, it would flatline. I guarantee it, man. The only time you'd ever get even a fucking little bit of a spike is like if he had to shit or maybe got hungry or something.
A fish tank, or let's say
Your skeletal system is inside you, dude.
Oh, what is inside you? The U system, a skeletal system. Why did you give it a separate name, Sean? See, you're so stupid. You fucking debunk yourself.
It's a very good equivocation.
a vacuum chamber and you stick a balloon inside there. Is that balloon the same system as the vacuum chamber, or is it a separate system, Phil?
Well, they're both in this. They're both in that vacuum chamber, so they're both inside a system. Yeah.
Sorry,
but
is the balloon the same
strictly
system?
speaking,
No. Is
well,
the balloon the same system as the vacuum cleaner, or is it a
well, you
separate
could call
system?
them separate systems.
It is
Yes.
a separate system. Now, what happens when you pop that balloon, Phil?
Well, obviously if there's sufficient energy, the gas will expand into the vacuum.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Well, clearly it's not happening here, though, is it?
How do you know that the gas?
Clearly, it's not happening here. Well, that's the point. Okay, why isn't it happening here? Because there's containment.
It's expanding.
They're going into the false idea that they're above the container in this photograph. This isn't above the container.
Into the vacuum chamber. Prove it is, Flatzoid. Prove it expands into the vacuum chamber. Prove it.
The physics guy isn't even disputing it, Sean. The physics guy just said that the gas in the balloon would expand into the vacuum chamber. And now you're going to deny it as well. Your guy already up there conceded it, but you're too stupid. You don't listen. And I think that if you do listen, you don't really comprehend what the fuck is being said. But anyway.
Because it's the same system, Phil.
Can you define system?
It's a closed dynamic system. Therefore, all the gas behavior we see, your pressure gradients, is based in the same system. It's in the same system. It cannot leave.
Yeah, but
area, like you're saying,
it's the same system of gas behavior.
It cannot leave the system boundary because the system boundary is physical.
But why? Why can't
the dome? There you go.
All that blue stuff move into the black stuff?
Because it's nitrogen gas and it's heavier than the gases above it. It's real simple. It's just like if you put oil in water, the oil is eventually going to all float and right on top of the water. Okay. It's not a difficult concept to understand. I wish you'd use the terms buoyancy and density in this, that's instead of gas behavior. I would have said the fact that these gases in the lower atmosphere are actually heavier than the ones above them. It's real simple. It's just like inside of a propane tank. There's a pressure gradient inside the propane tank, but the tank itself has an overall pressure. And as soon as you breach the containment, it's all going out. That's all there is to it.
It's in the same system, Phil. There's less
What's
of it
that got
there.
to do with it? What's that got to do with it?
Again, can you please
Why is there
demonstrate?
less of it
Okay, you know what I'm going to say.
He can't describe his thoughts past it's in the same system and gas behavior. That's the limit of his intellect in this subject matter.
Since I can
you just said that that it has to be proven to you that the gas would fill the empty space in a vacuum chamber. You're a fucking moron, dude. I swear. Holy Jesus Christ. Jesus, what I excuse me, I have to go take care of something. I don't understand what is happening.
explain to every detail that's going on, you still don't get it. Can you please demonstrate?
No, you haven't explained anything. You haven't explained anything. You said it's a closed it's a system and gas behavior. That's all you said. And you've just repeated that over and over again. You haven't described anything specific.
Straight to me how you can have gas pressure without containment. How's that?
Plasma field. Plasma field isn't physically contained, but contains a vacuum. There's that. You've got a bird's wing or an airplane's wing. Venturi. No container. Just a constriction of an of airflow.
What
So,
the fuck
yeah.
is he talking about? Wait, I missed something. See, I cannot ever have a broadcast interruption free. I swear to God, I cannot.
Got to deal with it.
Again, can you please
Why is there
demonstrate to me?
less of it
Okay, you know what I'm going to say.
He can't describe his thoughts past it's in the same system and gas behavior. That's the limit of his intellect in this subject matter.
Since I can explain to you every detail that's going on, you still don't get it. Can you please demonstrate?
No, you haven't explained anything. You haven't explained anything. You said it's a closed it's a system
Spit it out there, Sean. It's not yours.
and gas behavior. That's all you said. And you've just repeated that over and over again. You haven't described anything specific.
Straight to me how you can have gas pressure without containment. How's that?
Plasma field.
Oh, cool.
Plasma field isn't physically contained, but it contains a vacuum. There's that.
What do you have? What plasma field are we talking about? And no, there's not that plasma field. What are you talking about?
You've got a bird's wing or an airplane's wing. Venturi. No container. Just a constriction of an of airflow.
What in the fuck is he even? What would that have to do with it? The fact that the wing does have lift is verification of exactly what Flatzoid is talking about. A winged surface is curved on the top and either flat or concaved onto the bottom. What this does is when the air passes over it, the air going over the top of the wing has to go a longer distance than the air on the underside of the wing. And because nature abhors a vacuum and everything wants to fill that space, it causes lift in the wing. So what in the fuck are you even talking about?
So, yeah, you don't need a container for pressure, you dumb fuck.
Yes, actually you do, because the word pressure comes from the word press. Okay? So in order for something to press on it, it has to have some kind of a physical object that's pushing against it, either weight of other physical objects or gases. That's why it's called pressure. Okay? Where's the containment for the ocean? The sides? My God.
Craig, do you have that? Do you have
That's
that?
pretty easy.
That image of the nuclear reactor?
Ionized gas is already in an arc reactor,
no,
which
you
is a
don't-
container,
don't
by the
need
way.
to.
Congratulations.
No, that's a false equivalency. That's a false equivalency because you're not using the outside of the container. You aren't using the room to contain the vacuum. You're using the plasma field inside the room to contain the vacuum. You stupid lying fuck.
Congratulations.
He gets really angry. A stupid lying fuck. What is in the world? This is where Burn the Corporate Fiction showed up. Said Sovereign Soul is live right now, and I'm on there as well. If you'd like to come over there and have a debate, Sean, or are you a coward? So he started getting kind of triggered about this shit here after a bit.
Can you define containment?
And do we breathe
Hang on, let me
ionized
finish
gas?
this.
And do we breathe ionized gas, by the way, Draco, guys? No, we don't. So please
Doesn't
don't
matter.
bring this
Let me
don't bring
finish
these
this.
really ignorant arguments here because you guys are really showing you dumb. I'm sorry.
There you go. The ignorant liar is calling intelligent people dumb.
You just compared the gases in the atmosphere to fucking plasma, you retard. What are you talking about?
Dismissal without even listening.
Listen,
I already know
Hey,
the
what
argument.
an
I've
idiot.
just debunked it. Ionized gas in an arc reactor. It's in a
So they can show you a vacuum inside a container or without a container, but
They can show a vacuum without a container? Really?
you dismiss it without any reason because it's ionized gas. Okay, whatever. Jesus, you're desperate.
container, and we do not breathe ionized gas.
There you
Thank
go. We don't breathe ionized gas, you monkey-faced fucking crackhead.
Yes, you do actually.
No, it's not
But
relevant.
That's the different argument. However, I've lost my train of thought now.
And by the way, guys, I can't go on too.
If you say you can't hold water in anything, and I show you a dumpster full of water, your answer would be, well, you can't hold a dumpster with your hands.
That's not even close to what was being said, you retard. What the fuck? How much meth actually have you smoked, Sean? Exactly, just how much meth? Maybe you ought to hang out with Illuma Tommy.
You can't fit a dumpster in your pocket.
I'm sorry,
I've got
Phil.
work in a few hours.
That's as fucking ridiculous as you are.
Okay, how long have you got?
Maybe another half an hour.
Right, okay.
Okay, so
Burn the corporate fiction.
Yeah. Oh, watch this retard.
Look that up.
This is fucking hilarious. He was looking for Ryan's fucking channel, Burn the Corporate Fiction. It's right at the top of the fucking search results, and he still doesn't find it. Watch this. This dude is a moron. Look, he's confused. There, that's him right there. He had his arrow. There, he's got it.
No.
Oh, you know why? Because he's looking for flat earth shit. That's why. He's looking for flat earth shit. Didn't see anything about flat earth. So it's, what a fucking moron. Then that's where I put in there. I said, hey, Sean. I said, come on over to my stream and talk to me. We can both stream it. Don't be a coward. Look at this guy. He's just fucking, it's like a goddamn monkey with a typewriter. Look at him.
That's why I said he should fart and ask why that stench is rising up to his nose, you know? I mean, some things are just right there in your face, but these people don't even, it's like.
Oh, you were talking to him. I didn't see him in the chat. Let me give you a wrench here, buddy.
They want to just hang on to this craziness.
Yeah, so yeah, he does. And it's like he doesn't have anything at all. Half the time, if not almost all the time, he when his remarks that he makes actually proves what he said was stupid.
Right.
You know, and it's like, dude, you know, my grandmother used to say that you know, it's better to remain silent and be thought a fool than to open your mouth and remove all doubt.
Right.
And I think that guy could probably benefit from that. I really do.
Well, he's a chili. We could put him in the same pot. They would get along just perfectly.
Oh, well, see, that's his other thing that he does is chili videos. That's the other thing he does is chili videos. I shit you not. So he thinks he's a.
I didn't go check this dude out. How long has he been having a YouTube channel? Very long. Does he have very many followers?
He's got 1.7, almost 1.8 thousand.
Okay.
But that ain't saying nothing. I mean, that's not very much, really. I mean, I only got just over 600. But here's the link to his channel.
I mean, I don't want to join or anything.
No. Oh, shit. Why did I do that? Anyway, let me put it down here in the chat.
Okay.
Paste it there, and I'll put it in the private chat, too, so you can check it out. And
All
that's his channel. I was going to look and see how long he's had a channel. Let's take a look here real quick.
I just wondered because sometimes it just seems like these people pop out of nowhere, and then they're just so full of common trash. They make no sense. They don't even think outside the box. They're still in the box, brainwashed.
Wow. He's had this channel since December 18th, 2010. So after 13 years, you've only got 1.79 thousand subscribers.
Well, I've had one for a long time, but I haven't got no videos. So, and I've
Well,
not.
yeah, I mean, he's got a
Mostly I'm a
bunch.
watcher.
He's got a bunch of videos, man.
It took me forever to figure out that I could make a playlist, man. I'm a slow learner. But once I get something, I get it. So I'm getting a little closer to maybe getting something lined up and on it.
I think that was so crazy too, because I was in his chat and Burn the Corporate Fiction was in there. Eric was in there. He gave us all wrenches. I'm like, why would you do that? I don't want to be a moderator. I'm not even subscribed to you.
Yeah, see, I'm not into the chili thing. I gave him up after I caught him ripping people off, and I can't support people like that.
Well, he's one of them. He's one of those that rips on him like I did, you know,
Oh,
and
I
there's
see.
really a lot of channels, you know, out there ripping on chili, but, you know, not as many as there were before, but I mean, there's still like a whole cult following of people that hate chili, you know.
I just have better things to watch or better things to do. You know, I mean, heck, I come here, I go to NCAP, I follow a lot of different channels. Some are farming, some are gardening, permaculture. And then I have, you know, some that I learned from, you know, like the law and different things. So I just don't got time for the gossip and the trash that these people put out. And it got to the point where, you know, I'm glad you moved away from the chili thing because I was getting sick of listening to them, but I wanted to support you too. And then I'm like, oh, this is getting too hard. And then when you said you were done, I'm like, gosh, thank God.
Yeah, it just came to a time. It's like, how many times? It's almost to me like, how many times are you going to make a sequel to this fucking shit? You know what I mean? It's like now Fast and Furious 27, Rest Home Wheelchair Wars. You know, it's like, good God.
I was more interested in the flat earth because up until just recently, and I never actually looked for it online. I mean, it never crossed my mind to, but when I heard you talk about it, I'm like, oh yeah, I believe this and no one else around me ever in my life did. So let's listen to what these people got to say. Then I got interested. I got hooked.
Yeah, right.
Because there is a lot that we don't know. Like I asked you about how the sun would move around on a flat earth. You explained that. And I agree with you on that. I mean, it's logical. It sounds more realistic than living on a ball.
And even if you look at a Gleason's map, it explains it. It actually explains it right there on it. It's got the winter and the summer solstice, and it explains how the sun is operating right there, man.
Right.
It's
well,
beautiful.
just so much growing up, you know, and the maps and stuff, you know, and just information in general just didn't make sense. And you know, people keep talking about, oh, I watched the spaceships go up. Have you ever watched what a spaceship looks like when it goes up? There's some really good videos, them spacecraft, because they always end up horizontal in the sky.
Yeah. Well, what gets me is these film.
So that means
they'll do like 6 cuts. And here's one, it's supposedly way the fuck up there, but you're looking at it right from its side.
Right.
And here's another one that's looking at it from right below it. And here's another one looking at it from here. And they'll cut to this one, cut to this one, cut to this one. And it's like you'll have 5 or 6 cuts inside of 10 seconds.
Right.
You know, and it's like, come on, man. Nobody's got that many camera guys. What is the guy flying next to it in a helicopter or some shit? You know, it's like, come on, man.
I know some of the pictures we see are very close up. So
you can tell it's telephoto and shit.
They can take planes up and run planes side by side and do fueling and all kinds of crazy.
Well, that thing's supposed to be going faster than a bullet, though, Dreamy. That thing's supposed to be going faster than a bullet.
Well, thanks for bringing the bullet up. What happens if you shoot? What happens to the bullet if it never hits anything in its path? What ends up happening?
It loses.
It goes straight and it keeps going down with that gravity.
Yeah,
I'm being smart.
It'll lose inertia and then start falling back.
I mean, it's just like a bow and arrow. You, depending on how far away your target is, you've got to raise that above your target. So if it starts to go down, you hit your target.
Right. You're arching.
Not that I'm good at that, but I know how archery works.
Yeah, same thing with long range shooting. You have to raise. That's why they put mil dots in your scope, so that you've got a reference point. One will be like that's where it'll hit at 100 yards. Another one where it'll hit at 200 yards.
Right.
You know where to put the so that's like a de facto crosshair. So your normal crosshairs might be here, and then you got these dots running down. So what you want to do is you want to line your vertical and your horizontal up with that dot. Pretend that dot is your center instead of that.
Exactly.
I've done a lot of that shit.
And see, some of this stuff is just common sense. We see it all around us. So when they really did a good job, I have to give them credit. They did a good job brainwashing us, and a lot of these different things that we're finding out was bullshit.
They've got us so fucking brainwashed. It is programming. It is a spell. And part of that spell is really, it's insane. It unleashes a angry, violent tendency in a lot of people. It's like, whoa, what do you mean? What are you doing?
And the reason why is because there's steps to a grieving process. And the first thing you do is you're like in shock. Next thing you're angry. The next thing you're just, super sad. I mean, there's this process. And every time somebody starts hearing something that's the truth and their head starts going, they're angry. It's like, why was I lied to? So they have to go through the process. Everyone does. But the thing is now I just assume everything's a lie.
You have to. My God, I see some of the clown circus ass shit that's going on, and I'm like, you got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me that this whole goddamn trans thing has just gotten completely out of fucking control. I mean, think about this. I didn't even know there was that many of them kind of people around in the world. I really didn't. And it seems like there's just been an explosion of them in the last 20 years.
Yeah.
Like it's just somebody dropped a gay bomb or some shit, Maybe they did perfect the gay bomb and drop it, and they just didn't tell us,
Well, back in the 80s, they really just started pushing that stuff and everything, but they were pushing it to make people more angry at them and to hate them. I mean, that's what it was back in the 80s and 90s, to hate these people. I don't agree with their lifestyle, but I don't have to live it. And you can't cram it down my throat because I don't have to listen.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. That's it, man. Y'all do what you want to do, but stay the fuck away from the kids.
Right, exactly. But that's what they're doing now is they're taking and making it trendy, as somebody said the other night. They're making this stuff trendy, so then these younger children want to be part of it. And that's grooming.
Don't you think it's like part of a bigger agenda for them to groom the children, and then for the far right to come in, like the deep state far right to come in and offer more extreme solutions to the problem?
Yes, I think it's a plan.
Yeah.
There's always a plan behind it.
You've got major Fortune 500 companies making this decision right now to support that agenda by adopting this circus performer, Dylan Mulvaney, to be a spokesperson for their products. And we saw this with Bud Light. They lost. Now they're tanking. It's bad. People just said, fuck y'all, but they don't care. They don't care. They think they can just put out a commercial. Oh, look, here's some horses, forget about that for a little bit. Maybelline, there's a bunch of women boycotting that now. I guess they should change their name to Theybeline or Gabeline. Is it maybe he's born with it? Maybe he tucks it. maybe it's Vabeline, and
See, I don't see a lot of
Nike,
that. I haven't.
Nike. So what I was getting at though is that despite the loss of billions of dollars in profit, they still want to march along with that agenda. So yes, absolutely. I think the agenda is far more important to them than profits. Like you were saying, John, I think it is something deeper to it.
Like
what
with
is
like
recently-
Elon Musk and like Donald
now
Trump.
it's coming out. Now it's coming out that Rupert Murdoch got his marching orders to fire Carlson from Zelensky.
Oh,
See, I haven't really followed that either because I
well,
wasn't.
didn't Tucker Carlson? He was talking about like 9/11 truth, and
Yeah.
he was exposing too many facts, so that's why they booted him, or just in general, just
Well, it was because he wasn't a big supporter of the Ukraine war.
yeah.
And see, he was outspoken against it. I think that had a lot to do with it too. Listen, that place is very, very important to these people. To the point where they're willing to spend every last dime you have to support it.
You have to look at the United States and Russia as good cop, bad cop, because they are already in bed with each other. We all know that.
They all are.
They have
They
signed
all
documents. They have signed documents that they share certain things. I think there's 3 countries that have it all signed, and it's all part of the same organization, and Russia's part of that. And so they have good cop, bad cop, so they can keep the drama going to keep everybody focused on that, because whenever they started the COVID crap, that's whenever they wiped out our regular cell phone crap and implemented 5G.
Right.
And then, a lot of people have had a lot of sicknesses since then.
Yeah. Not saying that they're connected, but it's a big coincidence. Absolutely.
There's actually sorry, I'll get back on topic. There's actually a commercial in Canada. It's for TD Bank, and it's this couple. They're brushing their teeth, and the guy goes, "I believe the Earth is flat," and the woman goes, "Oh, like what a crazy guy! What a crazy man!" And it's this banking program or whatever that they're just promoting, but obviously it's part of the woke agenda to use the flat earth and the white man saying it to kind of stigmatize not only the idea but also the white cis male, as they say.
Well, it's you can see there's a lot of the social engineering going on with that, and they are really, really worried about this flat earth thing. Because like I showed earlier, they've got
why are they so concerned?
Exactly. Methinks the lady doth protest too much. And when you're over the targets, when you get the most flack.
Right.
It's these the control system is heavily dependent upon your belief in this shit. Because like I've said before, I believe that it is one of the cornerstone foundational stones, if not the foundational stone, of all of the rest of the deceptions. And it's almost literally the same thing as getting you to watch a spiral until you go into a trance. Oh, look at these spinning balls going around other spinning balls going, and they get you with it so early, and it's real easy to tell that too, because when you somebody starts getting pissed off at you about it, wanting to argue with you about it, it is only a very short period of time that you'll notice that they revert to a very childish mental maturity level. And I think it's indicative of the age they were when the lie took hold. I really do.
The ancients actually believed the earth was flat. Well, they knew the earth was flat back in the day. And we were taught in school, they were backward Stone Age people who believed the earth is flat. Don't you see? You can spin around. It's a ball. Don't you see that you're spinning around just like a ball? Why would you believe the Earth is flat? That's what they told us in school.
Of course. And here's what's so fucking crazy about it too, is they want to run that. But if you look at it from a realistic standpoint, why would you ever think that you were on a ball? Unless somebody told you that shit, there's nothing in your life experience that would give you the idea or lead you to the idea that you were on a ball. If they waited to tell you that shit to the time you were maybe 12 and said, "Oh, by the way, the Earth's a great big," they fuck you. You know, they wouldn't buy it. They would not buy it. You say, "What are you talking about?" But you look at the time that they start that on you is the same time as they run Santa Claus on you. They run the Tooth Fairy and the Easter Bunny and all kinds of other shit.
And they send you to church and tell you don't lie, not to lie. Then when you grow up, you go to court. Don't lie.
Unless it's about the Easter Bunny.
But we're gonna lie to you your entire life and see if you can figure this shit out. You know.
Well, this little ball-headed troll here. I guarantee you, he is such a programmed matrix person, right? An NPC that I would bet that he thinks the NASA or the NORAD Santa tracker is real. I bet you he thinks they really are tracking fucking Santa.
Dave, what are you talking about? I follow that all the time. It's verified. Come on,
John. I'm gonna have to break. In addition to Earth not being a globe. No.
And I can't remember which president was it.
Either.
Dave, have you heard of gravity? Come on, man.
Oh no,
gravity.
Yes, part of the Glober Holy Trinity. God damn. And that's what these people are claiming is holding the air to the Earth is gravity, you see. And it's so easy to dispel that. It's like, no. It's not going to happen. You know, there's again with the sealed box and a vacuum cleaner, a vacuum chamber, right? You take it down to as close to zero as you possibly can, open the box. Now, if gravity's holding the air, it should stay in the box and not equalize with the outside, right? But it doesn't.
Yeah.
It equalizes instantaneously before you even get the box all the way open. It's going to fucking equalize. So, no. That's not, otherwise gravity would have held it. It held everything else, right?
Well, don't forget that hole in the ozone layer that was depleting all our oxygen.
That's what these guys are saying.
I mean, why aren't they arguing about that? You know, that because, you know, it would be such a huge thing. It's like a balloon. You let go of it and it just goes whoosh. We'd all been sucked off this planet and flung into outer space.
Of course. I mean, and then they'll sit there and watch a movie where a hijacker fires off a gun and shit gets sucked out the window.
Exactly.
Not realize any of this at all, you know. And we're talking about what kind of difference in pressure? Not very much. Not very much at all. Comparatively, we're talking about, you know, the Earth's atmosphere versus, was it negative 10 to the 17 torr? No fucking way.
What about all the planets that you see that NASA puts out? Don't you think that? No, I don't know. It's kind of a question, but kind of a half serious question. That NASA puts out, like, what are they? Are they round too, or are they?
You will never see what NASA shows you. Okay. I'll bring up some graphics in a little bit that'll show you that. I mean, if you've ever looked at these planets yourself, wandering stars, whatever, they don't look anything like what you get from NASA. That's because what NASA gives you is images. They give you paintings. Okay. None of the shit that they're showing you is actually real. Now, when you look at them yourself, that's why I say you're not going to see what they see. But you'll interpret it as what they've told you. Because you go, oh, yeah, okay, well, if this was in your brain's going, if this was a NASA image, it would look like this. Okay, so I see the red spot, da-da-da-da-da. All right. What are they? I don't know. They're lights in the sky. They all seem to be named after gods. And it seems to be very important to these people to know where they're at and what positions they're in. Even up to and including with astrology. So what are they? I don't know. Do they have energy? I believe they do. I think that even perhaps they may be sentient, that they may actually be intelligent beings. But I can't go up there and check for myself. And I know for a fact that it would be impossible for them to be balls of burning gas in a void unfathomable distances from me, calculated in light years. I mean, I can show
Well, yeah.
you.
How do they measure that exactly? Like,
That's a good
if
question.
there's really no measuring tool.
Good question. Well, they got some bullshit they use. They say red shift, blue shift, some kind of thing. They want to say parallax, but it's like, no, dude.
I heard they use a laser.
Yeah, that would work. That would work. So you shine a laser at something that's 400 light years away, means that it's going to take 800 years to get the results. Okay. That's right. See, this is what dipshit here didn't understand. He didn't, first off, doesn't understand that a radar signal, just like a light or a radio signal of any kind, that the further it goes, the wider it spreads out. And the wider that it spreads out, the weaker that it becomes. Right? So it has to have a super duper fucking, to get long distances, you have to have a really heavy duty transmitting powers. But he also didn't understand that if you tried to shoot radar at the sun, it would take 8.5 minutes for the radar signal to hit the sun. And assuming you could bounce a radar wave off of the sun, it would take another 8.5 minutes for it to return. That's 17 minutes. Now, in that 17 minutes, the Earth has been orbiting the sun at a blazing 66,600 miles an hour, which is going to put the Earth 18,870 miles away from where it was when you sent it. So by the time it gets back, the Earth has traveled almost 19,000 miles. How would you ever receive the signal?
All right.
You're going to tell me that you have that the radar signal bouncing back has spread out to a distance of 36 or 38,000 miles? Even if it did spread out that far, it would be so faint and weak you wouldn't even be able to detect it. It's real simple. It's like if you can imagine a 6-inch black painted line on the ground, and then taking that 6-inch wide black line, not giving it any more paint, but widening it out to 1 mile wide now. Would you see the line? No, of course not. Because the paint would be spread out so much that there wouldn't even be detectable from the ground. So there goes that one, Sean. This guy's retarded. Listen to him.
We can
Let
continue.
me see.
I'm waiting for you to show me how you can have gas pressure without a container.
I mean, dude, he doesn't know anything, man. The Earth isn't flat, and he knows nothing about law. So he's just a lost cause.
Okay, good.
A lost cause asking for a demonstration of a gas pressure system without containment. Okay.
Good. All right. Well, that's pretty easy. Go and read a barometer on the wall.
A barometer is a
see if you
container.
find-
A barometer is a container. Try
see
again.
if you,
Barometer's
no,
open.
is that the same container as the Earth? Is it?
No, it's a different system. Show me
Okay,
a barometer without containment.
So when
please.
you hang on, when you go and read
Flatoid
the
holds the
temperature
shit real
pressure
well
on
in this.
a barometer, and you look around you, where's the container?
Say again.
Now see here.
What? Talk to a liar? No.
He's talking about what's in the chat here because me and other people are saying, "Go, come on over to Sal's channel, talk to him." He's what? Me talk to a liar? I won't do it. He's scared to death.
Nah, don't do that. Sorry. I don't talk to cowards.
You don't talk to cowards. You're the only coward. I put out the public shit saying, "Hey, come on over and do it." I mean, I even made a special video saying, "I'm going to be doing a panel, Sean. I want you to come over onto my thing and tell me where
What
I'm
he's
wrong."
doing is projecting. He's projecting who he is onto you because he's embarrassed that he's bought into all the BS. Watch him in a few years if he's still around.
See,
He'll
he
be
doesn't.
singing a different
You know what it
song.
is? You know what it is, though? No, he's one of these guys. He's one of these people that he doesn't know one way or the other, so he just sides with whatever he feels the majority is.
Wants to feel included and fit in.
Yeah, so you can fit
Yeah.
in. I mean, I'm looking at this dude's face, and I'm thinking he's probably not had a lot of dates, not dates that didn't involve a lot of alcohol.
Are you calling him an incel?
Yeah, pretty much.
Touche.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm not claiming to be no Robert Redford or anything, but
Well, we
I
know
mean,
that
you could mash that dude's face down in some cookie dough and make gorilla cookies and shit. For real, man. I mean, I don't know.
Oh my gosh.
it's be nice, David. Be nice.
You're saying that the pressure on the ground.
I mean, he had his chance to debate me. He chickened out. So
no, Sean, nobody chickened out. You put out your fucking straw man argument, Polaris challenge, and then didn't want to give me the specifics on how you know how far away Polaris is in the first goddamn place. So, Polaris or not, I'll talk to you any fucking time. Put the link up on your show some night. I'll come up on your fucking thing. I don't even care, man. I'll smoke you, and you know I will. My son made you look completely retarded because Ryan had said that the American Revolution is actually technically America's first civil war. And he's like, no, it is not. It's not. It wasn't a civil war. So Ryan posted a Boston Globe article. It's showing where they said, the Revolutionary War, America's first civil war. Duh.
Well, that's even in the name of it, the Revolutionary War. It happened right here.
That's right. It's like a civil war is when two factions within one society go to war with one another.
Right.
Okay, it's not a country against a country. It'd be like if all the Democrats and Republicans in this country decided to take up arms against one another, right? That would be a civil war.
I mean, at his age, he should know that. I learned it from my mom.
He only knows what he's been told, and he assumes the rest. That's the reality. He must have
been told under a rock, because that's kind of not what the average everyday person knows.
Well, there again, you got to. I'm telling you, this is the kind of guy he is. He doesn't know anything, because when he was trying to give me shit about the radar, where I'd said that, I automatically knew that the distance to the sun in his model in light minutes is 8.5 light minutes, that it's 93 million miles away. It's 836,000 miles in diameter. He had to ask his little knockoff Siri thing that he's got, which all that shit to verify if I was right or not. And it's like, dude, give it up. Give it up. You don't even know your own model. So what he does is he refers to what he considers authoritative sources, Wikipedia, Google, and he just reads the answer. He doesn't understand the answer, much less hardly understand the fucking question, but he doesn't really understand the answer. He just reads it, and that must be what it is. Doesn't take into account, does this make sense? See, like where we broke down the carbon-14 dating, the radiocarbon dating the other night. Dude, we started laughing our ass off, because when you start reading into it, it says, oh, we use this assumption, and if we didn't use this, even though we know it's wrong, our calculations won't work. It literally said that. And, this guy would just go past it and not think anything of it. But you go, wait a second. You know that your fucking calculation is wrong. You know the figure is wrong, but you have to use it or else your equations don't work. Well, that means that it's all fucking horseshit then, doesn't it? I mean, wow. He would never see that. He would never understand that.
I don't debate people anymore. I really don't.
I would imagine if I was you, I wouldn't debate anybody either. I wouldn't even debate my cat if I was you.
Well, that's not what he said earlier. He said you were a coward because you wouldn't talk with him. So actually he's the one now saying something else. That's the quickest way to find out if somebody's lying. Wait till they contradict themselves. Say one thing 1 minute, another thing the next.
Well, his body language and facial expressions give him away. I'd love to play poker with this guy. I'm serious. I can read him really easy. And like, for instance, I could tell when he saw my comment in the chat just based on his body language and his expression. I was like, oh, there he saw it. And then you could see he was thinking what to say. And then he stopped and said something. I was like, there you go. There you go. Here he is. But you can tell. And now he's trying to weasel back. Oh, I don't debate people anymore. They're not worthy to debate me. Get out of here.
What causes the pressure on the ground?
The gas colliding.
And I mean, he's low-hanging fruit anyway. He's just a fucking religious piece of shit.
Oh, that's another thing. He's got a real problem with God. He really has a problem with God. He called me religious nut too, but he doesn't realize I don't condone religion at all. I do refer to the various doctrines, what they espouse, and a lot of them that I appeal to, because we do live in a nation that is primarily influenced by Christianity. A lot of those texts, if I started telling people about the Bhagavad Gita or the fucking Quran, most of you don't know anything about that. Why would it be relevant to you? Christ, who is mentioned in the Quran, I might add.
Pseudo-religious.
Well, all the religions were created by someone.
The Bible's a science book.
Think Bible's a science book.
And he's a pretty disgusting, repulsive person with a lot of the shit he talks about. So I won't give his channel the benefit of having me on.
With what?
You are not a benefit.
Benefit of having you on. Guess what, Sean? You're on right now, and we're making glorious fun of you. So
I thought he was going to say hate speech.
What is it?
I thought he was going to say hate speech.
Oh, he might. He's a real libtard. He is. He is. I'm sorry. And I'm sorry. I don't take to any side of the political spectrum. It's all a big circus. But those that I found that identify on the left, I think many of them are really, they're out of touch with reality. You find a large number of fucking blurfs there too. They're all down for this tuck your wiener agenda and letting kids chop their wieners off and all that shit. They love it.
Right wing, left wing, same damn bird.
Yes,
That's what I tell everybody.
Like a wing nut,
Yes. A wing nut. I like that even better.
No one's talking about the effectiveness of COVID vaccines.
Oh no, we don't talk about that on here. But they are brave.
They're 100% effective. How hasn't nobody talked about it?
Yeah, well, I just stay off of that. I don't even. In fact, I'd prefer if you just didn't mention them anymore either.
Okay.
Unless until we cut off of YouTube, because there are blue-haired communists in the basements of Google that will fucking screech like pigs and freak out. So,
Well, I'm only saying this because I stand for Ukraine and I'm for ex-jabs. So that's why.
Yeah, stand for Ukraine. That's it. That's the thing. Even though I don't even know where the fuck it is on a map, I'm gonna put it in my profile pic. And God damn, man. I swear, people, they just love, I support the current thing, whatever the fuck it is. They don't care. Just, look at me. I'm special because I have a thing in my tagline. Look at me. Everybody look at me. I have pronouns. Oh, look at me. And that's what it all is, too. It's all look at me. Look at me.
Yeah.
Fucking nuts, man. Anyway, I just wanted to see where I'm at the part now where I know he was starting to freak out because I was in there and Eric kept typing in some name. I forget what it is, and it's going to be coming up here in just a second. And it's funny. It's funny as shit because he goes, the next person that types that in here, I'm gonna fucking block him. He got mad as shit. It was like Eric just spammed the fuck out of me.
with everything at
I
the
mean,
ground.
he really is fucking
That's what gas
repulsive.
does. It collides with each other. It collides with everything it hits the surface to.
What
kind of
what's
system is
the
barometer?
pressure then at say 10 kilometers?
When you take a barometer at 10 kilometers, you got a surface wall to hit the pressure, to measure the pressure, correct? The gas is
yeah,
there.
well, that's
the gas is
yeah,
there
but
to
what's
hit
causing
off
the pressure?
of the
That's
barometer.
if the barometer wasn't there, would there still be pressure?
Yes.
Yes, there would.
Well, what's that
In the
pressure
sa-
caused by?
The pressure is caused by the other gases it all trying to settle. That's it. It's all trying to settle. And the heaviest gas that we're immersed in has the highest pressure because it's all trying to push in. Without containment, you would not have any pressure at all.
The gas colliding inside the
Also,
system. Other
hot
gases.
heat
With
and
what?
cold makes
Other
those
gases.
gases
what?
react
Other gases.
differently.
Which gases?
Well, it's just like if you take oil, take some vegetable oil, pour it in with a half a glass of water, put some vegetable oil in there, take it, shake it all up. That shit will be all over the place, right?
Right.
But what ends up happening?
Separate.
The oil separates from the water, right? And lays up on top of it. Okay.
Right.
Now, in the denser material, which is the water, because it's in containment and it wants to equalize and spread out, has pressure. And it has a greater pressure due to its density than the oil above it. It's not difficult to figure out, man. You
Right.
can't have just a 0, 0, 0, 0 going all the way up to 0 and then you just, poop out into space. There you go. That's never going to happen. That'd be like believing you could be inside of a balloon and somehow travel outside of the balloon without breaching the containment of the balloon. You're never going to have that. It's just impossible.
Right.
A mixture. Dalton's law, remember? It's a mixture of gases, mate.
Okay, and why are there less gases up at higher altitudes than lower
Because you little
altitudes?
children don't understand. With area, your pressure decreases. With temperature change, your pressure
Yes, it
decreases.
decreases homogeneously.
So you morons don't understand the same system.
Yeah, it increases or decreases homogeneously. Same way as you don't understand that when things go off in the distance.
He doesn't even know what that means. He's just repeating it.
They shrink uniformly, not just the bottom part.
Has pressure gradients. Now I'm asking you to
No,
show
it doesn't.
me
Why?
a
Why does it have a
demonstration.
pressure?
Last
What's causing it?
time. Demonstration of gas
I know you will make me look stupid. Really? Okay. Does obstruction have to be a physical act? Yes or no?
pressure without containment, please.
I told
Well, I mean,
you.
that's a straw man, so we
So
don't
in
do
the
that.
That's a
chat,
straw man. We don't claim
Hey,
there's no
Glover
containment.
in this chat, they got it going because it's like a whole bunch of me and Burn the Corporate Fiction and everything going on. And Burns, Ryan is totally enticing him. I will make you look stupid. And this Twitch guy, he's like, David Kane Jr., you are a retard. Junior? I'm not a junior. This guy, he thinks because he uses my name that I know his name. It's like I've never made any fucking secret of my name at all, ever.
All right.
But he's a retard too. And he won't. So Glober Mom, he just looked at the chat. So he said, Glober Mom, welcome. She said, Flatzoid is clueless. Okay.
Hey, Twitch.
You
Hey,
claim
everybody
it's an
else.
open system, so
Not
therefore
keeping
no
up on the
containment.
people's.
It's
Grab
a
Don't you know
technically
more?
open system that
Nick Bolt.
behaves primarily like a closed
me
system
speed him
due
up.
to this little tiny
I
force
want to see
that
that
we call
part where
gravity.
So
Right.
gravity is not a force, and gas cannot be held down by
Gravity's not
gravity.
It is
a
an
force.
inversion of force.
Show
Oh,
me
clearly
gravity.
something's holding that blue stuff down.
Show me gravity holding gas down indefinitely. Please go ahead.
There you go. There's that
Sulfur hexafluoride.
picture
Check
right
it
there.
right now in the picture.
No.
And right
Show
there,
me
yeah.
a demonstration
Yeah, right
where
there.
gravity
that's
is
Walk
holding
outside.
gas
Are you
down.
breathing oxygen?
there.
If so, there you go.
Look
Maybe you
at the
don't.
picture.
Okay, listen here. First of all, maybe you don't understand what demonstration means.
Maybe you just don't understand what anything means, Flatzoid.
the retard Globers are trying to say that this picture is a demonstration of gas without containment. That's what he's saying. He's saying that this picture is a demonstration. Flatzoid is saying, no, a demonstration is to repeat that in laboratory conditions. You know?
Right.
Nope, they can
Proper
never do it.
scale.
They can never do it. They're retarded. And they know it. They know they can never do it.
But you're proving it.
You're pointing to the sky.
That's a demonstration in front of you.
No.
A photo is a
For
demonstration.
fuck's sake, let me talk, you moron. You point.
Well, answer the question. Answer the question, burn the corporate fiction. Does obstruction have to be a physical act?
Yes.
Teaching the sky,
In
pointing
physics,
to the
it
sky
does.
and having a belief that violates natural law because you're contradicting
doesn't.
statement to show that doesn't mean
It
it's a
doesn't violate
demonstration. Show me an actual demonstration
How
where you can have
exactly?
gas pressure
This
without a
photo.
container. Thank you. That's
Clearly,
not
photo.
clearly the
Gas pressure without containers.
that you know that photo you're showing. You know what
Yeah.
that's proving? It's a pressure gradient inside a contained system. Thank you very
Why
much.
is that gradient there?
Because I
Yeah.
explained that gas behavior, you morons.
Because of gas behavior.
Gas
behavior.
Yeah, because of gas behavior. I'm sure if you look in any science book about on the subject, it's just going to say because of gas behavior and nothing else. Right?
Chinese.
At least you got that
There
right.
is absolutely no.
Like I said, no, I don't debate people anymore. I gave people a chance to debate me. Nobody wanted to. I offered $50 to debate me. Or no, it was 100. I offered $100 to debate me. Nobody fucking gave me.
No, that's not true. That's not true. You offered out a straw man challenge in order to determine the worthiness of whether somebody could come and debate you. Dude, I'll give you a fucking $100 to come debate me. You look like you could use it, man. Eat a fucking sandwich or something, man. Jesus Christ. The fuck. Anyway, no, I'm trying to get to where he was tripping out about Eric typing that shit in there.
Me a fucking. Nobody give me a chance. So I don't do it anymore.
I don't do it anymore.
No reason
Yeah,
at
that's it.
all in a homogeneous system
See-
without some kind of outside force for
I can chop steel in half with a karate chop. I just don't feel like it right now.
People that are just that willfully ignorant just drive me up a wall. It's hard to listen to them.
Yeah, I'm about done with that right there. He is. He's just dumb as a fucking post.
I mean,
And that's what I find it irritating but funny all at the same time.
I feel sorry for him, man. I feel
because he's just barely I think he's just barely smart enough to know how fucking stupid he is. You know?
How old is this guy?
I don't know. I
That's
think he's mentally he's about 14. Physically, he looks to be about 106. So I don't know.
I never thought I would actually consider the flat Earth mythology. I remember somebody telling me that they believed the Earth was flat, and they were trying to tell me about water flowing, and I don't know if they really explained it to me correctly, but I think they're saying that water goes out, always wants to equalize.
It always wants to seek a level. It always wants to seek the lowest point and be level. It always wants to fill. Okay.
and seeks the lowest point as well. And so if you think about that, all our water would be sitting down there at the South Pole, dripping off, and we'd be sitting on a pedestal like a wine glass because it would all dripped off.
Water.
Because they told us if it was flat, it was going to run off the edges. So now I'm saying since we're all, it's running off the bottom. But actually, the reason what keeps our water.
Well, then they just say gravity holds the water together.
Well as,
They would just say gravity holds the water in, but I would say, how do you determine where the gravity pulls the water?
Right.
Well, it's you really have to do some mental gymnastics to believe that first off, water sticking to a ball and adhering to its shape. Okay, that's ridiculous in the first place. Now we're going to put 1,000-mile-an-hour spin on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
all right. Now we got
fill a bowl half full of water and spin the sucker and tell me what happens.
Yeah.
Because if gravity's supposed to hold it flat down there and keep it all, from spilling out and over the edges, please show me. because, that just ain't how it works.
Like, this is a good
Well,
demonstration.
you think,
right here.
yeah.
You see how this is? Okay. So this is always possible, right? I can change the inside of the container and the water still remains level on the top. I can tilt the container, the water still remains level. I can turn it upside down, the water comes out. I try to put it on a ball, the water goes all over the place. But globe logic says that the top of that water can be curved like that. It says that even if you curve the bottom, then the top is going to curve as well. It's going to stay level with the top of the container if you tilt it. It's not going to come out if you put it upside down, and it'll just go around on a ball. Those things are so ridiculously impossible. But if I can make you believe that they are possible, well, shit, then there's no limit to what I can make you believe, right?
Right.
So how would a sprinkler, how would that prove that there's gravity holding the water down? If a sprinkler is spinning like a globe, but all the water's pulling out, why is all the water pulling out and not being contained?
Exactly.
That's the question I have for
called
globe Earth.
critical thinking. That's thinking and going, hey, this is logic. That's bullshit. And that's how I started doing it. I think like that.
Yeah.
You see something and you're like, hey, wait a minute. That joker over there told me blah, 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 that liar.
That distance from left to right is over 500 miles. That's at 120,000 feet. And people want to say, oh, I saw a ship go over the curve. No, you didn't. No, it didn't go over no curve. Where's that curve? That's 120,000 feet altitude. And that picture is showing from left to right. That's 500 miles. So, hey.
Well, then they would say, well, it's not far enough distance to see the curve because.
Well, if you would have to be at the size that they give us, if it's got a 24,000 mile radius, right?
Yeah.
Then that means that there's 7.9 inches per mile squared. So that's even in 10 miles, you've got 66 feet of curvature.
Oh, okay.
You see, so the mathematics doesn't work out. Their mathematics don't work out. See, it's the formula is you can use 8 inches is just as easy to use. It's 8 inches per mile squared. So if you've got something that's 5 miles away, then that's 5 times 5, which is 25 times 8 inches, right? And then you can convert that into feet. And that's how much curvature there should be. How much, if there's something that's that far away, 5 miles, that's how much of the bottom of it should be obstructed by curvature.
Right.
And you find that it's not because you pull in a telephoto lens. Here's something that supposedly went over the curve. It's 20 miles out at sea. We pick up a Nikon P900 and go like that, and it comes right back into view. So this means one of two things. Either that lens is somehow able to see through a hump of water, over a hump of water, or pull the ship magically up into the air. Or it's just not any curvature. And there's the reality of it, is that there's no curvature. The two fundamental things, they always want to obscure it and argue about, well, look at this thing in the sky. No, let's look for curvature on the fucking earth. Okay, you can't find any curvature on the earth, and we know that water seeks its level. The other second thing without these two, none of it matters. You cannot have a gas pressure system without containment. You must have containment. Otherwise, it's going to equalize with the surrounding pressure or lack of pressure. There's no way around it. And as I've shown before with the mind experiment of the sealed box in a vacuum chamber, you got a box, you seal it up. It's got this air pressure in it. You put it in the vacuum chamber. The vacuum chamber, the box, and the air is all being held by gravity, right? So I reduce the pressure in the vacuum chamber to as close to zero as possible and open the box. The air should stay in the box if gravity's holding it, right? But what happens? Equalization. As soon as the seal is broken, equalization takes place because nature abhors a vacuum. There's no way around that. And unless they can demonstrate otherwise, you don't have a globe and you don't have a magic water air ball flying around in a void. There's no way.
So you stick to that gas and containment. I stick with my water. So it's good that we run into
whatever is outside of this thing that they can't get through.
Right.
This thing that
it just makes perfect sense.
Right.
I'm just
so
saying,
I don't know if it's a void, which I doubt that it is. I mean, I think it's water. And one of the reasons is because of the pulsing patterns of stars seem to be reminiscent of water reacting to sound. And like here with Venus, that's what that's what you see when you look at Venus. That's what you see. That's not what NASA shows you. They somehow got special telescopes or something. But so you'll never see that, but they do seem to behave like light in water and sound. So, and like I said, I believe they're sentient. I think that they do have energies. Now, see, here's another thing too that they can't get by. Let me go to this next picture and then I'll go back. All right, so here's a flight path from Santiago, Chile to Sydney, Australia. This is what it looks like on a globe. So they're going from Santiago, means they got to fly way up here north.
Can't see.
And they got to make a turn, go across the United States, and then fly all the way here. That's your flight route on a globe. Now, let's look at what it looks like on a flat Earth. Oh, well, now it makes some sense, don't it? Now we can see. Now we know why one of the stops on the way back from Vietnam for a lot of these soldiers was Alaska.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense because when they just go over the ocean and through just to Australia.
Right. You would figure that they would just go zoop across here, right?
Yeah.
Like that. But no, they don't. The flight route goes like that. You're like, why? Oh, well, maybe they have to go pick up more people or they need a different plane or whatever shit. They can come up with a million different excuses. But when you really look at the flight route on a flat Earth, now you see why. It makes absolute sense. It's a straight shot damn near, right?
Well, then how do you explain the seasons?
Oh, real easy. Real easy. Let me see if I can pull up a.
Yeah, he's really good at this one.
Let me see if I can pull up a good Gleason's. That's a good one to try to show on. Oh my god! Oh wait, that one's good.
So I'll filled in a lot of missing pieces I had.
All right.
Without even thinking on some of them, but yeah.
So you've got these two yellow lines and this red line. Oh, I'm sorry. These two yellow lines right here and this red line. Okay, this red line represents the equator. This yellow line on the inside, that is the Tropic of Cancer. And this yellow line down here is the Tropic of Capricorn. All right. So here's what happens. The sun on June 21st is right here on this line going around. And then after June 21st, which of course is the longest day, well, of course, as you see, as it's going around, this whole area up here is getting sunlight. This whole area is getting sunlight. And right here, they never get any dark for that short period of time up there, about like close to 6 months. So then as the sun progresses around, it starts moving outwards. And then by the time in 3 months, what we call the equinox, the sun is right directly over the equator. And then 3 months later, it's made its way out here to this yellow, to this Tropic of Capricorn. And then it
Oh,
stays out
that's
here.
why Australia has like backwards, like they have summer, like they
Right.
say, oh, it's summertime here, but in North America it's winter.
Right.
I always
Exactly.
wondered that. Yeah.
So then it stays out here on the 21st of December, and
Yeah.
it stays out here until the 23rd of December. And then it starts its journey back in toward the middle again. And then
Right.
once again, 3 months later, it's right here on the equator, and we have another equinox. Then it comes in again and gets finally, it's 365 days, and it's back here on June 21st. And it just does that. Now the moon does that exact same thing in a 28-day period.
Okay.
And
now with this model, can you predict eclipses?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. The Aztecs were using this model and predicting eclipses 1,000 years ago or more. You know, it's not that difficult because, like I said, all right, so I should connect my clock app up to this so you can see it better. Let me see if I can do that. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun,
Well,
dun.
that makes sense because like the North Pole is basically like a magnet.
Yeah,
like
in
its
fact,
center.
in the
Yeah.
oldest maps that we have actually have a black magnetic mountain right here in the middle. Now they've done this with the way the North Pole used to look, or as it's been depicted. Okay, and right here is this magnetic mountain. They call it the Rupus Negro, or the oh, I'm sorry, I thought I was showing that. Right here is the Rupus Negro in the middle. And it's supposedly a black magnetic mountain, 33 statute miles in diameter. And that twice a day, there's a vortex, a whirlpool that sucks the water down. And there's nothing can escape the current. They say ships with nails will, this magnetic mountain will actually pull the fucking nails right out of the ship. Can't escape.
Oh.
Now, these are ancient accounts, of course. Now you look on a map and it's no longer there. There's nothing there anymore. Nothing. So, yeah, that's north. Okay. And so clockwise and counterclockwise circles around the earth are what we call east and west. Anything going away from north is south. So here's what happens. Let's suppose we're going along here and I dead reckon due east, right? So I'm looking and there's east. Okay. So I start going east, but I don't follow my compass. I've picked a point and I keep going. You see what ends up going on? I end up going south. You'll never come back over here on this side and come up the other way. You can never be done. The only way the earth can be circumnavigated is east to west or west to east. Nobody's ever done north to south all the way around. They can't.
And you know, I have a built-in GPS. I've gone across the entire United States without a freaking map. I did it twice halfway across from Texas up here to Washington and to Arizona and New Mexico. And I didn't have a map. My friend even moved up north of Seattle. I didn't know where the town was. I just had a general idea where it was. So I just went up there. I have never, ever had the ability for whatever reason to read a damn compass. They're so freaking confusing to me. Where other people, they say, oh, well, it's this, this, and this. I'm just unable to figure one of those out. It's never worked for me. But
You didn't even use a map?
No, I didn't use a map because I have seen the map, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You see it in school and everything. So if somebody gives me a general idea of where they are, I can find them. I found a friend of mine. He said he told me approximately where he lived in Australia, and I found him. I said, "You live on such and such a road," and he's like, "Holy crap!" But he had just given me just enough information that I had an idea of where he lived, and I even gave him the street he lived on. Blew his mind. I've never been to Australia. I've only been in the United States and once in Mexico. I snuck over the fence.
Uh-oh. Oh,
I snuck into Mexico. He put me over the fence and told me I was 8 and said, "Now you're in Mexico," on a ranch in Arizona. It was a border ranch. So yeah. But other than that, I've always just been here. But to me, it's very small. We live in a very small country as far as I'm concerned. You know, a couple days is what it took me. Well, little over 2 days to get from, no, it was actually just under 2 days by an hour going from Nashville, Tennessee to here, where I'm in Washington now.
I'm trying to get
Okay,
this.
so I noticed there was an ice wall on your map there.
Well,
now I've heard of theories about like there's been continents underneath Antarctica, and there's been wildlife before it froze over. So do you think like the ice wall is containing the water?
It's possible. It's very possible that that it could be containing the water, but it's more not so much an ice wall as
I read it was mountains.
Antarctica has the highest land on Earth, and I'm gonna see if I can find a good representation. Well, you got to look at it like this: like people say, "One, you worry about falling off the edge." Can you fall off the edge of a lake?
Exactly.
Okay. So if you can imagine that the entire system we're in is inside of what all the oceans are like one big, huge pond. And the continents are islands within that pond. Okay.
Good way to...
And once you step off of the pond, and I believe that there are passages through, because some of these old maps show passages through there. I mean, I'm talking about the 1587 map that actually is showing plants and animals and shit down there. Damn it, where is it? I got too many damn pictures. That's what I got. That's what the problem is. I know I have.
It's kind of contrary to believe that there's plants and animals down there, because the sun, you know, it's very cold down there.
I'll tell you something. Wait a second. I've been hearing reports of it gets as hot as 70 degrees there.
Wow.
In some parts of the year.
Mm-hmm.
I was watching some footage of people in Antarctica that were exploring the old German base there the other day.
Yeah.
And they were touching metal with no gloves on. They weren't wearing hats, and you didn't see their breath. And I'm like, wait a second. Maybe it's cold like that in the winter, I'm sure. But when they're getting closer when it's summer, it's starting to look like they're getting some pretty good temperatures there. And maybe that's what this climate change is all about, that they're worried about the ice melting because of what we'll find. Because
I think a lot of things are starting to be exposed, especially here in the United States, about all the Egyptian artifacts found in the Grand Canyon and stuff, because things are eroding away, and we're getting more and more earthquakes, which is loosening more and more dirt, and more artifacts are showing up. There's stuff in plain sight all over Florida. So yeah, in Arizona, when I was a kid, we went hiking all out in the desert and different places and stuff, and there's just all kinds of stuff. But we're told one thing, but I can tell you some of the stuff doesn't match. And I have a huge problem with, these hieroglyphics meant this, that, and other thing. graffiti is one thing. We know that no matter what year it's been, there's been graffiti. Who's to say some kids didn't go in those caves or this or that? Or even if they blocked stuff off, went in there and created these things. We don't know. They can say how ancient they think they are, but we don't really know. But with all this accidental fines and the government keeps grabbing stuff up and shutting people up, there's something to it.
Yeah, there is. So I'm looking over here, and Nick Bolt and Burn the Corporate Fiction have some little shit going on. And what I was gonna say, I just put it in the chat there, is that Nick and also Ryan, you guys could both click that link, come on up, and then Nick can go ahead and educate you. What do you think? Do you think Nick could educate Ryan? Do you think that Ryan, he said that, what did he say there? This was kind of nasty. He said, he said that Burn the Corporate Fiction should actually learn something. Then he wouldn't. He says, yeah. He says, have you ever considered putting in some real effort and doing some real work to better educate yourself? Really? Did he really just say that to Ryan? To better educate yourself, motherfucker. He teach you.
He trusts the experts. Okay.
Oh my God. Come on, Nick. Don't be a tool, bro. But I'm serious. The link's up there if you guys want to, if you want to come up and or come up and educate me, because I'm still waiting for you to show me a demonstration of a gas pressure system without containment. I'd love to see that. And
I
don't
would
show me a
like to
picture.
see a working solar system as they describe it in a smaller scale, sitting on a table, so I can say, okay, now you've convinced me. But until I can convince them on a flat one, if they let go of their dream and actually think for themselves, because you can demonstrate the flat earth, you cannot.
You're looking at the fucking ice wall right there. You're looking at it right there, Nick. You're looking at it. Okay. And I'm going to give you the definition of an expert, bro. An X is a has-been, and a spurt is a drip under pressure. So there you go.
I can't remember, but way back, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 months ago. That's not too way back, but it's been way back for me. They were talking about the mountains, or I was reading something, and they were talking about that there was mountains around the outer portion, and some also that some guy sailed, I forget how many miles, and didn't find an end to it.
David Weiss and some of his people, they were, that app where you can track airplanes and ships.
Yeah.
That kind of shit. Well, you can click on airplanes or ships, and it'll tell you where it's coming out of, where the plane's going, sometimes even a picture of the airplane. Anyway, they looked and they were tracking ships, and there was this ship, and this thing was monstrously huge, but it was 500 miles inside of Antarctica.
Well, how do you get on the inside when it's frozen?
Yeah. Well, that little thing, that continent they show you, is
Right.
fake as shit.
Right.
You go on the web, on the web-based Google Earth, go on there and try to find the area around Antarctica. You know how you can take that little tool and make
Right.
line, and draw. Okay. Try to do it around Antarctica. It won't do it.
Right.
It just turns into some kind of a funky shape because it's a lie. It's not a real landmass at all. And what they've done is they've scrunched that whole thing, what's around us, down into that little brain-shaped continent. I think that's awful funny too, that it's shaped like a brain.
Yeah.
But yeah, Nick.
Well, I just think they lie.
Do you,
If
do
they
you
lie
think
about one thing,
this
they lie about it
UN
all.
map here is telling us something about what the real nature of the Earth is, and they're just putting it right in front of us?
I think that, as far as its governance, yes, I do. I'll tell you why. Because it's exactly the same as any other AE projection map, with the exception of Antarctica is missing off of that. Right?
Right.
Now,
Well, there's this little island here. Or is that Australia?
That's Australia.
Oh,
So
okay.
what's in place of Antarctica?
The
have
reef.
That wreath. Well, what is that wreath? That's the wreath of Apollo. That's a crown. That's what the Caesars wore. That's a symbol of control. And if you'll also notice the grid, if you count the bullseye, is 33 different sectors. Now, there's ancient maps that depict 33 continents outside of the Antarctic region. So I don't know. I think it's awful damn funny that despite all these countries hating each other, everybody agreed on all of the protocols the last 3 years. The couple countries that didn't, they had their leaders replaced. We have very influential and important people going to Antarctica for some reason. John Kerry goes down on election night. We've had the Pope down there, the Eastern Orthodox Pope, other politicians, Obama. What the fuck? What are they going down there for? Maybe getting called out on the carpet over something? I don't know. See, I think the control actually comes from there.
Well, we have. I keep going. My mind, every time that gets brought up, my mind goes straight back to when Adam and Eve were supposedly kicked out of the Garden of Eden, and supposedly God placed the angels, the guardian angels there so that no one could pass in. And maybe they're trying to get in on the other side because they know what's fixing to happen to them when the more and more people wake up about what they are actually doing and all the lies they're doing. You know, they call this wake up movement. They're starting to try to put everybody down and, you know, make fun of those people over there. They're, you know, that's the newest trend I'm seeing, because it's like they're hijacking it to make the people that were using it as, hey, we're thinking for ourselves now, we're awake to this BS. Now they're using that to make us sound crazy.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? It's the same scenario, you know, just a different day, different subject.
Well, I guess the weak argument they have for Antarctica is that, well, you can fly into Antarctica, but like if you look at the flight paths, they're just like the very tip of Antarctica. It's not like into Antarctica, like you can go on a cruise or go on a hike in Antarctica. It's only the very tip, right?
Right. There's like a peninsula there, something that sticks out. Yeah, I have a friend that's online that says she's from there. Yeah. But she says it's not like they're, you know, where it's all cold and snowy all the time, because they're out on that peninsula thing.
But you have to protect the penguins, though, right? You can't have too many people there. Right?
They're fucking penguins.
Which ones?
All right, here we go. Now I can show you some shit on this. Let me move this over to this side over here. And I'm going to stop that. And then I'm going to present. There it is. All right. So this is the Flat Earth Sun Moon Zodiac Clock app. All right. Now, right now, this is where the sun is at. As you can see, it's between the red line and the yellow line, the Tropic of Cancer and the equator. And it's approaching the Tropic of Cancer. So once it gets here on June 21st, that's going to be our summer solstice. It'll be the longest day of the year. Now, if I speed that up, as you can see, now, of course, the moon and the sun are not to scale for it's not an actual model. It's just showing you how the movement actually works. Now, what happens is every 28 days, about the sun will lap the moon. Okay. So let's see. I can actually jump this forward.
I wish I could have an actual one of those to hang on my wall.
I do. I have a 24
I
hour.
see. This
I have
is
a
why we
24
see
hour.
the moon sometimes out during the day.
Right. So that's how that works. But this app is really neat because there's actually a trivia game. Oh, I don't know if it'll let me do it. Oh, I have to do it over here. So there's actually a trivia game on here too. I've not played it yet. Let's see what happens.
Where is the curvature? Where? No curvature.
I don't know. Let's see. I guess we pick, I don't know, one player. Let's see what happens. Okay. Space exploration technologies is better known by what name? Specs Tech, Lone Musk Inc., SpaceX, or SET?
I'll go with C.
C?
I haven't a clue.
That's it. We got it right. We got it right.
Nice.
Oh,
So
yeah, I
here's the
should
next
have
one.
known that one.
What year was NASA established? 1958, 1969, 1942, or 1970?
1942.
Okay, I'm going to say 58.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with A.
Yay.
Damn.
Still World War II, 1942. Yeah.
According to NASA, how many astronauts are claimed to have walked on the moon? 12, 22, 50, or 101?
Oh, Jesus, that's a trick question.
I'm going with 12.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, 12. Okay.
Because what we had, how many times they gone?
Well, there was all those
4?
Apollo missions, right? Supposedly, allegedly.
Yeah, they had, there was, but people started losing interest. They really did quickly. You know, by the time they were up there batting golf balls around, nobody even fucking cared. I think they were having one moon launch got preempted by Days of Our Lives or some shit. Even.
Yeah, important business. Yeah.
An optical phenomenon that creates the illusion of water, often with inverted reflections of distant objects, and results from distortion of light by alternate layers of hot and cold air. That is the definition of what word? Halo, Fata Morgana, refraction, or mirage?
Mirage.
Mirage.
That's right. God damn,
Yay.
we're smart.
I got one.
We smart.
Wow, we're getting close to expert level here.
Who first proposed the heliocentric model? Tycho Brahe, Eratosthenes, Copernicus, or Socrates?
Oh, I don't know.
D.
All right.
I've
I might
heard
be wrong.
a couple of them different ones.
Nope, it was Copernicus.
Um,
Everybody calls him as you can see, his name was Copernicus. Good God. Fucking idiots. Don't even know how to say Copernicus. I'm Sean Hawkins. I'm retarded.
I think that would be Copper Nicus.
Copernicus. A lunar eclipse is when the moon passes in front of the sun.
Yes.
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 They claim.
Nope.
What, when it passes behind it?
Oh, no.
Lunar.
It's a trick
It's
question.
lunar. It's a trick question. It's a
Trick
lunar
question.
eclipse.
Trick question.
Lunar eclipse.
Well, wait a minute. Let me read that again.
That's supposedly when the Earth's shadow is passing in front of the moon because the sun is behind us.
Oh, for
In
heaven's
the
sake.
heliocentric model, approximately how fast is the Earth spinning at the equator? 24 miles per hour, 1 mile per hour, 24,000 miles per hour, or 1,000 miles an hour?
C.
D.
D. Oh.
I say D.
Would you say B?
D.
D or C.
C? Oh, you'd be whipping, boy. You'd be whipping. You'd be whipping. This is already ridiculous enough. 1,000 miles an hour is already ridiculous enough. You increase that by 24,000. We'd be hanging on this motherfucker, boy. Who said the Earth
And
is
how
the center
and
of the
how are
universe?
The merry-go-round. Yeah.
on a ball, right? And on a ball, how do you account for the adjustment of the speed at the North Pole and the South Pole versus at the equator? You know, it makes no sense because you're going to have to adjust for that speed, and then you got to adjust your parallax and your gravity.
Look at Nick. This is why people don't like
everything
Nick.
else.
This is, but Nick, I'm serious. I have a proposition for you. Being as at your high, lofty position as a physics professor, I would like to, what I'm going to want to do is, I don't know if you know who David Weiss is, Flat Earth Dave. I would like to contact him and have him come on the show. There's a lot of people who've been doing that, but I'd like to have you on as well, and he can field your questions. Would you be down for that? It's real cool, man. So let me know. Let me know. Make you famous, brother. So who was it that said the Earth was the center of the universe? Was it Galileo, Ptolemy, Copernicus, or Tesla?
I will go with Copernicus. He seems like a
You
good
go with, I think it's Galileo.
I'm gonna go with A.
Nope, it was Ptolemy.
Oh fuck!
Ptolemy. It was this guy named Ptolemy.
Dang it.
Nick would have got that right.
Oh yeah, Nick. Listen, Nick is so far superior to our puny intellects that it's, you know.
Nick should come up here and show us how to play this game. We're losing, man. We need someone else that's smart on our team.
But Nick, I'm serious, man. Would you like to come on if I have Flat Earth Dave on? I think you'd enjoy it. So who invented the azimuthal equidistance projection? Al Biruni, Archimedes, Harrison Lockwood, or Baz Luhrmann?
Is there a phone of expert option on here?
Phone a friend. Phone a friend.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm going to say Albert Biruni.
I was going to say the second one. Oh, you got it.
Nice.
What is the alleged circumference of the moon? 2,189 miles, 3,450 miles, 5,211 miles, or 6,786 miles? Come on, Nick.
That's your department. That's math.
I'm going to say A.
A.
No. Oh, look at there. 6,000. It's even bigger than we thought.
That's a big move.
Who is the first astronaut claimed to have gone to space? Ryan Stone, David Bowen. David Bowen's the guy from Space Odyssey.
That Yuri dude.
Yeah, Yuri Gagarin. David Bowen is the character from 2001: Space Odyssey.
I'm choosing C.
Ellen Ripley is from Alien, right? That was Sigourney Weaver's character in Alien. So there you got Ryan Stone and Yuri Gagarin. This one's easy. Yay, we got that one right. All right.
I only picked it because it sounded Russian.
Albert Einstein is the father of modern science and the husband of siblings and cousins and shit too. We'll just say yes because they always like to poke sunshine out this guy's ass. They really do.
Yeah.
No, he's not. Well,
who is it?
I don't know.
They won't tell.
Well, that's why Nick needs to come up here.
Yeah,
I know.
Nick Bolt is the father of modern science.
Well, you know, since water is always level, and it has a memory, and if you put it in a glass or a cup, and you kept and I mean, it have to be glass see-through, clear, so you could see if it's flat or if it bubbles up in the middle. Because no matter what the container, it should react the same.
Yep. Yeah, Einstein was one hell of a plagiarist. I will go with that. So yes, it was an appeal to authority, in which this is what we see, and I see it in Nick too, because he thinks that if he hasn't run across it in his textbook yet, it doesn't exist. And we've shown him time and time again that no, that's not true, Nick. But the worst one for that is that little fucking dude with a drive-in movie theater for a forehead, Sean Hawkins. He that's everything he's got is Siri or whatever, Siri knockoff. What is this and what is that? That's all he fucking has. Yeah, because he can prove it, Nick. Go ahead and talk to the boy.
I would say that would be what, authoritarianism.
Oh, wait a second. It's a lie. Come on, Nick, and we'll have him prove whatever it is, because I guarantee you, I don't even know what he's talking to you about, but I guarantee you that he'll be able to prove it to you. Guarantee you, because he's not one that's going to say some shit that he can't prove. I just know that. So, talking out your ass there, science boy. What is the hottest place on Earth? The Atacama Desert, Death Valley, the Savannah, or Africa? I already know where that is. I live there.
I'd say Death Valley.
I got a shirt that says that. It says Death Valley, hottest place on Earth. So I kind of cheated by having a shirt. See, which star never changes position? Solaris, Sigma Octantis, Polaris, or Chiron?
I never heard of any of them.
I'm kind of torn between C and D right now.
I'm going to say C because it is. It's the North Star.
Polaris.
Oh, now see, why didn't they just put the North Star? I would have guessed it.
Well, because it's actually called Polaris.
Well, nobody told me that.
Now you learned something.
I sure did.
We learned something. See, seeing the Chicago skyline from Michigan shoreline is just a mirage. Yes or no? No.
I've heard this argument a lot.
Well, you can't. I mean, it's just they tried to say refraction, right?
Yeah.
Say it was a mirage. And so there was a couple guys went ahead and they got out there and they from the shore could see Chicago, got in a boat, kept Chicago in the fucking lens, kept it going. There was no difference. They started going and Chicago just started getting closer. It didn't change higher or lower, nothing else. It was just not a mirage. There it was. It wasn't.
That'd be cool to see.
It's on this app. It's on this app. This app is kick ass. It's like, I think it's only like $2.99 or $3.99 or something like that. But it's got, like, I'll show you here after we get done with this game. If you got a question, like John, I've been asking excellent questions, right? You can go to the question mark on this app and whatever the most frequently asked questions, like people say, where does the sun go? What about circumnavigation? What about gravity? What about this? What about that? Right? They're there. And you click on one and it will bring up a buttload of videos. And a lot of them real short. But it'll bring up like a buttload of videos that if you even go on YouTube to search for them, you can put in the exact name of the video and you still probably have trouble finding it. Whereas this has it already all in a whole little list of playlists. It's really cool. It's really neat. Who wrote the book Testing the Globe, a Zetetic Investigation? Eric Dubay, Mark Sargent, Samuel Robotham, or Rob Skiba? Oh. Well, let's see. I'm going to say Mark Sargent.
I mean, it's familiar, but I'm not sure of the.
Oh, that was going to be my other
Rob Skiba.
Rob Skiba. Yeah, we just lost him. He just died here recently, and so did Bob Nodell. All right. A Fata Morgana is better known as what? A superior mirage, an inferior mirage, a lunar eclipse, or a solar eclipse? Well, we know it's not C and D. I'm going to say A.
Yeah, because it's fat.
There it is. I thought it was some broad named Morgana that was having a little bit of a diet issue of some kind or another. Does she sing? And does that mean it's over? Does she sing? And does that mean it's
These
over?
are good questions. Just see, I never really actually looked into it. It's just something that I knew or
Okay,
believed.
Carrie, before you go like that, I'm going to tell you how that works. Rob wasn't selling masks, as are a lot of other creators not selling masks. Teespring and other manufacturers of these that us creators get involved with, you give them the logo or the design, and they put it on the viewer's choice of whether they want a shirt, a mask, a hoodie, a hat, a coffee cup, whatever. The creator has no authority to change the different things that they put them on. Okay? Because you set up your stuff through their online store. So it wasn't Rob that was putting out the masks. It was the company that he was selling his shirts through that was doing that. So a lot of people have made that mistake with other creators too. No, oftentimes you do not. It depends on the company that you're doing your business with. So Falcon 1 was the first rocket for which organization? NASA, U.S. Air Force, Blue Origin, or SpaceX? That's SpaceX, isn't it?
SpaceX, yeah, I'm with you on that one.
I don't know. Half the time I
It
just
was
say,
the
oh,
one-
Elon's throwing up another fucking rocket. Let's watch this one explode. Or how much CGI are they going to use on this one?
Yeah.
You know? I mean, when they started landing them like a B grade 1950s fucking sci-fi movie, I was like, okay, I'm out of here with this shit. There's no way they're doing that. I mean, just simple. You can work that out in your mind and see that that's not. Oh, well, no, we have these tennis racket things. I'm sorry, babe. That's not a control surface. It's not going to work.
Has NASA even released any rockets out lately at all?
No. They're dependent on somebody else to take them up. See, they're going to keep kicking the can down the road. And now they're kind of focusing on this privatization of the space and shit, but it's not privatization at all. It's the same thing with a different label on it. That's all.
Yeah.
I'm going to say the first NASA rocket.
I'll say
WTF 11.
Yeah, WTF 11, right? It was. I'm going to say Juno 1.
I
Yeah.
think
Juno 1.
See, I would think that those astronauts.
You're overthinking it. Yeah.
It was
They're
not
going up for
because
the
I knew
first
that either.
Yeah.
It was not
You're
because I knew
overthinking
that. I was like, oh, wait a second. They really get off on these Roman gods and shit. It's got to be Juno,
Right.
the two-faced god, Janus. Or no, Janus is the two-faced god. The star from Earth. I think it's D, 4 light years.
No, it's 1 million.
No, man, it's got to be 40 billion.
40.
That's the
4
nearest
light
one.
years.
The nearest one.
Oh, the nearest one. Oh, okay.
Oh.
Yeah, it'd be 4. Yeah.
4 light years away. Now, how in the fuck would they even know that?
Maybe it stopped shining and then it started again, and then they turned the switch off and then it went off, and that's how they could time it. Turning that switch on and off on the wall. See, it's right behind you there, over there to the left.
There it is. Oh no, you idiot! That was the car garage. That was the garage door opener.
Well, somehow it started flickering the stars on and off.
The aurora borealis can be seen when looking toward the center of our plane. What is the name of the phenomenon that can be seen when looking south? Aurora New Zealis, Aurora Australis, Aurora Illinoisalis, Aurora Coloradus.
Are those real words?
Well, you can tell they made this one up. This is Illinois, and this one's Colorado. So
I would say it's B if there's any more.
I'm going to say B. I'm going to say B.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Bing.
All right. How many zodiac signs are represented by animals?
All of them.
No, because Libra is the scales.
Right. I'm a fish, so that's one. Then there's the ram.
7 or 11.
There's the
11.
No.
I'm
Virgo.
gonna go with 7. Not that I know.
This is lucky 7. Let's try.
That's what I said. Like,
yay!
Oh, lucky 7.
Good guess.
well,
Good guess.
there's the ram. There's the Taurus, the ram, right, or the bull, and there's the fish with the Pisces.
Yeah. Aries.
Yeah, that's the ram, right?
Mm-hmm.
Aries is a ram.
Cancer, which is a
Crab.
Gemini.
Scorpio. No, Gemini's the twins. All right. Anyway, next question.
Leo is a lion.
Right. There you go. What is the only planet not named after a god? Earth, Jupiter, Mars, or Pluto?
Pluto.
Nope.
Earth.
Oh, that is interesting, isn't it?
Which is an anagram of heart, which means center. According to astronomers, how many moons does Uranus have?
That's a trick question.
An infinite amount.
That's why you need Enterprise toilet paper. We help clean the Klingons from around Uranus. I'm going to say 13. Just what the fuck? I don't know.
10.
Oh, no. Look at that. 27. It has 27.
How do they even know there's 27 moons behind in Uranus?
Because if you're making something up, you can have whatever the fuck you want, right? I mean, I'd say that's like, when they was asking old Don Pettit and that other joker, while you're in space, are you able to see stars? And they kind of looked at each other confused, and then it was like, oh yeah, we see everything. Fuck, whatever, kid. Yeah. Next question.
Well, William Shatner, he supposedly was in space, but he was trying to describe it as like, well, it was kind of dark and I could see like the earth underneath me, but he didn't really describe anything else, really. All he said it was just really dark.
He didn't go up in no space.
Yeah.
Did you see when that capsule landed?
Yeah.
The plume of dust that came off of that thing because it hit so hard, it would have killed everybody inside that fucking thing. And then there's a cut scene, the dust is all gone, and here they are coming out of it. Like, oh, okay, yeah. Just like the old days, Bill? God damn. Who is considered to be the father of math? Aristotle, Arrhythmia, Archimedes, or Plato?
B.
Arrhythmia?
Yeah, arrhythmia. Because it used to be called arithmetic.
Nope.
Damn.
Archimedes. Archimedes.
Well,
he figured out buoyancy, and he ran through the streets. He was so excited when he figured it out that he came out of the bathtub with no clothes on, yelling, "Eureka, Eureka."
Well,
a statement that seems to contradict itself, but may nonetheless be true, is the definition of paradox, fallacy, ad hominem, or false dilemma.
A.
Yeah, let's say paradox. Yep. Look at there. Now, for those of you in England, I know you think that means two of those little aquatic birds. It is not a paradox. It's a paradox. Okay. Paradox.
I'll be right back.
Don't you threaten us. No. What is the name of the theory that is exactly opposite of the Big Bang Theory? The Big Crunch, the Small Bang Theory, the Stellar Smash Theory, or the Crash Theory?
Crash theory? I have no idea.
I don't know either. I didn't know there was another one. I was looking for creation. Well, it's going to be the
Small
opposite.
Bang Theory.
Let's go Small Bang Theory. Let's see. That's got to be nope. It's the Big Crunch. That's what I thought Nestle was calling that supersized candy bar they had, but apparently that's the Big Crunch. I am not familiar with that theory.
Nick will have to enlighten us what the Big Crunch
will
is.
definitely have to come up and let us know about that one. Burning Corporate Fiction says idiot. Okay, whom the U.S. does not land our spacecraft on soil. The fucking dick rocket that Bezos sent up that Shatner was in, Nick, did indeed land on Earth. Okay. So maybe you missed that, but it was real spectacular. Somehow old Bill was able to bring back a couple of naked green bitches with him. I don't know how he did that, but that's Bill Shatner. I call him that because me and him are good friends. He's a good friend of mine. We sing Rocket Man together while smoking a joint. That's the thing. And I'm gonna be high as a kite by that. Next. What year was the heliocentric model proposed? 1543, 1645, 1492, or 1666?
For some reason, when I think of 1666, I think of the Sesta-Q Act. Sesta-QV Act. 1492 is Columbus. The other 2 years, I'm not quite sure.
1492, Spain expelled the Jews. Everybody remembers it that way.
Oh, yeah. Totally.
That's true. That's true. A lot of people, it's overshadowed by 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue. But it was also the year that Spain expelled all the Jews out of Spain.
Oh, didn't know that.
So what are we going with? 1492?
Sure.
All right, let's see. Nope, 1543.
So did Columbus believe the earth was flat?
I don't know what Columbus believed. All I know is that Columbus was an evil son of a bitch that murdered.
He thought he was going to go to India.
Whoa,
Oops,
where are we getting that?
Yes, we were told in school that Columbus believed the earth was flat, but when the people watched him leave the shore and disappear, that's when they decided it was round. There used to be a really good article written by the first guy that dreamed up this globe thing, and that you can't find. If you try to find the globe theory, and that's what it was called, you cannot find it. They'll just bring up all this flat earth crap. And that makes me really wonder exactly what kind of games they're playing.
Where's the headquarters for NASA located? Houston, Philadelphia,
Houston.
Houston. It's probably a trick. Nope, it's in Washington, D.C. I knew that was going to be a trick question. I knew it. I just knew it. God bless him. Who wrote The Greatest Lie on Earth? Proof that our world is not a moving globe. Richard Scarry? No. Edward Hendry, Alexander Gleason, or Daniel Shenton? I'm going to say Gleason. Nope, Edward Hendry. I'm not familiar with the book. How many major field centers does NASA have in the United States? 8, 10, 12, or 14?
Let me go with 12.
12. Yep, you were right. You were
Yeah.
right. 10.
I remember hearing it on NPR once.
Lucky you, I didn't hear it.
What were you trying to get to sleep?
I was, yeah. And then they're
That's the
telling me
only reason.
Obama can't do anything about ISIS and all that stuff. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, that's the only time I could ever listen to NPR is if I wanted to go to sleep. It's like, the temperature is
We all know this
35
answer. It's
degrees.
B.
Joining us tonight on this broadcast at NPR. You're getting very sleepy now. You know, I was like, oh, fuck, man, I can't do this.
I'm going to say B.
C.
WWE. Yeah, there you go.
Who's on first?
Oh, sorry, D.
All right. So there we go. We got that one.
Looking at it right down
We're
there.
doing good.
Yeah.
We're doing good. We got 21 of these fucking things right. Since 1972, how many shuttle missions were there? Oh, it's probably 66. You know, they love their sixes. I'm going to say
Yeah, they
66.
do.
Oh, no, 135. I was close. I missed it by this much.
And that's going to where? The moon?
I don't. Your imagination.
They didn't say
Underwater.
Yeah.
They
The
didn't say
Bermuda
what they
Triangle. That's where they go into your imagination. According to NASA, how many Earth days does it take for Venus to make one rotation around the sun?
Well, it's
Days.
a few billion miles away, so.
All right.
No,
What's the
it's,
math on that, Saul? Oh.
No, Mercury's the closest, right?
Hey Nick, didn't they used to fly that fucking shuttle off the back of an airliner or something?
No, not 3. No, it'd be like 225.
All right, let's try it.
Okay, 225. I'll go with that.
Yay!
Yay!
Hey, we got one.
We had a 25% chance. We did good. Measured at sea level, how much Earth curvature should there be expected 10 miles? I already know that.
6 foot 6 inches.
666. Oh no.
Yeah. Oh, there's so many 666s. The Earth's going around the fucking sun at 66,600 miles an hour. You got a 23.4 degree tilt, which the remainder is 66.6. I mean, every fucking thing it's all 666s, and it's like, oh, it's just a coincidence.
450, 500. Yeah.
How many underwater sea cable systems are known to exist? Ooh, 450, 500, 550, or 600?
550.
You think 550?
Yep.
All right, let's see.
With A.
Ah,
yay! I got one.
They stole my cables.
I actually did just. I think it was maybe either Dutch Sense or someone he shared was talking about all the cables under the.
I was thinking 450 myself, but I couldn't. I could go 552 because I remember somebody talking about the shit too, and I was like,
I thought it was 552 since we have new data centers in Europe from Google and you name them.
you might have been, because you live in Europe, you might have been thinking in metric.
That could be. Or maybe I was seeing it inverted on the other side.
There you go. That's it. Yeah.
Centimeters.
Yeah, that's what it was. Which country claims to have found water on the moon in 2008? USA, India, Russia, or England?
That was the Indians. Apu, thank you.
What'd you say, Kak?
That was Apu, thank you. Come again.
You think? Hello. Oh, welcome to 7-Eleven. Have some of my cookies.
That's the first Indian.
Is that what we're going to say? We're going to say India?
Yep.
Oh, man.
It was India.
Oh, no way.
On their first rocket mission, they were rewarded for being a good boy.
Oh.
Same as China, the first one. You see the pictures of it? Yeah.
Which phenomenon can cause various optical illusions, such as the bending of light around corners or the appearance of patterns of light and dark bands? Diffraction, looming, miraging, or refraction. We all know that one's part of the
Refraction.
Glover's holy trilogy right there.
Yeah.
Oh,
And it's a
diffraction.
I would state the default or default was French inventor ghost reverberation on a window pane.
Well, we
So-
got 60%. We're not bad.
We're not bad at all. You guys want to do
Fast.
another round?
The thing I
Well,
think
there's
the
more.
highest it goes
we can
up
do
to
another
66
round, yeah.
and then it stops.
So
And if you want, you can go back because it's a looped questionnaire.
here
If
they're
you
going
got
to have
one
one
wrong, you go back.
wheel of flatness. They're going to have that's coming soon. Then it's also in a memory game that's going to be on here. That trivia one's pretty cool. We can come back to that. I was going to show you some more shit that's on
Yeah,
here.
and it's still debatable. It's trivia.
And
It's not facts.
what's that little thing called that you're showing, the clock thing? What's that called so I can look it up and find it? Or can you link it to it?
Yeah. In fact,
lunar.
yeah. Hang on one
The
second.
Earth flat,
There's a-
yeah, the lunar and solar Earth map. It's called, and it's in the Google store, the Android store. It's everywhere.
You
I
got
believe it's about $2.55,
something
around
like that. Yeah. I think it might be like $3.99 or $4.99. I'm not sure.
Okay, yeah.
But once
Again,
you
with
get it,
the euro and all.
you know, got it. So it's this right here. If you any of you at home, you can point your camera at this thing right now, and it'll take you to it where you can get it from. It's by a company called Blue Water Bay. It should be in your Play Store. It's called
Yeah,
the
those
Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app.
Yeah, and the firm you just named, those 2 or 3 guys, those designed the app for David, and David
Yep.
told them how he wanted it, and yeah, now they got the chat under it. It's for all flat earthers all around the world.
So you can put your constellation.
Nick says he can't see the pinned link. He wants to come on.
He can't see the pinned link.
No.
That's an educated guy. Come on. Whoops. What did I do?
Well,
Hang on.
well-
I screwed up. Just one sec.
And he also wants to explain to you the difference between what is it, diffraction and
refraction,
what was it?
infraction, cofraction,
Infraction.
subtraction.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
It's a dictionary. Yeah, you can get lexicons on words in different places, and they are told the same, said the same, but they mean totally different things or have a totally opposite concept under them.
Mhm.
It's just what is the consensus agreed upon.
Mhm.
It's most likely true to 99% of and then 9% behind the first comma, so that 1% we still keep doubting. Yep.
So you see here, this is I clicked on the question mark, right? And so here's like common questions that people usually have, like where's the edge? Where does the sun go? What's under the flat Earth? Ships over the horizon, photos of Earth from space. And then what you'll see what happens if I like, let's see, here's one on gravity, right? So I click that, and what you see comes up is an entire playlist about gravity.
Yeah, and
Okay?
every show he discussed it, he took the short of it and he made lists of it, and it's
Yeah, so there's 20 videos in that playlist right there.
And that's why I have the greatest respect for David, because he's telling the same story for 2.5 years now, and they still keep asking the same questions.
Yeah.
Do your research before you start questioning.
Well,
It's an
well,
hour long or 2 hours. 12 flat earth clues. Then you're done. And then we finally can get to new topics on the subject.
Yeah, it's there's I use it all the time when somebody comes, and those are the people that I'll talk to, are people that if they have a genuine interest, if they're just wanting to argue with me, it's like, look, there isn't even an argument. I've already gone through all that shit. I used to believe that shit. Now I can explain what we got going on here.
What made you change your mind?
I actually went and tried to debunk flat Earth, and one of the biggest ones that you find that were quite perplexing to me is the fact that one, we can see way too far. That one, and one that it had bothered me like my entire life, and the idea of this, gravity holding air to the Earth, and I'm like, wait a second, and I started really getting into that, and I'm like, no, that's not happening.
Right.
That's not what's going on here. So I started looking into it more and more and more. And I was like, well, of course, this makes 100% more sense than that other shit. The other has a lot of belief involved with it. You really have to believe some preposterous things.
If you take
Well, you think of like a lot of like all of the space photos that people post about, oh yeah, we're just a speck in a big grand universe. All those pictures are from NASA. It's very controlled. It's like
they all got a NASA number on them for the reality. The same with the space mission of the landing on the moon the 4th time. They missed the first 50 minutes. That can be with a Hasselblad camera. You have to go inside the capsule, take out the old film, put in the new one. Yeah, it's the same with radiation. Every film in outer space, within 15 minutes, it's totally blackened out, and you can't retrieve any image of it.
I heard of
film, it doesn't matter.
WikiLeaks. I heard of WikiLeaks actually leaking video footage of them shooting the moon landing in like the desert. And I think Nevada or Las Vegas. And I'm like, man, there's no wonder why Julian Assange is facing like 200 years in prison. Some ridiculous.
Well, I mean,
he's also exposed a lot of things.
It's so easy to break down. I'll show you. Just to show you.
Yeah, show them.
Easy it is.
The agents of doom.
This one. This one right here. I
think it's Norm
I'll
Chomsky
do it without
one.
the song because they don't like you. It's a copyright song.
I know.
Well, where is it? Oh, I need to do it like this. NASA. There we go.
Well, all my K2 accounts are gone now.
In this, you'll be able to see the hokery. Oh, there's Nick. You'll be able to see the hokery in this. It's really good. All right, come on, Liberty. Nobody cares.
Oh, there I am. So,
right.
Yeah, it was my fault.
Watch here.
The link was too flat for you. It wasn't.
No,
it
was. I was on this other flat. No, I was on this other flat Earth channel, and Sovereign just kept on distracting me in the chat, so I blocked him.
Distracting you. You sound like a cop. Watch this. Watch these guys. You'll be able to see. You'll be able to see their wires, all kinds of crazy shit. Watch.
Oh,
this.
I'm sure we're gonna be able to see it.
The flare.
I don't have the music going because God bless it.
Yeah, it's the same with me. I had to go over to Rumble, and then I was kicked out there, so I came back to YouTube, back to Rumble. I've been switching 7 times already.
What topics do you cover that keeps getting you kicked off? Just curious.
Just stating the facts as I know them, and in the Netherlands, there's a guy that has postulated a complete thesis now on how wrong Einstein was, and they can prove him wrong at the Technical University in Eindhoven, so that's going to be a problem.
Do you have a link to that paper? I'd love to read it.
Yeah, he wrote it in Dutch.
Because there is stuff that Einstein got wrong. That's absolutely true.
Yeah, I also discussed with him in 1933, Einstein was proven wrong utterly and totally. In 1953, again, by the colleague that visited him in the Americas. There was a special speech, and he named him and honored him. Just as Sovereign Soul told you also, he never spoke about math. He always spoke about other people and other ideas and furthering the theory, but he never spoke on the math theory itself.
Well, again, I understand that that's what you believe, but that's just factually incorrect. As far as using other people's theories, absolutely. When you publish a paper, you cite other people. That's the whole point. In fact, how you would grade yourself as an effective researcher is actually how many people cite your papers. For example, China publishes more scientific papers than the United States, and everybody goes, "Oh my God, they're beating us in science." They hardly ever get cited.
Yeah, that's the same like
So however many
Wait,
people you
and
can
Johnny
fool
Depp.
how
or
how
something.
how do you determine if the citations are credible though? I mean, you can have a whole bunch of citations that are
Well,
bunk,
it's called
but
peer
it's not
review.
just
So,
Oh,
for
so however
example,
many people you can fool, that's how many that
no, actually,
that's how many
right
you
now
can
I'm doing a
count.
preprint of a paper, which hopefully will get published by next year. It goes out to, because you publish it in these journals. Like, I mean, most people are
Nature, science,
aware.
yes.
Yeah, Nature, Science, and
How'd that guy get up? Did you see that?
essentially we have to evaluate the researcher's work, which is, of course, you look at their data and you verify that the data is correct and there's actually a relationship. There's actually a really rigorous process. It's difficult to get a
There is a
paper published.
specific line that must be fulfilled to produce the thesis.
Well,
at first.
again, just because you don't understand the process doesn't actually mean it's lying. But really quick, the question about the
only
big
means
crunch
that
is
you
actually
can construct a
incorrect.
concept.
The big crunch is not the opposite of the Big Bang. The big crunch
Nope.
is some theorists believe that the universe expands and then it will collapse back on itself.
The balloon
This is
theory,
a hypothesis which I don't subscribe to. There's not a lot of evidence to show that actually happens.
You believe in the Big Bang?
Well, it's not a matter of belief. It's rather that the evidence shows that the universe.
Oh my
must
gosh,
have
he's
had-
a monkey man.
must
he's
have
an
had
educated man, and
a
I
starting point.
understand it. But sir, do you know about?
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna have to stop you there. Wait, there's evidence of the Big Bang?
Yes, there is.
Where?
Well, one of the simplest things at the turn of the century actually happened right here in Los Angeles. When we look out at the universe, we see that it's expanding. Now, prior to the Big Bang, scientists actually thought the universe was eternal. Again, ironically, the name Big Bang is actually a pejorative term. Most scientists mock the idea. Hold on, let me finish. Most scientists mocked the idea of the Big Bang, but you know who accepted it was the church, because
it was a Catholic priest that came up with the theory.
No, it wasn't.
The first term of the permeating postulate.
And Catholics.
It was definitely based on what's called Hubble's law.
Is that guy doing push-ups?
But the Big Crunch is not the opposite of the Big Bang. The Big Crunch theory actually does state that there's a Big Bang. It just goes through this cycle. Again, there's really no evidence to show that.
Expansion was true, though, Nick. This would be happening at grand rates of speed as far as we're concerned.
Well, actually,
hold on, wait a second.
One of the big questions
this would mean that the stars within our constellation, and I know, just like raisins in bread that's rising, I've seen it all. I've been there. I used to believe this horse shit, right? Okay, so that would mean that we wouldn't have these constellations that we've had for hundreds of years that are predictable and in the same spot all the time. They would be expanding away from each other. And they
are expanding away from each other.
There's no evidence of that whatsoever.
No, there is evidence. Do you know what?
There's not, because we can still navigate using the stars. If you move a star out of its position, that's going to fuck up every bit of navigation that you use by those stars.
It takes time. You know,
but of course, I'm talking how long at millions of miles an hour that this shit is doing, right? How many hundreds of years have passed since we started mapping stars and using them for navigation? There would be a difference in them, and there's not. Other than
one of the funny things about the zodiac is when we came up with the zodiac,
only thing we've got is the rotation. We have a rotation of our zodiac. Every 2,160 years, we go into another age.
Yeah. Again, just because you don't understand
it's not about understanding. It's a simple matter of physics, which you should be aware of, Nick. These things expanding away from each other. These things expanding.
So how do you explain? How do you explain redshift?
Stop! I'm not done.
How do you explain redshift?
These things expanding away from each other at phenomenal rates of speed would cause these constellations to no longer be constant.
Yeah,
we wouldn't be able to use them anymore. The Big Dipper would be nothing.
No, you're correct. They are changing, and in after some time, they will look different.
No,
That's
they
absolutely
don't
true.
look
They
any
look different in the
Nick.
past.
They
They're gonna
don't,
look
and they
different in the
would
future.
over 100 years, over even 100 years at those rates of speed. They should.
Well,
be
why would it be
further apart.
100 years? Do you?
So
Again,
Sir, if I may,
let me get
year,
this
you would
straight.
be able
So
to
there's
see
a
it.
if I
there's
may
the
interrupt,
Earth.
please, gentlemen,
Dude,
please,
Oh,
that,
okay.
that
please.
would mean that the
Your
Big
your
Dipper-
holy NASA postulated in Nature and Science in 2011 or
well, let me ask you this.
2012.
Let me
the
ask you
Big
this.
Dipper.
This is
Think about this. The
No.
Big Dipper would be expanding away from all those points of light that make
again.
up the Big
It is
Dipper.
expanding. It is.
They
You're
would be
correct.
measurable,
It is
greatly
measurable.
measurable.
It is
At the
measurable.
phenomenal speeds that these things are moving and
is
expanding
measurable.
away from each other,
Mhm.
they would be noticeable by the naked eye, but they're not.
So
They don't update the charts. Nobody updates the navigation charts. They're
you're
still the
assuming
same
that
as
they're
they
going to
were
expand
500
at a
years
really
ago.
great rate.
They're still the same as they were 500 years ago when we named the
500
tropics.
years is not that long of a time.
5,000 years ago, they're still the same. That's when we
Actually,
even named.
not true.
Yes, that's
It's
where
not
we get the
true.
tropics from. The only reason in today's time, the correct actual names for the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn should actually be Gemini and Sagittarius, because that's where the sun sets. That's where the sun is at in the equinox now. Okay.
Yeah,
so
they change.
yes, they
Telema and
do. They
Alema.
rotate every 2,160 years. It starts to go into another zodiac sign. We're coming up on Aquarius. Previous
Batuan.
to
Where did you
Pisces.
get that number from?
That's
Batuan, sir.
that's the length of an age.
Well, let me ask you this then. Let me ask you this.
In
If
Mayan
the universe is
calendar,
not actually expanding, how do you explain that we see the redshift of stars?
Sir,
How
I
do you
don't
explain
know
it?
what the fuck you're seeing. Red shift, blue shift. You're not seeing any stars moving.
No,
If
but
you're
we see
seeing
the
them,
redshift.
you're
We
seeing
see
them
it.
move away
Well-
from you. You should see
No,
them
we
move
see it.
perpendicular to you as well.
Okay.
sir,
I mean, if you
for
want to
you are a
believe,
man
if you
of
want to
science, of
believe,
the cloth.
if you want to
of
believe that we
science.
don't, that's fine.
Well, it's
But
not. It's not a
again-
that there again. It comes to a question of belief.
So, do you say that redshift doesn't actually happen?
I don't know if it happens or not.
Are
I'm
you
telling
aware
you
what
that
redshift is?
that the stars have not changed in 5,000 years.
If you could silence your lips
No,
for
it changed
2
in
Wait,
10,000
what's the red shift?
Oh, wait a minute. I understand. Because you assume that the stars are actually not that far away and really
I'm not
close to each other.
assuming. I'm not assuming anything. This is
No, it's an assumption because it's not based on
no.
any
It's.
evidence.
I'm not assuming anything. What you're assuming
Okay,
is
show me
that
your evidence.
you're assuming.
Did you
that
interrupt your professor
What-
this way,
what-
boy?
can-
Hold on.
Man.
You're assuming that these stars are
Insolence.
all moving away from each other. Okay, if they're
I'm not
all moving
assuming
away from each other,
I'm not assuming
it's
that.
in an ever expanding universe, then like I said, your common constellations that we have relied upon and depended upon for over 5,000 years would be completely different. Completely different.
Why?
They wouldn't even be remotely look like what they did 5,000 years ago.
Why?
Yeah, they take
Why?
an
Because they're all
observation through
moving
the
away from
telescope.
each other.
Yeah, but do you know at what rate?
What?
Do you know the rate that they're moving away from each other? I mean, you do understand when stuff moves at different velocities, it will expand at different rates, right? I mean, you do get that.
Sir, do you know?
And again, are you denying Hubble's law? Do you deny that we
Yes.
see redshift in
I
stars?
deny.
I
every
deny
scientific
that
law.
red shift, blue shift tells you fucking dick. That's
Okay,
what
but-
I deny.
so then
I think
why do we
that's
see
made
it?
up shit. That's just like saying, "Oh yeah,
So why do we see
well,
it?
Santa Claus exists, but you can't go to the North Pole and check
Well,
for yourself."
ironically, that's sort of your argument. Because
you
you
believe
don't
the
understand
Mary
it.
Same fucking thing,
Oh,
Nick.
Okay, how do you measure
I have
redshift?
a-
If you want to,
I have a question for Nick.
You're thinking.
Look, first, time out. I'm trying to be respectful. You don't have to
You're,
raise
I
your
know.
voice.
No, you're not.
Your
Well, then
whole
stop
idea.
interrupting them.
Wow.
Your whole idea of fucking expansion is revolving. The way it sounds to me is that you think it's expanding all away from the Earth, like the Earth is the epicenter of this
Yep,
fucking
that's not correct.
expansion.
Nope. I don't believe that at all. In fact,
Well,
the
of
data
course not.
doesn't
That'd
show
be
that. The Earth
foolish
is
to-
not at the center of
No,
the universe.
then if these things are expanding away from each other, they would be in different positions in the sky over a period of time, wouldn't they?
Yes, and
Yet
what we
they're
disagree
not.
with, you
Yet they're
think it should
not.
Is
happen
there
in
Nick?
a very
I have a
fast rate, and I'm
question.
saying it doesn't happen at a fast rate.
Dude, they
But-
would change
Oh.
in the sky.
Okay,
visibly.
I'm asking you then how do you explain redshift? Like,
I
what
don't-
then?
not-
What is the
I'm not
explanation?
explaining redshift.
Why do we
What I'm
observe?
explaining is that no one has seen the star constellations change in
Yeah, but we see
5,000 years.
redshift in
And
stars.
if they were expanding, they would.
It's
They
when you
would be
put
visible.
when you
Doppler's
put
law. Do
corroded
you
metal
understand
on
what
fire,
redshift
Nick,
is?
I-
Because maybe
I-
that's the problem.
Yes, it's when the light's coming at you or going away from you, or so
Again,
they
there's no
claim.
reason. There's no reason to
Or
raise your
so
voice and get
they
angry.
claim, Nick. There's
I'm
no
saying-
real proof of this.
And an
do you actually
audiology
want to have a
More of that
discussion or do you
theoretical,
just want to
more of
shout?
that theoretical
Nick.
nonsense.
and an audiologist.
I have a good
theoretical
faith
nonsense.
question.
Would talk about the Doppler effect. It's the same
Yes.
theory.
So I'm asking
And
a
then you got
legitimate
the
question. How do
quadratic
you
effect
explain
in
it?
sound waves.
How do you
How do
explain
you-
it?
It's the same theory.
How do you
explain
it?
how do you
how do
measure
you
stars
tell me
being
that
4 million light years away?
You're not
Well, that's
seeing
a
any such thing, Nick.
Stellar
You're
genesis.
you're
is a
still thinking.
totally
Hold on,
different
wait a
subject.
second. You're a physics professor, and you actually think that light
That's why I
can
asked for
travel
2 minutes.
infinitum.
Yeah, I asked
Light,
2
yes,
minutes of silence.
electromagnetic waves, like most things,
No,
don't stop unless
no,
they run into something.
no. It's dependent upon the power source that puts it out. That's all.
Oh
There
yeah,
is
I heard you say this
it
before.
it gets weaker and weaker with distance. It spreads and gets
No,
weaker and
no,
weaker with distance.
the
Yes, it
energy
does.
level. No,
Do
the
you
energy
have
level.
proof? Do you have concrete proof of light traveling forever in a fucking vacuum? No, you
Yep.
don't. You know why?
No, we do.
Because you can't. No, you
Oh, so
don't.
that- oh, okay.
No, you don't.
Well,
Show me the proof.
So you didn't really want me to come on here and actually
No,
discuss
I
this
want to
stuff.
see proof. I don't, anybody can say, I can
Well,
say,
you're making the
the
claim.
sun is made out of unicorn farts. Prove me wrong.
Well,
You
that's
can't.
essentially what you're doing. You're just like, for example, you claim that the reason that there's a flat Earth because the UN logo says a flat Earth.
No,
But
that's not at all why
Okay,
I claim
then
that.
let's
Hold on,
discuss-
Nick.
let's discuss
Before
redshift.
you become
Okay, are you
intellectually-
unable to explain redshift?
You're first off, we're going to address your innocuous, intellectually dishonest claim
Oh, there you go.
that
again,
I
just
think
resorting to
that the
insults.
Earth is flat because
Notice
of
I
the
have not
fucking
insulted
UN
anybody
flag.
here.
No, you talk over all of us.
Yeah, I
Every
do
time
have a
one
tendency
of
to
us
talk
speaks,
over
you
people.
start
But the
redshift,
reason
redshift,
I'm
redshift.
interrupting is
So
because
You're a red hand.
Nick,
you gotta say
you
truthful
going to stand on that? Are you going to stand on that? That I
We
think the Earth
observe-
is that I
we
think the Earth is
observe
level because
redshift.
of the UN flag.
Okay,
Are
I'm
you
going
going
to
to
ask
really
you.
stand on that?
Well, let's not get distracted. Let's stick
No,
with
I'm
redshift.
not. No. Fuck you.
not
You said
redshift.
that to be a dick.
Because you don't know what redshift is. Okay.
I do know what
Well,
red shift and blue
no,
shift.
you
It's
really
just like
don't.
what Haas was saying, or Cox, he's calling himself tonight.
Yeah.
It's the
Then I will
it's
ask for the 100th
holy
time.
fucking shit. Would you shut up a minute?
Oh, there he goes again, losing his temper because he
No,
doesn't
you.
know what
Because
he's
you're
talking about.
talking over me, you numb nuts.
Yeah,
Nick,
because
you're
you won't
being
answer the
rude.
question.
I am answering the question, and you keep fucking talking over me, you
Don't shout
numb
at
nut
me.
fuck.
Don't be disrespectful.
You're being
Nick, you're
disrespectful.
being
When
rude.
you talk over me, you're being disrespectful. Now
Okay,
you need to
well,
just stop that
I think-
shit.
I think-
Okay,
I think-
we're talking
I think some
about the
basic
Doppler
decorum would
effect,
be
are we
great.
not?
Yes. And
Are we
let's
not
stick-
talking about the Doppler effect?
I'm just
Yes.
trying to keep you on the
Yes.
issue.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Are we talking
Yes.
about the fucking Doppler
Why-
effect? Okay,
let me
yes, I
ask
know
you.
what the fucking Doppler effect is.
Then why do we
I'm
see it?
telling you that
Why
you're
do we
not
see it?
measuring any fucking Doppler effect
No, we
billions of fucking miles away.
Do you know how we measure Doppler effect?
Yes, I do.
How?
With 2 microphones.
Now,
One
you're
each
not
way.
measuring anything billions of miles away because
Yes,
you
we are.
still have yet to prove to me that anything that light or any other wave can travel through a vacuum infinitum. You cannot prove that.
Infinitely.
That
Yeah,
is a
no, it
false
can.
claim.
Radiation, electromagnetic waves travel in straight lines. Now, what you're
Well,
talking
I don't
about
care how
is,
if it's straight or not. A bullet travels in a straight line too, but it hits
well,
the
actually, a
ground.
bullet travels on a ballistic course, but okay, whatever.
Whatever you want to call it. Whatever you want to call it. It doesn't matter whether it goes straight or not. It's only going to travel the distance it can travel due to the energy that's put into it.
So my
It's not
students
going to just,
actually
if that were
measure-
true, Nick, if that were true, light just travels forever. And all these stars are big, huge, giant suns. That means that the
Why isn't the
entire
universe
fucking
filled with light?
galaxy would be lit up daylight.
That's a great question. It is a question which scientists have asked. It has been explained. But
And
I
may
want
I
to stick
present to
with
you,
I want to
sir,
stick with redshift.
From your own
Why do
peers,
we
may I
observe?
present
So
to
are you saying we don't observe redshift?
If you do, you're not observing it from billions of miles away.
Okay. Yeah. So if you're just going to deny stuff and say, "Oh, you're just not doing it correctly," then there's really no debate.
You have no proof of these distances
So
whatsoever.
Nick,
Yeah, but we do have
Nick,
proof.
That's why
if
I asked you to
How
be
do you have
silent
proof?
so
a
I
lot
can
of
present
a
to
lot
you
of
your
these
own peers'
a lot
research.
of these claims are made from one organization, usually just NASA. They're not made by
No,
other
that's not correct.
organizations.
When we saw that the universe was expanding, NASA did not exist. It was actually
That's a
done
false
because the majority of
equivalency. We're
astronomy is
talking
actually
about
amateurs.
we're talking about measuring the sun being 93 billion
Well,
miles
no, we're
away.
talking about the expanding universe right now.
All right, well, that's part of it, because if you're gonna claim to know a fucking distance, you have to know one known distance to start with in order to get a base point. Okay, and so what is that? What distance do you know?
So why
the
do we
distance
why
to?
do we make stuff up then? Why do
Well,
we say
that's what they
sun-
do. That's exactly
Why?
what they do. Where
Why?
does you get the where do
Okay,
you
so
get
this is
how do you get these
Why?
distances?
Like,
Where
why
is
do
this
you
distance
believe
coming
that
from?
For your
we
institution,
measure it?
for your
Well,
institution.
go yes.
We
What?
it's
take
A tape
cognitive
measure?
dissonance. It's an appeal to authority.
What are you using, Nick? Are
you know
using
that a tape measure is
measure?
not the only way to measure stuff.
Okay, you tell me how you're going to measure a point of light in the sky without any reference to it.
We measure its redshift.
Okay, there you go, ret measure. Tell me, how is that measurement taken?
Okay, so you don't understand how we actually measure redshift. So
That's
okay,
exactly
so
I don't
so-
understand. Maybe you could explain to me.
Being condescending, why don't you just talk like the rest of us? Just
Make
because
stuff
you're
up.
a
Make
professor
stuff up
or
and shout
whatever
at
the
you.
hell you are, doesn't mean that you should talk down to everybody else.
I'm not
That's
trying to
his
talk
jargon
down to
and
you. I'm just
jabberong.
saying, just
You've been
because you don't
condescending.
understand.
All right.
Okay,
Smart
Nick,
ass.
I'm going to start.
there you go again. You just got to resort
kind
to
of acting
insults.
like
You
a
do
dick.
realize that that's not how you win an argument.
All right, so Nick,
No, and I've been asking you for 50
tell
minutes.
us
If you
how
can be
you
quiet 2 minutes, and you
how
don't.
you tell us, how do you measure the distance to a point of light in the sky without any other reference or any other known values whatsoever? You just see a point in the sky. How do you tell how far away it is?
Well, are you talking about a star, or are we now back to the sun?
Let's go with the sun.
Okay, let's go
The
with the sun.
sun. Yeah.
So you don't actually know how we measure it. Okay, I get that. That's okay. I'm not trying to be condescending. There's a lot of stuff I don't know. I don't mean to be talking down to you, but I'm just trying to point out that just because you don't understand the process doesn't mean it exists. So I'll tell you how we know the distance of the sun. We do it using. We did it using a solar eclipse. We know the circumference of the moon. We know the distance.
Whoa! How do you know the circumference of the moon?
We can measure it. If you know the distance,
you can measure it. How did you measure it?
Well, if we know the distance to the object,
How do you know the distance? How do you know the distance?
We measure the distance of the moon fairly accurately using lasers.
I don't. How?
We shine a light at it, and it bounces off the mirrors we left back there. We determine how long it takes for the light to reflect.
The Russians were doing that without a reflector before NASA ever even went there.
Well, to be fair, I don't actually know how they did it, but we can look it up.
Go for it.
And like I said, I don't know everything, but I do know that we got very accurate measurements when we
You
went
see what I'm getting at, Nick? Is that you used an
So Nick, this is an appeal to authority.
No. I get no. It's not an argument at authority.
You used an assumed value as a known value.
Do you really not understand the difference between what I'm saying and what you're saying? Because all you're doing is trying to shut me down and just say that you're wrong, whereas I'm showing you how we do this stuff.
Yeah,
and
you told us that because
you're just appealing to authority. You're just saying basically you're just saying the experts. The experts have measured it, and
you're saying that you're an expert just because you don't.
Wait, Nick, you
I
said,
don't know
but
how
you
to-
haven't demonstrably proven how light bounces off the moon.
Well, I don't know how to build an internal combustion engine. Does that mean internal combustion?
Oops,
Just because I don't know how to build one.
Well, Nick, here's the
Oh,
problem.
I know about how engines work.
Yeah, but I know how they work, but I don't know how to build one. I don't actually know how to design
It doesn't matter
one.
though, Nick.
Because
you're not going to use
one. How can you prove that it is 93 billion miles away? from the Earth.
Because if we know the
by
distance of the Earth to the moon,
well, how
then
do you
during
get that?
solar eclipse, we can. I
Wait,
told
wait,
you,
wait,
like
wait, wait.
I
Hold
don't
on.
know how the Russians
a
did it,
solar
but I can't
eclipse.
say
What does
that
that
we
have
did
to do with the
Nick,
light
Nick,
bouncing off of the
Nick.
sun?
So
It's not
apparently,
the light
wait a
pointing off.
second. Wait a second. Stop, you guys. So apparently, the sun wasn't the first thing that you got a distance to. The
No, it's the
moon
moon.
was the first
Yeah,
thing that you got
that's
a
correct.
distance to,
Yep.
right? Okay,
That's
so
correct.
how did they get that distance to the moon?
And you were correct that we need a frame of reference. That's why we
Right.
use the moon.
Okay, so how did they
now,
measure
for
the
us to get
distance?
the distance from the Earth to the moon? I have no idea what you're talking about. How the Russians did it? I'll have to look that up. But I do know that the United
Well,
States did it
how
with
did they
lasers.
now? Listen, they knew.
Let me rock
Didn't
his
they know
world.
the
Private
distance?
chat.
Didn't they know
That
the
link.
distance? Didn't they know the distance before they went to the moon?
Well, they probably would have known. Actually, let me look it up. How
Wait
do
a
we know the
second. They
distance
would
to the
have
moon?
had to known. I mean, you have to know how much
This is what
fucking
learning
fuel is
is.
all in
When
your
we don't know
calculations.
something, we try to understand and look it up. So,
Wait a
how
second.
do we
Let him
know
get his
He
book.
doesn't
Let him get his
understand.
book. Yeah. Sovereign, let him get his book so
So,
we can look at the link. And
so
we show
Nick,
him the
I'm
link
not
first.
I'm not usually
Only one
I'm not
page.
picking a side here, but what Dave
He's got his
described to me,
conviction.
like I could understand it, right? I can
I figured it
understand
out.
that the globe model,
radar. We did it with radar.
Wait a
the
second.
Earth
Wait a second.
spins.
With
Well, I'm going to get a Dr. Pepper.
It's the constructed postulate as deposed in the
gonna be a
library.
Dr.
Hold on. All right. So you guys got to let
and
me
that's
go
what
through
he
this.
discussed with me.
You
He said I was
guys got to let
incorrect
me
in
go
my
through this.
formulation. Yeah, that can be. But every thesis must be pro forma.
Listen,
And
y'all
that's-
got to let me go on this here in a second because I want to
Okay.
ask. This is the question because now we know what the distance to the moon is because of radar.
Radar.
All right. But didn't they already have a distance to the sun prior to that?
That's a good question. I don't know when we actually knew what the distance.
I mean,
of the
I'm
sun is.
pretty sure
Look
that
that up.
prior to going to the moon and shit, that we knew that the 93 million miles was pretty standard measurement for quite some time. What I'm saying is that no, they're not bouncing a fucking radar off of the moon. The goddamn Russians were doing that shit before anybody put a reflector up there. They were doing the same bouncing thing going on. And they weren't getting those 237,000 miles.
So-
I know that.
Okay, so well,
National Aerospace and Aeronautics Lab, 1953, Dr. Bazaar.
So
well,
this
it was
is the-
actually-
this is
it was
the thing
actually
you
before
gotta
that.
look at too. This is the thing you got to look at too. Even
It
if
couldn't
you
be.
did, even
The
if
ruby
you
laser was
did,
invented in 1952.
even
no.
if you did figure the distance to the moon, now you have another object in the sky that appears to be the same size. How do you know it's any further distance than the moon? You don't. It could be exactly the same distance away.
So how would we measure, let's say hypothetically, how would you measure the distance to, let's say, the end of your street without using a tape measure? How would you go about doing that?
You would approximate the distances in the postulate you create to
I'd stand
state
at one end
your
of the street
thinking on
and
the
get me a
problem.
stick, and I would line it up with eyesight and find 2 points to mark my, like, each corner, the stop sign on one corner, stop sign on the other corner. Then I
No,
can
just
take
by
that-
sight. Just by sight.
I'm telling you.
It's
Okay.
a simple addiction.
If you're out,
You add,
if you're
you
out
add, and you
hiking in
add.
the, say
It's
you're out in the
visual.
wilderness hiking and you've got to cross water or something, and you need to know how far it is. You don't have a tape measure out there. You can't measure it. So you will go along the ravine until you get to a narrow spot. And how are you going to find out if you can jump across it? You take a stick and you mark 2 spots, and then you go onto the dry land where the ravine isn't, and you mark 2 spots, and then you go over there in your eyesight, say a tree and a stump. Then you jump.
I'm going
and
to
if
say
you
false equivalency.
and you know you can jump over that. It's taught in wilderness
not a false
survival
equivalency.
in the military.
Well, and also part of this too is what you also have to take into account too is that if I'm trying to look at the distance across an area of land, it's going to be easier than it would be an area of ocean because I've got things on the land that I have of known size.
Yes,
Okay.
of known
And
size.
so
right,
I
correct.
can give that, I can use that as a reference point.
Yep.
In this, though, we don't have anything of known size.
Oh,
to
but we
go by.
do.
What?
There is no reproducible
So
measure.
let's
What
put it
do
this
you
way.
have?
So
What do you have of
okay.
known size?
Are you gonna- okay. Well, let me know when you're
The
done. I don't want to
stellar.
interrupt you, but when you're
Well,
ready
that's what I'm
to,
asking you is what do you have of known size?
do you want me to explain how we would measure a distance? Now, I get the way you're saying it by going down the stream, but I'm saying, how would you measure the distance from, let's say, one point to down the street without actually moving? Okay. And that's how we do it with the moon. The only difference between measuring the distance from, let's say, my house down to the park
Well,
is
Nick,
just the
because-
distance. That's it. It's just a greater
Nick,
distance.
because we know that we have a
Okay,
known
you're
sizes.
saying no before I've actually explained how we do it.
Well,
So
because
what
your
exactly are you
example-
denying? So you know what how
Because
so-
your example
Hold
is
on.
wrong. I know how big a stop
Sovereign.
sign
you
is.
know what my
So I can
example
estimate
is.
it.
I
Sovereign.
haven't even said my example.
So
What you're
give him a
not getting is the fact
chance
that you're
here.
looking at a light in the sky with nothing to reference it by. You
You're
don't know if it's a
attacking
Okay,
large.
okay.
You don't,
I got
don't
a
know
question
if
to
it's a-
M. I got a
make a
question to
claim.
M.
You
What
don't know
kind of
that it-
device? What kind of device is being used? What kind of device frequency fields is it being measured on?
Well,
is it electricity emissions,
spectrum
sound
do you
emissions,
measure?
electromagnetic emissions, light emissions?
Nocturnal
Okay,
emission.
again, you're asking multiple questions.
Bad emission.
Theory?
It
Or-
really
Let him answer, please,
okay.
please.
Do you
I
actually
want to hear
want
this.
to learn this stuff, or you just want all? Okay, well, I guess I'm the one.
I want
being
to learn this
condescending,
stuff. I
but without
want to
even
hear
learning
sir,
it-
what
we
you have.
understand you have an education in a differentiation of study.
Yeah,
so
but I
you're
don't
an
know
expert
everything.
on your.
I don't know everything.
your-
I'm not the best physicist around. I never said I was.
We all know.
So
our
let me know
stuff.
when you want to hear it. Other than
That's
that,
why I
I
I wanna
want
hear-
you to answer my
And-
question, and
as
all
you
I'm
only
saying
believe
is
your
this.
own peers.
Okay, this is all I'm looking for. Okay, I don't care about on the street and looking at a street sign because we know certain sizes and of objects around it that we can compare
Yes.
it to. Okay,
Correct.
all right. So that's a shit example.
So
all right.
no, it's not a shit
Oh, and
example.
what
But let me
I'm
make sure
looking
I'm
at-
understanding. Let me make sure I understand your question. You're saying that measuring the moon is different than measuring down the street because here on Earth we know the sizes of objects, and because the moon is much farther away, and we don't actually. Is that your question?
See, that's what I was trying to get to.
Is that
Nick,
your
because
question? Okay.
Do
well,
you know that it's a large object closer, or a large object far away? Either one will produce the same results. So
Yeah,
without
both
something
will
to
produce the same
compare it
results.
to,
You're right.
without
It would-
something to compare it to of a known value, you have nothing to go on.
But okay. So why do you think we don't have anything to compare it to?
What would
So
you
what kind
compare
of
it to?
instruments are being used? I'm just
How do you
curious
know-
about the instruments.
So again, are you? If
there
you let me
lensing?
explain
Is
it
there
without just calling it a
interaction? Is there
quote.
Well, why
Right.
don't you stop telling us how stupid we are and just get to the
I'm not
point?
telling you guys are the ones who are telling me that I'm stupid, right? You call
No, because you keep
I'm
going,
sitting
"No,
here-
I'm not trying to be this, and
let me
I'm
know
not
when you're
trying to
ready.
be that, and you're not doing it. He asked you a direct question. Answer it.
Well, if you remember, I just wanted to clarify his question, but I couldn't even get that because then all of you just started asking a
You
bunch
were
of other
clear
questions.
on it. Get with the
Okay,
program.
so
Get to it.
let me. I will ask it again to make sure that I understand the question. You're saying that
It's
to
not your
measure
turn.
from
Bring us
my
talking.
house.
Took a shit,
Okay.
and then I had to wipe my ass. Oh, I mean, I wiped my ass before I took a shit. And okay,
So
I'm
I'm the one being condescending. Huh, okay.
I am
Yeah,
now
because
because
King
you
was
won't get
talking
to the
before
point.
you.
We understand his question. Now just simply answer
Sovereign
it without
says,
giving us
Sovereign
a
says, Sovereign says, and correct me if I'm wrong, Sovereign, you say that we have no frame of reference to measure the distance from the surface of the Earth to the moon. That's what you're saying,
correct.
right?
That
Okay.
is correct. And I
Now,
want to
let
know
me
what
ask you
frame
a
of
question.
reference you used.
Why do you believe that we don't have a frame of reference?
What are you comparing it to?
He asked you the question. Stop asking him questions
What
back.
are you
Just
comparing
answer
it
his
to? You
question.
see a light in the sky.
An object
okay?
which we do know the size and distance of.
Wait, how do you know the size and distance of it?
Because we can measure it.
How do you measure it?
Well, in this case, I would use a tape measure. I'd get an object which I would measure with a tape, see how big it is,
When they do
preferably
things,
around
they
it. This will
extrapolate,
work
they
best.
make it bigger and
I
bigger.
can hold this disc up at arm's length and put it up and basically change the distance of this disc, which we know the diameter of, until it completely.
How do we know the
obscures-
diameter of it? How do you know the diameter of it?
It's a disc. It's here on Earth. We just measure it.
Oh,
Yeah, and
In fact, let
reflection
me
of
make it
light in
easier.
space,
We
that's
can
the
do it.
same-
We can do this tonight if you, I don't know if
Yeah,
the
but-
moon is out, and I can show you right here how we measure it. I wish I had a mobile
Does
camera.
thou
I'd go outside
calculate
and
in
do it.
parallax and
Well,
light
he
reflection
asked-
in space?
No, it's not parallax. Nothing like that. Do we
He
know?
also
gaseous
asked you, Nick,
planets,
what
yes,
did
they
you
bend light,
use to
they
measure it
have
with?
gravity.
Okay, again, there are 5 of you talking. I don't know which
I'm
question
sorry.
I'm answering.
But the
So-
gaseous planets still have gravity.
So
they
what is
bend
I'm
light,
I'm
so-
curious. What is this? What is this device? Is it mechanical?
Well, we can do it right now with a quarter. A little quarter, 25
Okay.
cents.
yeah, but we know how big a quarter
does
is.
that
And
work?
we know, and
Yes,
we have known
exactly.
distances.
Exactly. We
know-
know how large a quarter is. So we all
Okay,
accept that we know
you
how
don't
large.
know how large or how far away the object in the sky is.
Okay, I'm
Now,
getting to
So
that. I'm getting to
so
that.
I have
But
a
we
question.
Okay.
I have a question.
No.
So what about the eclipse? Why is the
oh my
sun and the
God,
moon
wait a
about the
second. Hold
same
on,
size?
John, stay
Sorry.
on one subject at once. It's hard enough to get
Okay.
him to answer the one.
Okay.
Exactly. Boy, I
Stay
didn't
with
say
Okay,
me.
so
We're
we're still
trying
trying to
figure
get to
out how they know these distances.
right.
And using correct scientific theory, the postulates as is normal. You state the factors, and get a construct, and you measure it in, and you make it a finite, and nothing is added. And then you postulate your theory. No new insights from the outside or any alien vectors or alien obstruction. Sorry.
I mean, I could say that the moon is 300 miles in diameter and it's only 80 miles or so away.
Well, that I believe because you're very good at just saying stuff.
I
without
mean,
actually
you
showing any evidence.
you have no other, you don't know if it's a small object close up or a large object far away. You have nothing
Well,
to go by.
I can use a quarter.
Oh, quarters? Why a quarter is going to tell you how big the moon is?
Yep.
How?
How
So
can you see a
okay,
quarter,
so
sir?
are you going to let me? Okay, again. Are you going to
How-
let me?
how
explain?
much
As soon as you use an
a
assumed
quarter
value,
yourself?
as soon as you
Okay,
use
let me
an
know when you're
assumed
ready.
value, I'll stop you.
I'm going to mute myself until you guys are
As
ready.
above, so below. If that quarter is a mile away from you, do you see it? No.
Well,
Half a mile?
let him
No.
explain it, but I'm going to explain this. I'm going to say this. As soon as you start using assumed value, I'm going to stop you. So go ahead, Nick.
Well, I'm going to quote assume that we are able to determine the diameter of a quarter. Can I make that assumption?
Well, you can. That's a
Okay.
fact. We can find the diameter of
Absolutely. And I could measure if I hold a quarter close to me versus, let's say, far away. I could measure that. Let's say that if I hold a quarter with my arm, I could measure it if, for example, my elbow is crooked versus I could stick a quarter, hold it with my thumb and index finger, and I could measure the distance from my eye to where the quarter is, right?
Sure, in your own intellect.
Okay,
when you
so
quadrate them.
again, these aren't assumptions. I just want to make sure that you understand.
I got you. Yeah, that's fine.
So,
you can hold the
yeah,
quarter wherever
then-
you want.
Okay, then introduces trigonometry. In fact, like I said, if the moon is outside, we can try this tonight.
But we know. Let me get this straight. We know the size.
Okay, I'm
of
going to
the
mute
quarter.
myself. Let me know when you're ready.
We know the size of the quarter, right? That's all. I just wanted to make that straight.
Yeah.
We
Okay.
know-
Sorry. Yes, we do know the size of the quarter.
Okay. Well, we
And-
don't know the size of the moon, so
No.
there's a
Well,
problem
not yet.
there.
Not yet. But using a quarter, we can get a really good approximation of how far the moon is. In fact, we did this in about 300 BC. So they didn't use a quarter, but they used another disc of known size. So I take a quarter and I hold it with my index thumb and I put it on my arm. And I basically extend my arm or bring my close to my eye. Basically, what I'm trying to do is I'm going to sort of do a mini eclipse where I'm going to. Yes.
Correct.
she had an
But,
echo
but
going
if I may ask, why do you need to
That Dreamy's echoing.
insert that mini eclipse?
Well, I'm getting to that, but I'm showing you how we do it with a quarter, which is essentially the same way which we can do it with an eclipse.
Right.
Because the first thing we need to do is we need to determine the distance to the moon. Okay, we cannot determine the distance to the sun without knowing the distance of the Earth to the moon.
That's
Okay?
right. That's right.
Yeah, absolutely. You're correct about
Cool.
this.
So
You
now
know,
we
none
need
of
to
this
have
is
that.
incorrect. But what you're failing to recognize is with a quarter, we all agree we could do this, that I could sort of take the quarter, and by changing the distance of the quarter from my eye, and sort of expanding it back and forth, that I could obscure the moon
Yes.
with this quarter,
Of
right?
course, I can do that with my finger.
Yeah, with your thumb, like you could do it with your
Yeah.
finger, absolutely. And you could measure the distance of
But
your
that
eye.
doesn't tell me how far away it is. And the
Ah,
Earth
but
would have
now,
to be
no.
really flat, and you'd have to be able to see 2 points of reference on the planet at one time with that quarter before you even going to find out how approximately wide it is, right?
And sir, you are a
no, we don't need 2
mathematician.
points,
Can
we
you
only need 1
even
point.
postulate such words with your intellect and think
Hold
they are
on.
true?
Let
Even
him
before
finish. I want to.
so again,
Let him finish.
Let him finish. I
Okay,
want to hear this
so
about the
again,
quarter.
I don't mean to be condescending, but
Approximated, yeah.
like I
wanna hear
said,
the
are you going
quarter.
to let me finish, or are you just
Yeah,
going to keep
go.
talking?
I'm waiting.
over me?
Want to hear
Okay.
about the fucking quarter, man.
I know, but everybody keeps on asking you a bunch of other questions, so I get distracted. So again, with a quarter, if I know the diameter of a quarter, and I'm able to obscure the moon with this quarter or disc, let's just call it a disc, then just using basic trigonometry, I can then extrapolate, well, if the quarter is this far away from my eye, let's say it's a meter. I'm just making that number up. I haven't actually measured it, but let's say it's a meter away. And at a meter away, the quarter obscures the moon in such a way that, you know, it's kind of like an eclipse. It obscures the whole thing. It's not too far away. It's not too close. It's just right. Then using trigonometry, I just extend those angles out, and then I can determine how far the moon is just using one
you
frame of
can't.
reference.
No, you
So,
can't. No, you can't.
well, yeah, you can.
Because that same thing would work to it's not telling you the size or the distance. All it's telling you is that you can hold a coin from a certain distance from your face and
Yes.
obscure the object. It doesn't
And
mean it
then
tells
you
you
can,
how big it
now
is.
you have a frame of reference, and then using that frame of reference, you can extend it to say, okay, if I can obscure the moon with this known, let's say the quarter is I don't know, 10 centimeters. Okay, I'm just
Whatever.
making
It doesn't matter, Nick, because if the moon was a smaller object closer, you would get the same fucking result.
Exactly.
No, you wouldn't.
Yes, you would. You would
I
get
can
the
ask
exact
another-
same fucking
Where
result
did-
because all you know
where
is
did you get
why
this?
doesn't it work? You tell me why it wouldn't work.
So how do we establish the distance between the quarter and the moon?
Well, because as you know, if we can obscure the quarter this way, we measure the distance from where I'm viewing it to where the quarter is. And if the quarter is perfectly obscuring the moon, again, not too far away, not too close, but just right where, you know, you see the moon, you keep on extending it until that moment where you can't see the moon anymore. Then you measure the distance between your eye and the quarter, which then you can draw on a piece of paper. It gives you an angle. You can actually measure this divergence angle from your eye to the quarter. And remember, triangles, they can just sort of extend on forever. That angle will not change, and you just sort of extend it, and then using basically a simple ratio that if X over Y
Show us
equals...
what that simple ratio
still
is.
doesn't give you.
I was just going to explain it, but
That
then
still
Sovereign
doesn't give you
started
a
shouting.
distance,
Okay,
Nick.
Wouldn't it require a stationary Earth for that to even work if it did?
Well, it is true that the Earth is rotating, but again, you know, things travel at certain velocities. There's enough time. You know, the Earth is not just going to. You know, for
Everything
example,
would
when we
have
look
to be flying at the
okay.
same speed to keep up with each other.
So right now, you're
I wanna-
looking at
I wanna
the sun.
state-
You actually see the move with your naked eye, really quickly across the screen, or can you actually
wanna say-
see where the moon is?
I guess something to
So
say.
what I was getting
to
at,
Sovereign.
Nick, is that a small object closer will get the same results that you get with the quarter. Okay? Because all you see is an apparent size in the sky and you have no idea how far away it is. Therefore, you don't know how big it actually is or how far away it is, and
That-
you have nothing to go by. That quarter is not going to tell you anything. I could make up any fucking number if I wanted
Okay,
to.
so this is how you do it. So I actually looked up these numbers. Basically, so you take a quarter, and based on the known size of a quarter, we know that the
Oh my
divergence angle
gosh.
is approximately like 35 points. Let's just say 35. Now, basically what you do then is you just draw those angles out, because that angle is not going to change. And if you know the distance between your eye and the quarter when it perfectly obscures the moon, that is now your frame of reference, which you can now extrapolate that, okay, the moon must be this far away. Now,
Must be, but
No,
you don't.
So
Nick,
so how do you know for sure the distance between a quarter and the moon?
Listen,
I understand
again,
the distance between
listen,
the
Nick,
this
a
was an
dinner plate.
approximation.
Listen, a dinner plate at 12 feet is going to give you the same results as a radar dish at 500 feet. It's going to
Yeah,
give you the
okay.
same results. They're going to
Yeah.
appear to be the same fucking size, but they're not, and they're
No,
different
but the
distances.
distance would
And
be
your
different.
quarter trick, your obscuring trick, is going to show either both of those are the size of a dinner plate and close, or
No,
both of
that's
them are
actually-
the
that's
size
a
of a
very
radar
good
dish and
example.
far away.
That's a very good example. And let me show you the difference between it. So radar dish, let's just say the difference between a disc, which is 1 meter in diameter, versus a quarter, which, like I said, let's just say it's 10 centimeters.
Mhm.
Now, a larger disc would require the distance from my eye to the disc to obscure the moon.
Yeah, but see, you
would
know
require
that you know that
distance.
size.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
You know the size. You see, you have known sizes. We're talking about something that you don't know the size or the distance to.
No,
You don't
but-
know the size or distance of anything
No,
around
this
it.
is exactly what you said, which you're correct. You need to know a known distance. You need to
Right,
know a known
which
size of
you
something.
don't have.
Yes, we do. We know the size of
No.
a quarter. We know the
No,
size of a
that
quarter.
won't work.
You know
Because
this-
I just pointed out that you could
Why
do the
won't
same
it
thing
work?
with a dinner plate at 20 feet away.
Yeah, but with a dinner plate, you would have to, the distance between your eye and the dinner plate would change. It's
No,
just
because
a
I could
simple
make
ratio.
I could make the calculation show that that was a 4,000 mile diameter fucking
Okay,
plate
show me
that
that.
was,
Show it to me.
millions of miles away. It's the
Okay.
same fucking thing. You don't.
No, it's not.
If you don't have a known value, you can't do the fucking equation. You
Again,
don't have a known
that's a
value.
big standard deviation of error. Or
Oh yeah, no, it's not accurate. I'll give you that. It's not accurate.
Well, no,
and
it's not even useful.
No,
It's not even useful.
No, it is useful. That's how
No,
we do it.
it's not. Because
No,
once
but that is
again-
how we do it.
Once again, you would
just
have
because
to
you're
know.
not
You would
getting
have
it
to
doesn't
know
mean
the
it doesn't
target
exist.
size to get the distance. You would have to know the distance to get the size. If you
Yes,
don't have
we
a
know
distance
that-
or
we
size,
know
you
that
don't get
we-
either one. Because let's face it, if you
So-
hold a pinhead up close enough to your eye, you can obscure everything.
Yes, and that's what I'm saying. You don't just hold it up. Okay, now I see where you're not understanding this. So yeah,
Oh,
if I
no,
hold
I
a quarter,
understand it. I'm telling
Okay.
you it's bullshit. I understand it
There we
completely.
go. Okay, you've convinced
What
me.
I'm saying
you've
is
convinced
that
me.
the
You're
the
right.
large
You're right. I'm
object-
agreeing with you. No, I'm agreeing with you.
A
I'm
large
agreeing with you.
object far away.
No, I'm agreeing
a large
with you.
object far
No,
away
you're still gonna go on. I'm
yields the
agreeing with you.
same fucking
agreeing with you.
result, and
Okay.
I'll tell you why.
Okay, this should be
The
good.
same result as a close object or a small object close up. If you've ever watched any of these low B grade movies from the 50s with dinosaurs, where they dress an iguana up, they actually take an iguana and put fins on it and shit, and they make it look like it's attacking people. They put the lizard up in the foreground and they put the fucking people way back over here, so that through that perspective they look like they're the same size or smaller than
Yeah,
the fucking,
that is a related phenomena, but
wasn't
it's
bigger
not
than
actually
all
how-
the
phenomena.
buildings.
It's how
Hold on,
big
let
you
me.
are.
Okay, so are you still want? I can do this
So
exercise
there
right
again,
now.
now you
Okay.
can see why your quarter.
he's going
held
to do
at
the
arm's
exercise, guys.
I'm
Now
gonna do
you
it. Hold
can
on, I
see
gotta
why
figure
your
out how to turn
quarter
my
held
camera.
at
Okay.
arm's length.
Let me know
is
when you're ready.
focused.
Let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, well, I will. But so now you can see that because of that, what I just explained is exactly why this won't work.
Yes, but
That's exactly why.
you're incorrect. You're incorrect because I don't think you understand how we're actually doing this. So I'm trying
you're
to.
assuming a value.
No, I'm again.
You even said there's a
said-
huge standard deviation of error.
There is a deviation. It's not going to be accurate. But one of the things when we're dealing with large numbers is, the difference between, let's say, 250,000 miles versus 275,000 miles is still in the ballpark. I mean, this is the same way. And I get it. You don't accept that the Earth is a sphere, but this is how we were able to do a very good approximation of the circumference of the Earth. Of course, now that we have better instruments, for example, now that we have radar and lasers, we can do a much more accurate measurement. But let me figure out how to turn my camera. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how I can determine the distance of my light bulb, which is sitting on my piano, to the camera without using a tape measure. And the process is exactly the same. So I got to turn my background off. Hold on.
So if I point a laser at the moon, can I see the laser on the moon?
No.
You will be able to detect the reflection.
No, you won't see the laser on the moon.
You'll see a reflection.
No,
from,
you won't
from
see a
laser?
fucking reflection either.
How the hell would you get a reflection
Okay,
from the laser?
I got a question. Hold on. I got a question. What kind of laser?
Let me
Radio
know. Let me
based?
know.
Oh,
So now you're asking a different
radio,
question. You want me to explain
radio
how radar
based?
works?
Hush, you're being talked to.
Okay.
Are you telling me or are you telling him? Because I was ready to explain this, but then all of a sudden now you're asking questions about radar. So I just want to know, do you want to see how to do this?
The guy.
Which question do you want me to answer?
I got something to throw in though. Is the moon magnetic? Is it?
The moon does not have a spinning dynamo in it.
Definitely
is it?
So yeah, no, the moon does not have a magnetic field.
Okay.
And I believe Venus also does not have a magnetic field, but of course Earth does. Jupiter, Saturn, stuff like that. But that's a totally different phenomenon.
How in the fuck would anybody even know that shit? Come the fuck.
Let me try to steel man him because I think
because you don't
I think that I get how he's explaining.
If you'd let me show you, then you would get it.
The distance to the moon.
But let me know when you guys are all done. I'll start writing down these questions. Can I do the distance one
I'm
first?
here because it looks like you're failing.
Your mic sucks, Flo.
Your mic sucks.
No, I mean it's like reading off you and shit, man.
You sound like a hissing snake today, Flo.
His mic sucks.
But he must understand
He's got lots of
himself as a
trouble.
mathematician that when he extrapolates the distance every time in a quadrate, it deviates every quadrate anytime more in the power to the second power. That it deviates.
Whoa.
the
Now
more
you're using math. Where are you determining that the deviation grows to the
because
second
man
power?
cannot produce a straight line that long, a correct straight. It's the same
Well, we're not
with the
actually creating a straight line. We're doing it
No, you're
geometrically.
constructing a geometric construct.
Yeah,
in your
so
brain,
we do it using mathematics, just like we don't know the exact value of the square root of 2, but we can represent the exact value by saying that this equals square root of 2. Yeah, I get it. We couldn't actually measure the actual distance of a square root of 2, which is actually a very interesting phenomena. But mathematically, yes, the mathematics are exact. So
That's right.
let's take my trackball, right?
Mm-hmm.
We can all see that I can determine the circumference of this trackball, right? Relatively easy to do.
Is that a gag ball or trackball?
Trackball. Sorry, it's just it's a sphere I have, but it will work as a disc. It's sort of the largest disc I can find here. Now
This
in front of
is
me,
2D,
I
sir.
have this ring light, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, now we're doing 3D stuff?
Yeah,
sitting
he's talking
here.
about disc. And
Okay, let me know. I'm sorry. Somebody had a question.
Okay, are we?
Yeah, you have the
I thought
1D,
we
the
were on the
2D, and
quarter
the
thing. Now
3D,
we're doing a ball thing.
It's
Now we're doing 3D.
Presenting it as a
Okay, it's just a different circumference. I don't happen to have a quarter around me. I just needed something which is round. Now, yes, a sphere is 3-dimensional, but we're only interested in its 2-dimensional circumference. Okay, we all agree. I'm sorry, not circumference. I'm using the wrong term. Diameter, right? So even though this is a 3-dimensional sphere, of course, all of us are viewing it in 2D. We all accept that we can determine the distance from here to here, right? Okay, great. Now I have
that
this
is
ring
stated
light
right.
here.
Yes.
I have this ring light here. Now let's say I'm sitting here at my chair, And without using a tape measure, I want to measure the distance of where I am to where the ring light is, right? That's what I'm going to measure.
You measure the one
So-
at the objects in the back as a measure and a vector point to compare to.
Well, I have my
Your ball
a
you
known
brought in,
circumference
but
here.
the objects behind you are measurable in static numbers. So that's something.
Oh,
to
man, I
compare
have
to.
so many other questions.
I'm just showing
let him
you
get
how
to it.
I
He's
can
going to
measure
eclipse.
this.
He's going to
Okay.
eclipse that with the ball.
Yes. So you do
Wish he'd
understand how
fucking
we're
get
going to
to
do
it.
it. Now,
Yes.
if I were to take this sphere, and if I hold it right up to my eye, of course I'm going to obscure the sphere, the ring light, right? In fact, I'm obscuring everything. If I hold it too far away, for example, here. Oh, hold on, I got this web boost in here. Let me take it off. The
I can
screen.
see what it's doing. We all understand.
Essentially,
You-
finding a ratio, and you know one of the variables.
Okay.
Wait, how do you determine it's too far away?
Well, because then the ball is smaller than the ring light. He's going to hold it to a point where the ball and the ring light appear to be the same size. Then what he's going to do is measure the distance.
I know you get it. I know you get it, but let me show it to the other people on the panel and, of course, the audience. So, if I hold this,
Harry, very fancy taste, sir.
it obscure. I'm not trying to talk down to you. You're legitimately asking a question. I'm trying to explain how we do it. If you don't want to listen, then that's fine. That then, like I said, I was telling Burn the Corporate Fiction that it's I don't disprove beliefs because that's just illogical.
I'm going to correct you there, Nick. Apparently, you've not seen his material. He can back up.
I have. But
And
let's
well,
not get.
then
Let's not get
I don't understand where you have the idea that it's a belief when he shows the receipts.
Let's
come on, let's
I
not get
think
sidetracked
that's
here.
one of you
Let's-
guys' tactics that you do.
Okay.
I don't like it.
Well, I'm going to mute myself and let me know when you're ready.
All right, you guys want to smoke a bowl or something before we tell him that he's ready?
Let's smoke a bowl.
All right, that's what I'm going to do. Hang tight,
Yeah.
Nick.
I don't smoke pot, but I'm smoking with you in spirit.
There you go. Well, I'll do it for you.
Yeah.
And I don't have any with me, so I'm going to do
I
it.
thought that you were gonna wait.
Look out, because
Again,
if
I'm
Shanghai
talking
come back
about
after 20 years,
smoking
you know that,
marijuana.
right?
So I'm not allowed to talk about smoking marijuana until you guys.
No, that's prohibited here. Absolutely nothing will not be tolerated. No, go
okay.
ahead. All right, Nick, we're
I
ready.
was just.
Are you
diddling with
trying to
something
get
said.
this stream demonetized?
It's not monetized anyway.
Well, I'm not the one actually doing it on
Hush.
camera, and honestly, I don't think YouTube demonetizes it for that. Does it? That's kind of
No,
silly if
I
it
don't
does.
know. I don't care.
Okay,
YouTube-
let's
How
see
does
the
YouTube know
experiment.
that's
Sovereign,
not-
stop
that's not-
shitting on me.
I found Sean Hawkins's real quick. I found Sean Hawkins's long lost brother. Check this
Yeah,
out.
see, Sean Hawkins, I like his channel. I get it, but he
You would.
essentially does
Whoops.
instead of discussing the actual science, you just throw insults at each other.
Yeah,
You
he's a
say you're
tool.
stupid. You say that he's stupid, which
No, he's
really
a tool.
doesn't
I
accomplish
I show how he's stupid.
Well, I know that
actually
you.
show
I know.
how
I
he's
get it.
stupid.
You believe that, but to
No,
us, the
it's
audience,
fact.
no.
Everyone
you guys
here has
both
seen it.
look okay. Well, we'll have a debate about
Everyone
that.
in here has seen it. It's more than he can handle.
I
in his
happen
five
to not
minutes.
subscribe to the idea that calling somebody stupid is how you explain science. That's kinda
exactly
silly.
right. That's why I showed why he was stupid. He only says
again,
people are stupid.
Yeah. Okay.
See,
So-
he thinks that you're
I
gonna.
mean,
send a
gaslighting
radar-
everything somebody says by saying that's just your opinion is the same thing as calling somebody
I'm
stupid.
not
It's
trying
just
to gaslight. I'm just saying you're
He thinks
choosing
you're
not
gonna
to accept.
you're gonna shoot a fucking
you're
radar
choosing
beam
not to accept
93
it,
million
and
miles.
I'm respecting your right to choose not to accept it. I'm just telling you how
he
we
actually. But Nick, think about this. He actually thinks that they can shoot a radar beam at the sun and get a signal back from it.
it's actually echolocation. They just squeeze the porpoise real hard.
I don't actually. No, you wouldn't be able to. At least from what I understand, using radar.
If you could send a radar signal 93 million miles, which you can't.
Well, actually, you can. That you
no,
can do.
No, you can't.
Why not?
Well, so
Because
does
Even let's say you can, like, let's say hypothetically.
All right, if you did, and
hypothetically.
supposing it did bounce off, okay, you have to.
Well, it
also
wouldn't bounce off. It wouldn't.
It wouldn't. But
No.
let's suppose it did, and it
Yeah, if
came
it did,
back.
then yeah, you can absolutely measure
All
it.
right, we're going to pretend that that's real.
Yeah,
Meanwhile,
okay.
the
So
Earth.
if you know the velocity of the electromagnetic wave, which has been well established, we know the speed of light, which is true. We continuously refine it to get it more and more accurate.
An assumed constant.
Yeah, we don't know the speed of light.
Again, I don't need to be condescending, but just because you believe it's an assumed constant, and you
No,
don't
it's actually, if you look, it was
22 meters a second.
consensus.
No, when I was an
Shush,
undergrad,
it was a consensus agreed upon at a physics convention in Bern, Switzerland in 1929. Einstein was there, Tesla
no,
was there,
I know what you're
Madame
talking about.
Curie was there. There
Yeah,
was
I
a
know what
whole
you're
bunch
talking
of the
about.
top scientists, but in any case, that's not what we're
you're
talking about.
You're talking about because
What we're talking about, we're
we're
going
getting
to
distracted. We're getting distracted.
We'll
And-
assume.
I mean, I think that if you know that we have demonstrated the speed of light, could you provide receipts for that?
All right.
Yeah. All I need, I could do it very easily with a coax.
No, I don't
cable
want you to
and,
demonstrate it. I want you to refer me to something that's more than you.
Is this guy like the Tim Allen of physics or something?
Guys, back on track.
Let me know when you're ready. I'm gonna go get some more water.
Holy shit, Nick, this was for you. This was for you.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm
so
waiting. I'm waiting on you guys.
the radar is going to travel at the assumed speed of light.
Yes, and
All
I'm
right.
telling you that you
All
think
right,
it's
good.
assumed.
Don't tell me anything. Wait till I get done saying what I got to say.
Well, you just said it's assumed, and I'm telling you that's wrong. It's
no,
not
I'm-
assumed.
whatever.
We actually measure it.
I'm whatever you say. I know you're wrong because I've looked into this, and
I got a question here.
For years. So,
Does
anyway,
anybody know?
at this assumed speed of light? At this assumed speed of light.
But you assume that it's assumed, okay?
Yeah, well, I'm not going to argue with you about it, Nick. I'm finding out that you really don't know as much as you purport to. So, or
Hold
you would
on.
No, I
already
never
know
said I
that.
knew everything. Never said I knew
Can I
everything.
get a sec?
but
Can I get a
measuring the speed
second
of
here?
light
No, nobody's
I get-
getting a fucking second until I get done saying what I
There
fucking
you
want
go.
to
Losing his
say.
temper again. See, this is why Sean gives you a hard time, because anytime you get sort of stumped, you just lose your temper and start shouting.
I'm not
but
stumped. I'm not stumped. You're off topic.
Just mute
No, we're
everybody.
talking about the speed of light. Actually, we are off topic.
We're not talking about this.
measurements.
All right. Yes, partially we are talking about the speed of light. So
Okay.
in your speed of light, when if the radar were to bounce off of the sun, 93 million miles, 8.5 light minutes, that's 17 minutes of radar travel. Okay. Now, in that 17 minutes from the time you sent the beam, from the time you sent the signal, the Earth has moved 18,870 miles out of position. How the fuck would you ever get the signal back? It's going to come back to a spot where you're not
Well,
at. And if you're going to say spread, if you're going to say it's spread,
I'm not going to say spread.
that would mean that that's a 36,000 mile spread, which only means that the signal got so fucking weak you wouldn't be able to pick it up.
Why are you saying 36,000 miles? Where'd you get that from?
Well, because in order for it to reach the Earth, it would have to be spread out. Half of that is 18,870 miles. So
Well, why
we
half,
have
though?
37,000 miles of spread because it's not going to just spread in one direction, right?
Wow, that's the opening equation of the guy's thesis.
The divergence of a non-coherent beam of light or electromagnetic wave basically follows the inverse square law. This can be easily demonstrated by taking a flashlight, stick it on your desk, and just start moving it up.
Right.
It's a
Which
well-known
means
phenomenon.
that
It's
you
1
would
divided by x
never-
squared.
Which means that due to the inverse square law of light, you don't have enough power to send a fucking radar signal to the sun, much less bounce it back.
Why do you say we don't have enough power? We absolutely have enough power.
You cannot send a radar signal 93 million miles. There's no way to.
We can send
Does radar have a limit?
It depends on the source. It depends
All
on
right,
a
so
very simple equation.
okay,
how do
why?
you how do
What
you measure
is
the-
that?
how
What
do
is
you
that
measure-
limit? What is that limit dependent upon?
Well, I need in order to explain it to you, I need to know some basic.
Well,
do you
don't try to
understand-
run the nonsense that shit travels forever.
Oh, okay.
in space
So
because-
it's not
wait.
okay
Because you don't have any proof of
So
that.
we're going to move on to how we do the speed of light. Shall we do that? Can we just agree on
No,
that? Are
I'm
we
still
done with the
trying to figure
measurement?
out how the fuck you know how far away the moon is.
Okay, so we're back to that then. So let's
I never
table the
left
speed of
it.
light until we do this. So again, I was waiting for you to let me know when I'm ready, when you're willing to.
Yeah, I'm kind of
demonstrate
curious about the quarter thing and or the spear thing or the
Well,
moon.
then y'all gotta quit interrupting him and asking him stupid shit when he's trying to tell
Let
us.
me. Okay. Well,
Dude, that was in defense of you, little haughty little girl. I was telling them to be
oh, there
quiet
we go.
for
Back with the
you.
insults. You convinced me. We can't do it because you're just going to call me a little girl, which.
Well, you're acting like
That's not
one,
an
Nick. I
insult.
was
I
in
don't know why
defense
it's an
of you.
insult.
I was
do
in
you not
defense.
like-
I was
do you not
defending
like
you.
children or something?
Could
It's
I-
like,
I was
Sovereign, when
defending you, Nick.
well, then I
Could I-
apologize because somebody else was talking. I couldn't actually hear it. And to be fair, the majority of the time when you're raising your voice, you're just insulting me. So, yep, that's
I'd like
okay.
to say
And that's
something.
usually when I'm either
microaggression.
acting like a little girl or a
There
child.
we go.
and
So
Wow,
while
wow.
I'm apologizing for doing that, you just turn around and insult me, which is the reason
No,
why I
I'm
assumed that you were
saying you
insulting
do.
me because
As-
Nick,
you
as-
insult me
Nick,
more
Nick,
than
Nick,
you actually do.
Nick, you
Let me
often
know when you guys are ready.
revert
See
to
here, I'm going to read
childish.
my mind.
You often revert to childish fucking behavior. That's why I say that. So when you start resorting to childish behavior like this, I call it what it is.
I'm choosing not to engage in the childish behavior because I could just retort that, oh, you're acting like a little girl or you're being stupid. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to respect you because I have the ability to understand that we disagree on the science, but that doesn't mean we have to attack each other personally.
No, we
This seems to
disagree
be
on
a
the
problem on your
Nick,
end.
Nick, I don't
Seems to be a
disagree
problem.
with science.
Oh, so you
I
deny
disagree.
now just
Hold
call
on.
me a little girl?
I don't disagree with science.
No, you
Scientism
do. You do.
and
You disagree
no
with
pseudoscience I disagree with.
Well, you label it pseudoscience.
It
I
is
mean,
pseudoscience. When you use assumptive values in your calculations, it's pseudoscience.
again, I know you're saying it's an assumed value, but it's not.
is.
But we're not on radar yet. So let me not use a sphere.
I-
Let me use a disc.
Hey, Sov, can I say something, Sov, quickly? Not even 30.
Nick,
Not even
we
30
understand
seconds.
that you eclipse. You don't have to demonstrate that fucking shit for 20 minutes again.
Well,
we understand.
I do. You don't understand it.
Yes,
Because
I
you're denying
understand
that
that
it
you're
works.
eclipsing the light. So that doesn't matter. You
does
still
matter.
don't know the distance to it.
But we do. So now you
No,
don't
you
understand
don't,
the mathematics. I'm trying to show it to you.
No, you don't,
I've-
because a small
Why do you
object
say you
close,
don't?
as you just demonstrated, a small object close
Man.
up.
Okay,
behaves
so
the
that's
same.
what I was going to demonstrate that. So obviously you don't understand. So let me just continue. And so here, if I hold the disc right in front of the camera, it obscures everything, right?
Right.
Now, if I hold the disc too far away, it doesn't properly obscure the ring light, right?
Yes.
So what
you
I'm going to do?
this is so what? So what?
So there. So
Yeah.
of course I have to hold it still, but you know,
Yeah.
I'm trying hard. But
Yeah.
here, at this distance, just a little bit further doesn't obscure it, and a little bit too close obscures too much. But right here, it obscures it sort of perfectly, I guess. Right? Do we all
Yeah,
see the
pretty
difference?
good.
So
Pretty
I think
good.
sovereign, this is what you don't understand. It's like, yeah, if I pull it close, it obscures everything. If I move it too far, but what we're trying to do is actually get it to just the right distance where it's going to cover the ring light perfectly. Not too
Mhm.
far, not too close, right? So
Mhm.
now I can measure the distance from my eye to this disc. Also, since we know the circumference of the disc, I can actually measure the angle that it
Mhm.
spreads out. Now, the way a
Okay,
triangle
all
works,
right, all right. Let me just stop you for a second. Now, if I double this, hold on a second. If I
you don't let me
double,
finish, but okay.
wait a second. I'm just throwing something at you. See how you turn around?
No,
You're
wait.
not listening. You're not
No, I'm
fucking
listening.
listening. All right.
I am listening.
All right. So
What
if I
is your question?
It's not a question. It's a
You
statement.
didn't show. You didn't even let me get to actually do the calculation. But
I
you're
know.
gonna ask
I'm
me a
going to
question
show you. I'm going to show
Okay,
you why.
show it. Then show it to me. Get on
Are
with
you
it.
so
Come on.
insecure
All right.
you have to shout?
God,
Okay.
You guys are fucking ridiculous.
So if I doubled the size,
This is all
Well,
ridiculous.
You guys, just
Yeah, because you don't understand it. I'm literally showing
I
it
do
to you.
understand it.
And you're just saying it's not
I've
true.
s-
I mean, that's like
hold
if I
on a
tell you
moment.
1 + 1 is
Nick,
2.
I've
You can
studied-
force
I've
say, no,
studied-
1 + 1 is not 2.
everybody,
but just because you say it
everybody,
doesn't mean it
shut
exists.
the fuck up, everybody. Okay.
Come on, Sovereign's going to explain the mathematics before he even
No,
knows
I'm not going to
mathematics
explain the
before he does.
mathematics. I'm going to
Okay.
give you something
Yeah,
very.
I'm waiting. It's been 30, 45 seconds.
Yes, and you haven't shut your
Okay.
goddamn fucking
Okay,
mouth
keep going.
since.
Let me know when you're ready.
All right,
I'm sitting there
now
waiting.
if
Now.
I double the
God.
size of that light and
Yes.
double its distance, you're going to get the same fucking view.
No, I can demonstrate that. So here I have clearly a different light, different diameter, right? We can sort of visually see that they're different, right?
Okay, move it further back. You're going to get the same result. If you moved the light, if you had the light twice the size of that and moved it twice as far back, you would appear to be the same size as that small light in the sky. The same thing you're doing with the CD. The same thing you're doing with the CD. So what you're showing is completely irrelevant.
How do you come to that? How do you come to that? That doesn't make any
If
sense.
I took do you agree that with that ring light right there from where you're sitting, right, that I could take another light bigger than that and move it further in the distance until it appeared the same size as that ring light does right now to you?
You're talking about
Right?
frames of reference. Yeah. But,
Right? Okay.
But,
So
but you couldn't measure that distance.
Wait a minute.
You couldn't measure that distance.
Hold on.
You couldn't
Everybody
measure
be
that
quiet. Everybody, let me explain this, why this is so important. Okay. So now I've taken a light that is twice the size of the light you're using right now. I've moved it further away so that it appears to you as the same size as the smaller light that is closer, right? So now you take your quarter or your disc or whatever, and you hold it out at arm's length at that one, you're still going to get the same fucking result.
So
that's not going to tell you
okay,
shit.
let me make sure I understand. So here's this light I can actually move the distance, right? So I can move it further away, I can move it closer.
I'm talking about, listen to me. Now just listen. This isn't hard to understand because you're doing it right now with the disc. All right. So
okay,
now
I'm trying. Are you
stop
again? I'm trying. Okay, so you can tell it to me again. Tell me the same thing again.
Appears a certain size to you at that distance. Am I correct? Yep. Right? Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
So now if I took a light that was twice as big around as that light and moved it further into the distance so that it appeared as the same size as that light, would you not still be able to eclipse it the exact same way and get the same fucking results, even though it's further away?
Well,
yes, that is exactly right. This is why I said the quarter
Okay.
method is not going to give you a distance.
But it is going to work. And do you want me to explain why it would work?
Yeah, I would.
Okay, so first of all, we're going to make an assumption here. We're going to make an assumption, but let me make sure everybody's okay with this assumption. We're going to make the assumption that the distance of the moon is actually not changing. Okay, now in reality, it is changing, but albeit it's so small that we can assume that the distance which we're going to measure, we don't know it yet, but we're going to measure it. We're going to assume that it's constant. So in this case, we're not actually moving that distance. Now I see mathematically how I could just hold this here and watch. I can sort of bring this closer. The light, I got to bring much closer. But I see what you're saying. We could actually move the distance.
Well, it's not just that. No, think about this. You got that light. We're going to use we're going to use two lights. I'm going to use two lights. All right.
Well, we're just using one.
One of them is going to be your ring light that's only about 10 feet away from you right now. And the other one is going to be the other one is going to be a spotlight that's about a half a mile away. Yep. But at that distance, that spotlight appears the same diameter to your perspective as the 10-foot away ring light. It's going to show you, right? So
no.
Yes,
no,
it will.
No,
I can yes. No. Nick, you just proved it. You just proved it. Wait a second. No, you just proved it with your fucking disc.
No,
because wait a second. No. You made by moving the distance of that smaller object, that disc, right? You moved it to a perspective so that it appeared to you to be the same size as that light.
I just wanted to make sure that I'm understanding. You're basically, instead of moving the disc, you're moving the actual object which you're trying to measure.
No, I'm using two objects. One is going to be a half mile away. The other one is only 10 feet away from you, but they both appear to be the same size because of perspective.
But the distances would be different.
Of course they would be different,
Okay,
but
so
but
again,
your
let me
disc,
ask you
hold
again.
on, wait a second. Your CD held at arm's length there would do the same thing to the spotlight as it does to the 10-foot away light.
Okay,
It's going to
so
do the exact same
again,
thing.
Let me
You
clarify.
know why? Because of the
Let me
the
clarify.
size
You're
of-
saying that the disc is stationary, and instead we could just move the light back and forth until the light
No,
is
that's
completely.
not what I said. I don't. I don't.
That
know
is
how
exactly what you
don't
said. Maybe you're
understand
not
it.
explaining it properly, but
All
that is
right,
exactly
I'm
what
going to
you said.
explain this again to you.
Okay,
Try to
let's
think.
try it again.
this time.
Let's try it
Please
again.
shut the hell up so you can even hear the question.
Instead of trying to figure out how to refute me, listen.
There we
to
go.
what I
There we
said
go.
first.
Instead of explaining it, we're just going to go off to this. Okay.
Well, I'm going to, because you apparently this is real easy.
There it is
okay?
again. It's real easy because you say it is. Okay. Because
All right.
clearly you don't understand the
of course-
mathematics.
Did any of the rest of you have a problem understanding my example?
There it is. Argument and authority. That is argument and authority.
No. It's not an appeal to authority.
Has
It's
no.
not an appeal to authority.
I haven't actually done.
I'm
This
genuinely.
is a dictator. He
I
doesn't. He
genuinely-
just wants to cram shit down people's throat. He
No,
doesn't
listen,
listen.
That's what you guys are doing.
listen,
You just
listen,
throw a
no.
bunch of stuff out there, and see, I'm fettered by
No,
having
That's
to
Nick.
so
explain
fair.
mathematics.
And why do you ask the question back? Sovereign asked you a question. You turned around and said, "Let me clarify this," and you
Because
started
I wanna
asking
make
him
sure
back.
because,
That is a
so
fucking
you-
technique.
okay.
I'm gonna-
Raising your voice.
Dreamy.
Would you like
Y'all,
me to
y'all,
answer a question which I don't fully understand? I want to
All right,
clarify in order to
I'm
give the
gonna
proper
explain
response
this.
to understand what the question is.
Let me
Is
explain
that
it.
somehow
going
complicated it to you?
to-
Like that's
Bullshit.
how we do science. We need to make
Cool.
sure that I understand what it is that you're asking me.
Okay, I'm
In order
about
for me to properly
I'm going to
respond
break
to
it down.
If I don't
I'm-
understand what you're saying,
All right,
then
I'm gonna
I
break
can't
it down.
explain what you're. I can't answer your
You can't
question.
understand
All right,
because
stop
his head's
talking and
too
I'll
fast.
ask it. I'll get it to
Okay.
you. All right, everybody.
Third
just-
time again.
All right. So we have two lights we're going to use in this experiment. Okay.
Two lights.
Two
Okay.
lights. We don't even have to do it in reality. This can be done in your mind. It's easy.
Well, we can do
All
it
right?
right here. I mean, that's what experimentation
All right.
is.
So you've got
So
your
I'm
ring
just
light.
turning my light over.
Okay. So you've
So now
got
we have
your.
two lights.
No, you're not. I don't want you to get to two lights. I just want you to listen, Nick. You apparently are not listening, or
There we
you,
go
do you
again.
have a
Insult.
do you have a
Yeah, there we go
spotlight?
again. See?
Do you have a spotlight,
You
Nick?
win arguments. You just start insulting who's ever debating with you instead of actually
You
listening.
haven't let me.
You just,
You,
you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know
why
what
do
you're
you?
talking
Would,
about. Now, again,
would
I
you?
wanna point
Would
out
you
I
jump in
haven't
and
done that.
do?
I
Would you
haven't done
jump
that
in to
to
do
you.
heart
I
surgery?
haven't mocked your 6 DUIs. I haven't mocked the fact that you're not allowed to drive. I haven't mocked the fact that you think that movies show science.
Nick,
I haven't mocked the fact that you have absolutely no
Nick.
understanding of science. Basically, haven't mocked the fact that you're actually kind of dumb. Okay.
Right. Nick.
But that's not how I effectively win an argument. But it seems that for you, that's how it works. So, of course, you're not going to be able
Stop
to.
talking now, and I will ask you this question. I'm going to put it as simple as possible for you.
Yeah,
Okay?
try it again. So, but you don't want me to conduct the experiment. So, okay.
Well, do you have a spotlight? Do you have a great big spotlight?
Why does it have to be big? Couldn't we just scale it down? Like,
No,
why does this
no,
light-
because it's just a fucking mind experiment, man. Just listen. Just fucking listen.
I'm waiting.
All right.
You've said it 3 times, but you just resort to
So,
insults.
if I take your ring light and it's like 10 feet away from you, okay? And then I take a spotlight, like one of them ones they show, they use for anti-aircraft, all right? And I move it off into the distance so that it's far enough away from you that to your perspective, that spotlight appears the same size as your ring light, okay? Right? So both of them are going to appear to be the same size. So you go to your ring light with your little disc and you eclipse it at this length, right? Whatever arm length it takes, right? You'll still be able to take that same arm length and move it over to the spotlight that is far way off in the distance. It only appears to be the same size as the ring light and get the exact same result. The difference, the size of
wouldn't be
the
accurate.
light, hold on, the
that wouldn't be
size of the
accurate.
light is greatly increased and its distance has been increased. You
Okay.
get the
I can still
same
hear you. I'm just getting the
result.
water.
You get the same result. So why is that so difficult to understand? Why your quarter trick won't work? As I said, a large object far away is going to
you're
appear.
talking about a different type of experiment, and that's not the way how you measure
Well,
this.
what I'm telling you is that the fucking large object far away can appear the same as a smaller object closer.
Yes,
so you can't
obviously.
go by that, and that's not going to give you a distance.
Yeah,
so now
obviously.
we're back at square one.
No, we're not.
Well, sure we are, because I just proved to you that a
You
large
haven't proved
spotlight.
anything. You just
I
you've
have
said
proven
some
it.
gibberish.
That a large
You think-
spotlight,
no, you're
a
incorrect.
large light far away can appear the same as a small light closer. That's demonstrably provable.
This is ridiculous to argue about sovereign. You're bang on, you know it, and I completely agree with your theory. Unless somebody went to the planet, measured it in real time on the surface, no measurement is accurate.
Yeah, you're not going to
Cannot
be
be.
able to, that's what I was trying to explain to him, is that you have to have a known value. You see?
Yes.
Now
Yes.
I don't even know why you're
where's your
arguing
known
this.
value?
Yep.
So where
And
do
we
you
do
get
have
your
a
known
known value.
how did you
We
get
do
your
have a known value.
value?
We do have a known value.
Tell us
No,
who
you
walked on the
haven't.
moon.
I will say it again for the fourth time. We know the circumference.
Okay,
the
so what
diameter of the
about-
disk, and we know how far away it is. But you said demonstrably, which means we can demonstrate it. So would you accept this as being a good way to scale down your thing? This is a spotlight.
Yeah, you'd have to have that one closer because it's a smaller light.
Yeah. Okay. So
You know, we didn't even have this terrible of experiments in grade 10 science that I remember in the textbooks.
What are you
There was
doing?
more
I can't see
sophisticated
anything. Move it over to the side.
experiments done.
This what you're saying. I can move the spotlight to obscure the light, right?
No, that's not what was said at all. I don't know how you ever got a science degree. I really don't.
There we go again. Because you're not able to explain something.
I'm not able
you're
to
just gonna
explain
resort to insults.
something.
No, again,
Everyone
like I said,
here,
I don't call you
everyone
an
here
ignorant. I don't call you an
understood me.
ignorant fool who's completely
Everyone
dependent
here-
upon other people
Nick.
in order to survive.
Nick,
because
everyone
you
here,
have no.
everyone here understood what I said. Everyone here understood that. And you tried
Yes.
to turn it into something that it wasn't. You're trying to say it's something that it wasn't. Everyone here understood it all 3 times that I explained it, except you.
No. Okay, then you show it to me. You got your camera on. Show it to me.
What about
Do you agree?
what
Hold on a
about the
second.
sun
Do I
and
really
the
have to
moon,
show
the
you?
eclipse?
I mean, you. I'm
Do
trying
I
to.
really have? Hold on, wait a second. Do I really have to demonstrate to
You
you?
do. You said it was
that-
demonstrable. You said it was demonstrable. Go put your.
You're
money where your
unaware.
mouth is.
You're unaware.
Demonstrate it.
You're
Demonstrate it.
unaware of the fact.
Oh, let me guess. You can't demonstrate it because you have
Wait a
no
second,
idea
wait
what
a
the
second.
frack you're talking about. Because, yeah, if you only have a 5th grade education, I totally understand how you don't understand basic geometry.
Nick, I just
So,
explained
I proved you
perspective
wrong. I
to
proved you
everyone, and
wrong.
you're
I
the
proved
only
you
one
wrong
that didn't
because
understand it.
You're stupid.
You're the only one that didn't understand it,
So
Nick.
now I'm just going to use the same arguments you do.
So you
You're a
don't.
little girl
So
who
you
can't handle the fact that
you
you're jealous
disagree.
that other adults have so much more than you have because they actually put in the hard work to learn this stuff because we can read, which is something which I think you struggle with.
Really? All right.
So there,
So
I proved that you're wrong. In fact,
okay.
like for example, you think we assume the speed of light? That's wrong.
No,
We
I
measure
said
the
it was.
speed of light.
I said
We
it was.
measure the speed of light. Just because you are too
Nick,
stupid
Nick,
to know how to
Nick,
do it doesn't mean that
Nick,
we don't do it.
Nick,
For example,
just
I
because
don't
you
know how to
talk and
carry
rant like a little girl
because I
doesn't
don't.
mean
No,
you
I'm just
win
doing what
anything.
you do. I'm just doing what you. I'm
No,
just
you're
throwing
not,
back what
Nick.
you're doing.
No, you're not. You're
Okay.
acting like a little
On
child.
what-
Nick, since
No,
you've
you're
been
not.
up
what-
here,
This
you've been
whole
so
time,
rude.
you've been acting like a little bitch because that's what you are. When you
Nick,
can't,
Nick,
you can't
everyone
explain
here,
stuff.
everyone here understood the example. You're the only one that didn't get it. You're the only one that didn't get it.
I mean, it's funny. Just one day I have too much drink to wine. Oh, you're an alcoholic. Don't you have a meeting to go to? Isn't that court mandated? Because
No.
stupid
What are
people.
you talking
Yeah, I
about?
get it. Once you
make
make a
yourself-
mistake driving
you're not
drunk
a
and putting
professor.
people.
What are
is
you
going on?
talking about, Nick?
Times,
Do you realize you realize how stupid you're making
You
yourself
can
look?
teach a fucking rat out of a paper bag.
You're dumb. You're dumb.
Okay,
I win the
so
argument.
Nick,
You're dumb.
Nick, hold on, everybody.
I personally think
You're scared of
I mean, nobody else
That's what you
really
guys actually
does.
wanted. You wanted this sort of exchange. So I'll say it again, Sovereign, you're wrong because you're a stupid man who doesn't know anything.
Okay.
we have a chaos
hold
agent
on,
here.
wait a second, everybody. I explained that experiment. And everyone except you.
Let me try a different strategy. Sovereign, I agree with you.
So
no more strategies. Move on to something else.
I'm agreeing
This
with you.
experiment
Isn't
has
that what you
been
want?
completed.
You're right. We don't know. I'm agreeing with you. You're right. All
Let's
of us in
move
science
on.
lie. Obviously, when you go to
talk about
college,
the
There you have
all
it.
that you do is just repeat back what the professor says. You don't
As
do
soon as
actually any
as soon
critical
as your
thinking.
estrogen levels
And there we go, estrogen. So you don't like
That's
women
when
or
he's
something?
in
You don't
labor.
Like, you don't like women because of estrogen? You do understand how the endocrine system works, right? Let me guess.
Sir, how much soy do you have in your diet?
Let me guess. You also believe in perpetual machines, right? Right?
Dude,
right?
you sure
I need to remind myself that I'm trying to
panties in a
explain
wad there, buddy.
basic fifth grade geometry to somebody who thinks people are actually lizards. I mean, you're so absurd.
Hey,
Show a
Nick.
picture of a glacier and you go, haha, it's an ice wall. So I guess this is my mistake of having too much faith in you.
Okay, so
I didn't
Nick,
actually realize how
So, Nick,
stupid you actually
wait
are.
a second, Nick.
I did not realize
You're
that.
the
That's
one.
my mistake.
Nick.
And you know what? I feel bad bullying you because
Nick.
you're right.
You're not bullying
I am,
me. I'm
now
laughing
I am
at
being
you.
condescending.
I'm laughing
you are a
at you.
Stupid man.
You're
who's
pathetic.
Too lazy to learn anything. Oh, there you go. Well, sorry, you're pathetic.
Apparently,
Okay,
you missed
so-
communications
So wait a
class.
second, Nick.
pathetic.
Nick,
I'm
hold
saying
on a
Yeah,
second. Are
that's-
you really telling me that you don't
And this is why people like
understand?
Sean make fun of you.
Are
This is
you
why I
telling
love
me
it.
that
It's
you
funny
really
say
don't
people like me on
understand
the internet.
that a
I see
large
so many
object?
people mocking your stupidity. I mean, you literally.
Raising my hand,
So you
Professor.
really don't
Professor,
understand.
I have a question, Professor. Oh, wow, that works.
He doesn't realize that nobody can fucking hear him.
Hey, Dave, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So you're it's the way to
Okay,
rage.
so-
There you go. So if you're trying to
Okay, so I would assume that
Win.
Nick is the only one in here that has a degree in anything.
Yes.
Who actually has a degree.
Yes.
He's probably been to
Doesn't mean-
university for,
He
like,
does not
for, like,
understand that a large object far away can appear the same size as a small object close
You're
up.
right. I agree with you. I don't understand that. I don't.
You don't.
Yeah, I
But
don't
so
understand it.
Did
So-
you
You must
go to
not.
school
That's-
for
that's
like
because I'm stupid.
12 years,
But
Nick?
according to me, your analogy is so malformed that it
Well,
doesn't make any sense.
Wait a second.
So
What
we
is it?
just
Okay.
agree that
We
each one of
just
us
showed
is-
Nick.
Educated the
Nick,
common sense out of you.
Nick, we just
Yeah, it's
showed
common
you.
sense.
You should mute him.
We
It's
just
quiet
showed
when you
you.
mute him. Yes.
I have now
I know, I
seen the
kind
light.
of like it when he puts some mute tape on, don't you?
So
We
you don't
just
want me to
showed
agree
you,
with
Nick.
you?
We just
What
showed
do
you that
want?
the
You want me
same
to agree with
fucking
you?
disc.
Yeah, you proved me wrong. Do you want me to admit that? Yeah, you proved me wrong. Well done. Now,
Well,
of
the
course-
same
Somebody
disc
else
will cover both
have a
objects,
word here?
right? They would
You
have
don't-
to, right? They would have to
Well,
cover
I don't
both.
think he's listening to me. I'm saying his logic is foolproof. It's
The
foolproof.
thing is,
What about
is
the,
if they both
Go write a
appear,
paper on it.
hold
You'll
on,
get a Nobel
Nick,
Prize.
Nick, if they
You'll get a
both
Nobel Prize.
appear to be the
In fact,
same
I would
relative,
endorse it. I would endorse it.
if they both appear to be the same relative
If they
size,
both
even
appear,
though
yep.
the distance of them is different, and that's
Yep.
what causes them to look like that.
Their
That
logic
means,
is impeccable.
that means that
Impeccable
what-
logic.
that means that when you hold that disc out and obscure one, it's going to obscure the other one exactly the same. Now, that's not going to give you a proper distance
No,
because
definitely not.
we already know that the one bigger light is way further away than the one that's closer, don't we? So that is a bullshit thing that you're
Okay,
talking
at the
about.
risk of going back to actually having a adult conversation, how do we know that? How do we know that the other light is further away? How do we not know that they're just
That's
like? How do we
exactly-
know
well,
it's a larger
How,
light?
how about the
experiment, Nick,
eclipse?
In our,
But how do we know?
Wait,
how do we
in-
know it's a
What?
larger light?
well,
Why are you
because
assuming
we are
that's
the
the problem?
ones that placed it there for the demonstrational
Oh, we're the ones
purposes.
who placed it there. Okay, so then again, that's why it can't be used because we didn't place the moon. So
Hold
that's
on,
why.
Nick, Nick,
Oh,
Nick.
There you
All
go.
the experiment is showing.
There you go. You
Nick,
answered your own
Nick,
question.
all the experiment is showing is that disc.
Wow, he
will
doesn't even know what he said.
Holy fucking God! Is this my goddamn show or not?
Yeah, this is your place to show the
Doesn't
world.
seem
how-
like it.
So
No,
here's
I'm saying you're right.
here's
right.
all
But
the
I'm just pointing out,
experiment.
you're making the assumption now.
I'm not made any assumption. We know
Yeah, you
for a
are.
fact
You said
that
we know the
if you
spotlight is larger. How do we know the spotlight is larger?
Well, because we placed the spotlight. We
Okay,
put the
we
spotlight
placed
there.
it there.
Right.
We placed it there.
Right.
We know the distance.
Right. So
Which then
that
negates
has nothing
the
to do-
exercise.
No,
Why
it
would
does
we measure
not,
something
Nick.
which we already know the distance
All right,
to?
Nick, shut up and listen again. You're not
I'm asking
getting
you a
it.
question.
You're-
How
well,
does
yeah,
your
because
example
your
apply?
question is
If we
not-
already
you're-
know the distance, then why are we doing the experiment? You're talking
Why-
about.
all right, good. I'm glad you asked that.
No
I'm going to
variable.
answer it. I'm going to answer it. Why did
Okay.
we do the experiment? We did the experiment to show that the spotlight, which we know is much bigger,
Yes,
and we
we
know.
know.
Shut up.
No. Yep.
Yes. And that we placed it further away than the other light, right?
Okay.
Why did we do that? Okay, we did that to show that they both appear to be the same size.
Yes. But
Okay.
we know that the spotlight is bigger.
Wait. I'm not done.
Of course not.
Well, there's more, apparently, dumbass.
Well, I'm just there he goes again, just calling you dumbass. Coming from the
Wait a
fifth grade
second. You mean to
DUI
tell me
guy.
you go through a fucking
I mean, how stupid are
cornucopia,
you? You know,
a complete
one DUI
fucking
bad enough.
cornucopia of
You make
insulting
it
me, and
all
I'm not
call
supposed to say nothing?
6 of them?
All right,
6?
so Nick.
Are you even allowed to drive anymore? God, your insurance must
Yes,
be. Or
I
does your
am
wife
allowed to drive. I
around?
have a cleaner
So you're
driving
completely
record than you
dependent
do.
upon her.
I have a
Yeah,
cleaner
that makes
driving
sense. So
record than
I
you
think
do.
this is why you
I
get
have a
so
cleaner
angry at
driving
people
record
who
than
are
you
the
do,
most-
Nick.
I mean, my
I have a
freaking fifth
clean.
grader
I have a
is
cleaner
smarter than
driving
you. Think
record
about
than
that for a
you
second.
do, Nick.
My fifth
Now,
grader
okay.
is smarter than you.
Okay, now that you've got that off your chest, let me finish what I was saying.
So we
now,
agree that sovereign's stupid. Okay.
What? You've been on a tirade of insulting me, and I'm not supposed to say nothing?
I
Fuck
decided
you
to
little
stop actually having a rational
self-entitled
conversation with
fucking
you,
dick.
And every time you insult me, I'm just going to turn around and insult you.
All right, so now shut your fucking mouth and
Well,
listen.
you shut your mouth because you just keep repeating yourself. Again, I'm trying to tell you that your experiment is not valid because we already know the distance. We already
We're
know
not
that the
trying to
light is
find the distance, you stupid fuck.
Oh, you stupid fuck, you stupid man. So if we're not trying to find the distance, then what the hell are we talking about?
If you'd shut your motherfucking mouth, I could tell
Well,
you.
If you would shut your mouth and basically just be able to actually act like an adult, which clearly, if you drop out of school at 5th grade, you don't know how to do. I mean, is this the backwoods of Virginia thing? And did they not teach you how not to get DUIs at school? Like,
Did your mom have any kids that didn't turn out gay? Did your mom have any kids that didn't turn out gay, Nick?
You know, putting people at risk. I mean, just yesterday, this drunk driver killed this new bride. But for you, it's perfectly okay because you don't care about other people. You only care about yourself.
Okay.
And hey, if you want to drive drunk, that's fine. Is that why you hate the government? Because they basically punish you for being a dumbass?
Are you done?
I asked you a question.
I'm not answering it yet. I'll get.
You're not answering because you have no answer.
I'm going to stay on the point that I was on, and you are mad about it because you know it fucking blows your shit away.
Your example does not apply.
Why?
Because we know the distance. There's
That's
no point.
the distance. No. Listen, you're missing the point of
Apparently,
the
because
exercise.
I can't tell. You know, because usually you just say,
Well, you won't shut up long enough to let me
you can't
finish.
explain something in just one succinct sentence. You just have
That's
to. resort
because
to
you
insult.
interrupt every sentence I
Yes,
say.
because what you're saying is complete.
No,
garbage.
it's not,
It
Nick.
sounds
Shut up
like
a
little
moment and
3-year-old.
listen.
You go,
Nick.
hey, I didn't know how to do. I mean, do you also believe in Santa Claus? Like, oh, I believe in it. I mean, your logic is because, like, do you know how to fly a plane? Probably not. Most people don't know how to fly a plane. Does that mean airplanes don't fly just because you don't know how to do it? Like, you don't understand how lift works, therefore lift must be a myth. We just sort of assume how an airplane flies. Like, is this your coping mechanism for being a complete moron? Like, I get it. Maybe it's too late in your life to learn. I keep on trying to encourage you. It's never too late, but maybe you feel a little bit dumb because, you know, with only a 5th grade education, your life could be
I'm going to show right now.
You know,
Do you want to know what you do? You want to know what?
Continuously drink. I just continuously drink, but at least I would be smart enough not to get behind the wheel, something which you're not able to do. That there alone shows your level of intelligence. The fact that you continuously commit crime. Hopefully now you've learned your lesson. So maybe we can all hope that you won't do it again. And, you know, thank whatever God you believe in that you didn't kill everybody. But
Did your parents have any kids that weren't gay?
Stupid. Oh, so now we're making fun of homosexuals?
Yeah.
Is that what we're resorting to?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and let you do that. I don't really care about what people want to do behind bars.
So the point, Nick,
but now you've decided to insult my whole family. So
back on point.
If you're insulting my family, is it
Back
because
on
your
point.
dad was an alcoholic
Back
and
on
basically
point,
beat
Nick.
you and took you out of school because they said, oh, I'm just throwing it back at you.
You haven't let me finish. You wanted to
No,
be...
because now you're insulting my family. So I'm going to turn around and insult your family.
All right.
And I'm saying that your parents
You are a child. You are a child.
I'm
Hey,
the
guys,
child. You're the one who
guys,
resorts
settle
to
down,
insults.
settle down.
You're the one who resorts to insults, but I'm the child.
This is
See,
turning
as an
into
adult,
a
I
stupid
know
conversation.
I'm
You
gonna
guys
keep-
are
I'm
just
just gonna keep- listen. I'm just gonna keep muting his dumb ass until he
Adults
shuts
have
up
responsibility.
and let me finish what the fuck I was saying.
You don't take responsibility.
That's all I wanted to do is finish what the fuck I was
You
saying.
don't.
That's all I want to
Man,
do.
you-
As soon as you shut your face,
You're
then
going to win
I
an
will
argument.
do it. As
You
soon
didn't
as,
make.
as soon as you go. No,
Rage
no,
quit.
no, no,
Rage quit.
no.
Right?
Bo-
Because
bo-
last time
both of you are
for
just
that.
are hurling insults, and it's
Come on,
retarded.
are you drunk
Stop-
right now? Is that your problem?
Stop
Are you
it,
drunk
Nick,
right now? Are you drunk and high?
I haven't drank alcohol in 13 years, man.
Thank the gods. But
You
I
know?
don't believe you because most
I
of the
don't
stuff
care.
that comes out of your mouth is disingenuous
I
and
don't
lying.
care. Okay.
And after the first DUI, we should have believed you that you weren't drinking again. After the second one, okay, I get it. You relapsed. You know, I used to smoke. It took me a couple of times to quit. The sixth one, there's something wrong with you. So adults take responsibility for their actions. You don't. Now I get it that some court mandated thing. Basically, otherwise you.
Whenever you're ready to discuss the fucking thing, we'll go ahead and discuss it.
Because you're
But,
not just.
Listen, Nick. There's plenty of time to get into your alcoholism. There's no
My
problem with that.
alcoholism.
Yeah.
Who has the 6 DUIs?
Okay, so
Good luck with that. Good
now,
luck with that.
as we were discussing,
I don't have to go to court mandated AA meetings.
I don't either.
No, well, maybe not right now but I'm sure you did.
Nick, why are you
How's
so
your insurance
pissed
rate?
off that you
Again,
started
are you even allowed
hurling
to
these
drive?
personal
Are you
insults
even
at
allowed to
people?
drive?
That's
what I
because
think.
he has
You
no
know,
foundation.
Sovereign's is smarter than you.
No.
He has
Oh,
no.
Yeah, it's
Sovereign,
just
you're right. I agree
you're
with
just
you.
gonna
Sovereign is definitely smarter than me because
Hell yes, he is. He's not
knows
half
that
the dick you
the
are.
proper
You're
way to
so
do an
tiny, no one
experiment
can
is when you
find it.
already know all the variables.
All right,
proper
so
way to do an
here's what we're
experiment is
getting
when you
at.
know the
Here's what we're
variables.
getting at,
That's
Nick.
absolutely smart.
Nick,
I mean,
Nick,
you clearly understand the scientific method.
Nick. Here's the thing.
You see how frustrating it is when
Oh
I keep
my
on interrupting you and insulting you
That's
and
all
not
you've
letting you
done.
speak?
That's all you've done.
No, that's not all I've done. That's
Yeah,
what
it
you've
is.
been doing.
Yeah,
Now
it
I'm just throwing it back at you, and you're saying, "Oh, that's all you've done."
All
We
right.
can go back and look at the tape and
You,
mark. The
you're
first time you
definitely
insulted me.
afraid for me
Are
to
you
explain
on
this
meth
because
or
it knows.
You're right. I'm a
Talking
coward
so
because
fast.
you're going
You
to
are
show
a
that I'm
coward.
wrong. Yeah,
You,
I am
no,
a
you
coward.
are wrong.
In fact, my ego is so fragile that I don't want to
think he's
listen
on
to how you're
meth.
going to prove me wrong with an experiment where we already know all the values.
Well,
Like,
wait a
is
second.
that what you? What is the
Wait,
point of doing an
the
experiment
point of the
when we
ex-
already know the values?
Hey,
We
stupid.
already know the spotlight is bigger. We
Right.
already know its distance.
That's right.
It's not a valid comparison.
Hold on.
Do you
It is.
not
It is in this
understand this?
respect. Hold on.
Folks, this
You
is what
ain't
happens-
listening.
This is
You
what happens when you drop out of school. You think
What-
that an experiment. So, like, if I take
He's
measure and
definitely
measure my
afraid.
sock,
He's definitely
okay, so
afraid to
I'm
let
gonna do
me
an
talk.
experiment. I know that
Yeah, he is.
my sock can be stretched to a meter, so I know it's a meter. So let me do an
Okay.
experiment where I take my sock and grab a ruler and measure it. Boom! I proved it's a meter because that's how the scientific method works.
Okay. Good for you, Nick. Here's the point of the experiment.
I'm agreeing with you. You don't have to say anything else.
No,
You're
no,
right.
I'm
boom,
going to.
That is science.
His sock here
That
was
is
rolled up in
science.
his
I have been
pants.
lied
Okay.
to. I have been indoctrinated, because, I spent all this money to go to school and stuff like that. Of course, I do that because my kids will
Think
not
this
have
is
to
the
work when they grow older. Also, I'm able to drive
first
them
stage
around
of
because I don't
grief.
drive around drunk.
And Nick,
Um,
what have you discovered in your studies? What did you
do you actually,
discover as,
do you actually want
as
me to answer that?
yourself that
Do you
you
want me to
come
answer
up
that?
with?
Do you want me to answer that?
Dreamy.
No, I
No,
can answer
nobody's talking about nothing until I finish.
Okay. So nobody's talking about it. So tell us again about
sorry.
experiments where we already know
Sorry.
the outcome and the variables.
Okay.
Go for it.
Now, I'm not trying.
You do understand that the scientific method is not.
I am not.
I
I'm
know that
using
this
the
is true, and
scientific
I go,
method right now. If you'll shut the
you're not
fuck up
using
and
the
listen.
How is it the scientific method? It's not a valid experiment. You already know the values.
Wait a second. I'm not trying to find the values. What I'm trying
Then
to.
it's not a freaking experiment. What the
What
hell are
I'm
you talking
trying-
about? If we already
Nick,
know the
shut
values,
up.
what's the point?
Nick,
what is the point?
I'm trying to tell you.
I'm saving
I'm
you
trying
the
to tell
trouble
you.
I'm saving you the. You're going to tell me that this is actually an experiment, even though we know the values.
Yes, I am. I'm going to tell you
Okay,
why.
that's
All right. You want to hear why? Do you want to hear why?
This makes sense. You don't understand science, therefore
Okay.
science is wrong.
Okay,
I
that's
get
not.
it.
You guys are
get it,
friends.
and
I've
triggered
seen you
and
guys
really
have
insecure about
numerous
your-
conversations. I've seen you guys have numerous conversations, and you guys are friends.
I try.
So like, stop being dicks to each other. Stop making
I'm
insults
not
to each
being
other.
a dick.
Like,
I'm trying to fucking explain something, and he won't let you get a word in edgewise because he knows what I'm going to show is going to seem.
Both of
Exactly.
you guys are being dicks to each other, and just stop. Just
All right.
communicate as
What
human
you're
beings.
describing is not an experiment. I want to hear the experiment. I don't care about saying I can measure the circumference of my CD when I already know the circumference of the CD. That's not an experiment.
Right. You're trying. No, you're hijacking my experiment for your purposes.
Because it's
Stop.
stupid.
No, it's not stupid, Nick.
It is stupid. It is 100% stupid. You want to move on to the difference between refraction and diffraction? I can
No, I
demonstrate
want
that
to
right
finish this. I
now.
want
you
to
want to
finish
finish this.
this.
Okay, tell us about your experiment where you already know the outcome.
So, yes, the reason we're going to know the outcome, it's not
That's how science
regarding
works.
the distance of the light so much as
how
it is
science works.
the method of fucking measurement. All
Yep,
right.
the
So
method of
now,
measurement. Yep.
do you agree? Do you agree that I could move a large spotlight back off into the distance to a point where it would,
Absolutely. Why would I
appear
not
the
agree
same?
with that?
It would appear the same size to you as that ring light, right? Okay. All right.
It would.
So then it stands to reason if you held the disc out in your hand at a certain distance and was able to eclipse the ring light, that it will also eclipse the spotlight that is further in the distance, will it not?
How do we know it's further in the distance?
Because we put it there. It doesn't matter how
we put it there. So because we already know
put
the
it there on
distance,
purpose to show that the large object and the small object will both eclipse the same.
Yeah, so you don't understand the
They'll
scientific
both
method.
they'll both eclipse the same.
Yep.
We
Yeah.
just proved that. So
oh,
your method
totally.
does
We
not
totally
give you,
just proved
your
that. We
method
just
does
proved
not
that.
give you a distance or a
Yes,
size.
it does. Why does my
it
method not
doesn't.
give me a distance? Do you
Because
deny?
you don't know.
Do we not
You
have the
don't-
ability? I can't
because
measure how
you
far
don't
this is.
know
I mean,
if
are
it's
you
a
really
large-
that dumb that you
Because
think
you
can't
don't
measure
know.
the circumference
Because
of a
you
CD?
don't know if it's a large object
check
far
this out.
away or a small object close up.
Did I just date myself?
See, so you have no method of knowing whether the moon
Yeah,
is a large
you're right.
object.
You're right. I have no understanding of the scientific
Well, there
method.
you
The
go.
proper way
So
to do
these are
experiments.
assumed. Now,
The proper
if
way to
you
do
look,
experiment
if you
is
look
already
at
know the outcome of the experiment,
the
and then
speed, the
you just
speed
go
of light
prove
was an agreed
the
upon
outcome which you already know.
consensus.
It's
Was a
brilliant stuff,
consensus
man.
agreed upon because of the different measurements that different
Is this
scientists were
laziness? Is it
getting.
like too difficult for
And
you to
they
learn
went ahead in
mathematics?
a physics
So instead
conference in
of
Bern,
actually taking the
Switzerland
effort
in
to learn mathematics, you
1929.
just say, "Whoa,
In 1929, then they agreed on a consensus of what we use for the speed of light now. They were getting different measurements. So they agreed on a consensus. So Nick, you're wrong once
Okay,
again.
no. You are fundamentally misunderstanding that convention and what it means to
No, I'm not
all of
at
us
all,
agree.
because
No,
I
you
looked into
don't
this
understand it.
long time ago.
How do
Long
we
time.
measure what a kilogram is?
I don't know, Mick.
You don't know.
How
So
do
does
you
that mean
know
we
how
can't
far
measure-
away the fucking moon is?
Oh, well, because you don't know how we determine what 1 kilogram is. And by the way, we had this organization called NIST, the National Institute of Standards, and
Yeah, they have a certain weights and measures. Yeah. So what?
We agree that we're going to say this is a constant. We don't just make up the numbers.
In physics, in fucking astrophysics, they do.
Yeah, because you don't understand it. So therefore, we make
I
up the
don't.
numbers.
I don't
Like I said,
understand people
do you
making
know how
up
to fly a
numbers.
plane? No,
I
you
don't
know how to
understand
fly a
people
plane.
making up
Therefore,
dark matter. I don't
nobody can fly
understand
a
people
plane.
making
Nobody can
up
fly a
black
plane because you
holes.
don't
Come on,
understand. This
Nick.
is your logic. This is your logic. I'm just turning your logic against you because you don't know how to fly a plane. That means pilots don't exist.
You're going to turn logic
that is
against
the dumbest
someone? That's
fucking
kind of
analogy.
stupid.
Well,
That is the
that's
dumbest
actually
analogy
what
I've ever
academic
heard.
debate is. We
That
use
is the
logic.
dumbest analogy I've
That's
ever
what
heard.
critical
Nick.
thinking
No
is. Dreamy, I'm
shit.
sorry you don't understand that, but this is also coming from somebody
I'm
who doesn't know
sorry
how
I
to
don't
read a
understand
compass.
This is
that.
what
I don't
people
You don't even know how to
pay
read a
money.
You know
compass.
you
I mean,
don't
how
understand.
stupid are you?
People pay
I mean,
money
I
to
learned
this
how to
guy.
read a compass when I was like 12.
Oh,
12.
How much debt are
And
you in
don't-
right now,
do
Nick?
you know how to read? Do you know how to read those clocks, which had like the big hand and the small hand? Is that also a state sheet?
Nick, have you actually found a job with your education?
Yeah. In fact,
Yeah,
like I
he's at
said
work.
before, I
works
did all
for
Like
a
of
how
this
much
university.
debt are
because
you in?
I can provide for my family, something which I don't
Like
think
a
so
like a
many
are you
are
like a
able to do. Thank God your
Starbucks
wife and I-
barista or something, or what are you?
What?
I
Hold
do
on.
So
What
that's
you
what you
say?
think I am. So you're right.
What'd you say?
I'm
Nick,
just a barista.
Hold on. What'd
I'm
you
just a
say?
barista. Of course,
You-
I'm really easy to find, so you can actually verify my
Well, I bet
employment.
you are. All you have to do is follow the big mouth that's saying a bunch of stupid
Yeah,
shit.
absolutely. Yeah, stupid shit like saying that the way to do
So how do
experiments
your students ever get to ask you a question and get a decent answer from
my
you?
students
Or do you
ask
stand there and go,
intelligent
"Well, I would
questions.
like you to know. I would like to know this,
my
this, this.
students-
Am
so
I
my-
understanding you correctly?" And then class is over, the bell is ringing, and everybody's got to leave, and they got nothing out of it.
If I was one of Nick's students, I'd wait for him after class and beat the fucking snot out of him. I swear to God.
They're all
I mean,
able
I'm
to come to
serious.
class.
Would you get anything out of him because he would be clarifying till class the bell rang,
the
and then
difference-
you
Oh my
get
God.
Well,
nothing
there's a
out
lot
of
of
it.
difference
18-year-olds
between my
out there
students
that are
and
just
you
they don't have the
is my
critical
students are
thinking
not
yet.
stupid. They're not
Hey,
stupid
guys,
like
Go
you
to
guys
party
are.
or college,
Is most of your
most
students
You're
18 or
stupid.
19?
You're stupid.
They don't have
Therefore,
the critical thinking.
I have to talk to you like you're a child.
Yeah, but this man's screwing up their brains with all
Yeah,
this
that's
nonsense.
Hey,
the
guys,
thing.
guys,
That's why they get them. That's why they get you in the
People are paying
military at
money.
18. That's why they get you education at 18.
People are going into
Thank
debt
God
to
I'm a
let this fucking
dropout.
fool talk to them.
I'm so
Yeah.
glad for that.
Right? That's why we say the world
Hey.
is a sphere when it really isn't. That's why we say we know the
That's a
speed of
lot
light when
nicer,
it
isn't
really
it?
isn't. So
Yeah.
It is. I like him turned
no,
down. Put a little bit more tape over that.
Can I?
Mute tape.
I mean, was that
I
really
was going to
that
ask him about
difficult?
the sun. Yeah.
Was that really that difficult? What I was explaining about the
No.
spotlight and
No.
the small light. I mean,
I was
so
actually going to
stand
add
to
on
reason
about
if one
the
covers
eclipse.
it, if it covers it with the small light, it's going to cover it with the big light too, because they
Right.
both appear to be the same size. Even though, regardless of how far I had to move it, of course I know it's further. That was the point of the experiment. Was
Right.
that the disc would cover both of the lights, even though one was much bigger and much further away. So
Right.
that's a stupid fucking thing. I'm going to hold a quarter and tell how far the moon is. That's.
on the back of this, it tells us.
I remember when I was a little kid, though. It was around NASA times, you know, and the moon landing and shit. And I had this fucking rocket ship that was painted on this kite. And I remember I flew that fucking thing, and it got so high. I was like, that sucker's gonna make it to the moon. I mean, it looked like it was gonna go. There was the moon up there, and that fucking thing was just like, you know, you're a little kid. I thought my bottle rocket went to the moon because I didn't find it for 3 days.
You know what? That's something. A child
So
would think.
he doesn't realize that we're not even listening to him anymore.
Of course, you're not listening because.
Hey, Dave, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Triggered.
No, Nick, we just stopped listening to you because you just kept rambling on and insulting people and being an asshole. And I'm just letting you get it out of your system. So kind of like a bumblebee in a jug. You know?
Oh my god.
I was actually going to ask him about the sun and the moon with the eclipse, because I've heard that with the sun, when the sun and the moon overlap, the sun's supposed to be bigger than the moon, with the measurement of it being 93 miles away. But it's actually not true. It's actually the sun and the moon are the same size.
Well,
So how?
I got one better for you, man. I saw a partial solar eclipse. I'm trying to think if it was 2017. I think it was. And I was in California and I saw that. And it was supposedly, you know, the moon going in front of the fucking sun, right? But the moon was right over my shoulder. So it wasn't the moon. I don't know what the fuck it was. And how come you don't never see the rest of the moon when it's going across it? If the Earth is mostly water, shouldn't we be reflecting light back on the moon so you could actually see the fucking moon?
Yeah.
They only happen ever between a full moon or a new moon. Is the only time there's ever an eclipse.
Versus a change of
Hmm.
distance compared to the change of velocity with the change of time. Since you don't
Shut up,
understand the
fucking
difference between the
Sean,
two,
you stupid piece of fucking
therefore,
garbage, you meth head fuck.
doesn't- Yeah,
Why don't you go ahead and come on up and say something if you got all the balls to come in the chat and talk a little bit? No, he's not really in being opposition. He's just out of control. He's lost his fucking mind and he's over there just insulting people. He hasn't brought any facts to the table. And when we disputed his facts and showed it that it was a bunch of shit. Yeah, well, you're a meth head piece of fucking shit. You know, I think you're one of those fucking abortions that actually lived or something, you know?
He hasn't shut up.
I know.
And he don't even realize,
This
I guess,
is-
that we should stop listening.
I was going to answer a question and let you know.
He's not muted. He's just very quiet.
Oh,
Dave.
well.
Oh, so that's what you've done. Yeah, coward.
What do you think about? Okay, so like, I think it's like a progression. Like this whole conspiracy theorist. Like I'm a flat earther totally, and I'm totally on board with everything. But like I kind of think that we should let them in. Like I think this whole thing with flat Earth, these people are like total fucking normies that they don't fucking know anything, and they just hear flat Earth, and so they just like take it 110% like against us just because there's no progression.
Mm-hmm.
Because even with me, man, I was a progression, man. There's like 2 years where I was like denying flat Earth, and I was like, oh, it's a fucking psyop. That's a psyop. And then I finally realized and finally saw the information. I was like, holy fuck. And it blew my mind. And it blows your fucking mind when you fucking see it. Like it takes you fucking like 3 to 6 months to like digest it, and you're like, holy fuck. Yeah. But like us totally attacking them, it is a progression, man. I think we should like attack them, like even with your buddy here, like let's talk to him about like the other conspiracies and like 9/11 or like the moon landing or like other little soft landings, and see what they believe, or even the Gulf of Tonkin, or like stupid little shit where it's like proven that it's
Well,
like
see, the thing,
reality.
the problem is this, Bearsworth, is that as you could see, I was trying to have the conversation, okay?
Yeah.
And it took me a month of fucking
That is a-
Sundays.
that
See, he can't
a
just.
lie. That is a lie. That's a lie. It's a lie.
How long did
That
it take
is
me
a lie.
to explain
It's
to
a
him
lie.
the experiment? See, he acts like a little child. This is a high school professor that acts like a junior high school girl.
It just sucks because I've seen you guys have streams, and you guys were very cordial, and you guys had really cool streams a couple times. at
You're
least
right.
2 or 3.
We did. But then Sovereign, because he couldn't handle the truth, decided to resort to insults. I have always tried to be respectful.
No,
and
you're
say
never
that
respectful,
every
man.
time you
Now
got
I'm not
wrong,
You've never
respectful.
been
You're
respectful.
a
You
moron.
are a
You are a
condescending,
moron. You're an
childish
anti-Semitic.
acting
You're
little
an
fucking
anti-Semitic.
prick.
You're an anti-Semitic.
I'm
racist.
anti-Semitic.
Oh,
What
Mr.
exactly
I
does
deny
that
the
mean?
Holocaust. I deny
That's
the,
pretty.
you
That's a
deny the
pretty
What does that
Holocaust.
mean?
That's called
insult.
anti-Semitism.
What is called anti-Semitism?
Denying the Holocaust.
6 million died.
Denying?
Of
Have
Denying
you
denying
ever
the
fucking
Holocaust
looked
and
into
another
it? Are
6
you
million
fucking
other
retarded?
people is called being anti-Semitic. What, do you also deny slavery? Like,
Are you fucking
aren't you the one who
retarded?
thinks the Revolutionary War is the Civil War? Like,
Okay, I was
again,
on your
there's
side
so many
before, but now
things which you're
I'm on
so
Dave's side. You're
You're
a
so
fucking liberal.
incredibly stupid. It just
Are
Yeah,
you
he's a
gonna fucking
liberal.
dye your hair blue now?
You're
You'll
You
find a
fucking
lot of your
retard.
globetards are liberals. They
Uh,
cannot.
did he say
mentally-
sovereign
Oh, so now I'm a
citizen yet?
liberal. Now I'm a liberal. That's
Yeah,
funny.
you're
Did you call Dave a sovereign citizen
I'm
yet?
going to tell my friends that you called me a liberal. That's a laugh.
No,
Labels
listen,
don't
Nick,
convince
no,
me.
you
Again,
never,
because,
you're,
you don't have anything.
never.
Oh my God, you're
am I
just a
gonna have to
liberal.
lower? Am I gonna have to lower your volume again? Are you
Or are
forgetting?
you going to insult me? Because if you're
No,
actually going to say
I'm
something
not
which is not an
insulting you.
insult, then I will stop
you made
talking.
this-
But if you're just
You've made this plainly obvious that you are a very condescending and childish acting person. Okay. Now, it took me a month of Sundays to explain to you a simple experiment in fucking perspective. That's sad because everyone else here got it. All 3 or 4 times that I had to fucking explain it. Everybody else got it except you, the professor. Okay, that thinks he can measure the distance to the moon using a fucking quarter at arm's length or whatever. Come on, I just
Dave,
showed you that that's bumpus.
You're anti-Semitic.
You're
Oh, yeah,
also a
I'm
sovereign
anti-Semitic.
citizen.
So I am against the Middle Eastern language group.
And you
okay?
hate the Jews. You hate Jews.
Oh, do I?
You fucking hate Jews. I can feel it.
You can
I
feel
can
it.
feel
Yeah,
it in my
it's gotta be
bones.
terrible.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
that
see,
has
that's
that's
the whole
something to
thing.
do with the flat Earth. Yeah.
That's the worst thing for him too. And there again, Mr. Physics professor, yeah, the high school dropout showed that your quarter fucking ring light thing is bullshit.
You go
through
against my
perspective.
beliefs. You're fucking anti-Semitic. You fucking Jew hater. Fuck me. That's like
Is he
I was
trying to
trying to
say
be
he's
fucking cordial, but now I can see that you're a fucking douchebag. Yeah. He fucking called you anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's fucking crazy.
merely because I question certain events that may or may not have happened in Europe between 1936 and 1945.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
That's all.
Which is provably bullshit.
Oh, he's flashing the Bible. Uh-oh. What's he saying?
I don't know.
Uh-oh.
I'm saying no. Here.
That's how dumb you are. I'd say, whatever you call the Mandela effect. Like you actually believe that. So the fact
Believe
that
it? Are you shitting me? I can prove it. I've proven it over and over. I just
I
proved it to
actually,
another guy.
yeah, I
just
actually
proved
turned
it
to
to
that
somebody.
passage, and it does say 2 or 3 gather.
This guy's teaching our
weird.
kids.
It's really
Okay, I'm
weird,
totally
man.
on your side
It's
now.
really,
This guy's
really-
teaching our fucking kids. This is
I don't
Listen,
want to go
it-
into the Bible with Nick.
It's awesome. Listen, I'll tell you
It's
what.
hard
What's really
enough to
crazy.
get my brain over the last crash. at
Julie,
the
stop
moon.
talking because I actually want to know how it changes.
Yeah, I would too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to know how it's changing too. That's insane. How in the fuck are books changing on my shelf, man?
Yeah,
how are
how-
movies
how the
changing
frack does
in
that
my
happen?
collection?
Right.
How could that occur? Yet it is occurring.
Well, I've never observed that, but I get
You
it.
haven't. You haven't.
If
What's
you have
Isaiah
some
11:6?
deficiency here.
What is Isaiah 11:6?
What does it say?
Don't
I
look.
don't know. I'll look it up.
Don't look. Everybody knows that one.
I'm sorry. Which one is it? Well, I don't know it off the top of my head.
Well, then it wouldn't matter.
Let me.
What animal lies with the lamb, Nick?
I
The
don't
lion
remember.
lies
Isn't
with the
that-
lamb, right?
Isn't that Genesis or something?
No, just stop. You don't know anything.
Oh, I don't know anything. So because I'm dumb because I don't actually understand it. But
No, it's not that. You don't know anything
So,
that's
here,
in
tell
there,
you what.
so it wouldn't be relevant to you.
He
Books
claims
do
to know
not
something,
change.
but he doesn't
There's
know
not
anything.
A single thing in here which is changing while it sits in my my shelf.
He's
Not a
he's
single
just like
thing.
a fucking
Now,
globe
if you are
earther.
claiming that actually happens, you need to go see a doctor because we call that
Okay.
schizophrenia.
Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah. Okay,
And this is coming
but-
from somebody who don't
I've
know
actually-
Hold on, Nick. You don't know what the fuck it says in the first goddamn place, so how would you know?
Why would I know? I
Yeah.
haven't fully studied it. I
Well,
admit.
then why do you even
Something
have
which
it?
I see, instead of
Why do you
denying
even
it
have
because
it,
I don't
Nick?
know it, I say,
Why
yeah,
do you
I
even
haven't
have it?
studied it. I
Why
haven't
do you
studied
why do
it,
you have
therefore I
it?
don't know.
Why do you have it?
Because it is an important book. I keep a lot of books. I have a Quran.
But if you've never read it or looked at it, how would
I've
you?
looked at
What
parts
good
of
is
it.
that to you?
You know, it's always every once in a while, like when somebody brings up a Bible verse, I look it up. It doesn't mean I memorized everything. But
Well,
again,
there are certain
let's
ones.
stick-
There
so
are
you
certain
actually
scriptures,
believe-
though, that
you
that
actually believe
everyone
that it's
that
changing.
everyone
You
knows.
actually believe it's
In the
changing.
beginning, God created what?
What do you
Dave,
think
Dave,
is
you
the heaven and
just
the
have
earth?
to
Everybody knows that one.
Dave,
But you
Dave,
think
you
that
just
this
have
is
to
actually changing.
claim that you're
In
a
the book,
woman.
in the beginning,
you're,
what God
perfect.
created what? Don't look.
Let me look it up. That's Genesis. I know that one.
Oh my God, it's the first fucking passage.
Isn't it the heaven and the earth?
It was heavens and earth. Now it's heaven.
But so is this what you did? You dropped out of school and you spent your time reading this instead of actually learning stuff? You know,
I did learn stuff. That's why I know, Nick, I did learn stuff. That's why I was able to blow your stupid experiment out of the water.
Oh, because you know what it says in Genesis? Because
no, because I am because I've learned because I do know things, Nick.
No, you
school is not where school is not a place for smart people, Nick.
Clearly.
No, it's not. You're an example of that. You're a fucking physics professor, and I showed your goddamn experiment to be bupkis.
No, you haven't shown anything.
Yes,
I
did.
You're claiming that you. Well, I've shown you how to measure.
Yeah, you've showed me that you can cover a light spot with a quarter, and it will do the same thing to a large light source far away. Yes, it will.
Won't do the same thing.
We just showed that.
Your argument is yes, it will. And
no, we already showed that it would.
Actually thinks that text in a book magically changes while it sits on the shelf. I mean,
it has. Well, either that or somebody has been going into everybody's house. Either that or somebody has been going into everybody's house, Nick.
Understand how history works.
Nick,
I mean, somebody who thinks the Civil War was the Revolutionary War. I mean, really,
what is the Civil War, Nick? What is the Civil War, Nick? What is the Civil War, Nick? What is the Civil War, Nick?
A civil war is when the populace of a nation fights with other members of their populace. For example,
and that's what they did in the Revolutionary War, you stupid fuck. Everybody was British subjects, you stupid fuck. Everybody was British, and some of them went against the others. Oh, what's the matter? Aren't you educated? That was a civil war, you dumb fuck.
Using your logic, when we went,
dude, there's a Boston Globe
during the Persian Gulf War, because some of us disagreed with it. I was not one of them.
This guy denies a civil war.
We had a civil war.
No, the statement was made that the Revolutionary War is considered also America's first civil war. The definition of a civil war is when two factions within one society or country go at war with one another. For instance, if the Democrats and Republicans were to take arms against each other, that would be a civil war. Okay. So what did we have in 1776? We had a bunch of subjects of the crown, British citizens on the continent of the United States. There were redcoats already here. There was already an army here. Okay. Yep. It's not like we sent a Declaration of Independence and they said, oh, we're going to send troops over to you. That's not how it worked. Okay. They were already fucking here. Right. So what did we do? We went to war with our own country. Why? Over a political difference, like most civil wars are.
There you go again. The coward has to mute when somebody.
It's because you won't shut the fuck up.
I'm asking you a question. Do you also believe that the War of 1812 was a civil war?
No, that was a banking war.
No, the banking war was Shays' rebellion.
No. Lord Rothschild, the charter for the central bank was due to be re-signed in 1812. We didn't re-sign it. Lord Rothschild said, if the Americans do not sign my charter, they will find themselves embroiled in a most bitter war. Yeah, we didn't sign the charter. Shut up. We didn't sign the charter, and troops came down from Canada and sacked Washington, D.C. So those were foreign troops by
Canadian troops.
And so therefore it wasn't.
But no Americans also once again reaffirmed their status as a Tory. No Americans did that. No Americans provided aid and comfort.
Don't matter what it don't matter what they did, because we were firmly Nick, because we were the United States of America now. We were the United States of America now, Nick.
And you don't even know how to speak proper English? I mean,
we were the United States of America, Nick.
How stupid are you?
We were the United States of America, therefore foreign soldiers attacking our country was not a civil war.
Okay,
even if no, in the Revolutionary War, everyone was a fucking British crown.
We're not fighting with ourselves because we didn't exist as a nation. You can't have a civil war in a nation which doesn't exist.
Did we have? Hold on.
Just like the War of 1812 was not fought over some Rothschild. Again, that's anti-Semitism, because I get where the whole
Rothschild it's not anti. Dude, this is a matter of history, Nick.
I mean, you you show yourself as being, you speak with such confidence, but you don't realize how, normal adults, you don't even have to be relatively educated. I mean, most of the stuff which I review,
Nick,
isn't
this is
stuff I
all
learned in
a matter
school.
of
It is
historic
stuff
record.
it's stuff which I learned when I was like,
This is
in
all
fifth
a
grade.
matter of the historic record, Nick.
It's
all a matter of historic record.
Have you considered that maybe the historical records have magically changed so they read something different than what actually happened? Like, why is that not happening?
There's always that possibility, but as
there's that possibility. So
were they different? So it was different in your reality? Is that what it was?
How do we know we were actually fighting against the British and not aliens?
I mean,
isn't
know,
it
Nick.
possible
I wasn't
that
there,
this
man.
magical effect which you have sort of changed the history books?
So, Nick,
is that possible?
Hold on, wait a second. Are you wanting to talk about the Mandela effect, or are you wanting to talk about the War of
I'm asking
1812?
you, isn't it possible that all of the history books?
In fact, we have
Hey, Nick, how many Jews died in
All right,
World
I'm
War
going to have
II?
to. No more with the Jews, Bearsworth.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, he doesn't want to go down that route because he doesn't want me to pull up the video of him saying some crazy stuff.
I don't give a fuck what you pull up, Nick.
Also, then why don't you want to talk about your anti-Semitic views? And of course, I mean,
well, because right now,
going, oh no, the War of 1812 was because of the Rothschilds. Yep,
it was.
It was because you say so.
It's a matter of fucking record.
Of course, because you say so. Because you think it's a matter of record, it must be true.
So, Lord Rothschild,
you have no evidence to support it, but
yeah, actually we do. But in any case, just because you don't know something,
let me guess,
once again,
you just parrot garbage you hear on the internet.
Okay. So
you don't actually do any of your
all
own
right,
research.
so here's the deal. Now, what do you want? Yeah, I have. That's why I know and you don't. What the War of 1812 was over. What was it over then, Nick? What was hey, you pompous fucking dick. What was it over? What was it over? You tell me. You tell me what it was over. You're the expert.
You want me to answer the question for something you don't know?
Oh, I do know. I want to hear what you think it was. What was the War of 1812 fought over?
Well, apparently it was about the Rothschilds because,
well, you said it wasn't.
Smart. Well,
you said it wasn't. You said it was something else.
I stand corrected. You are the smartest man.
You said it was something different.
What
was
it? You know stuff which the rest of the world doesn't know.
The rest of the world does know. You seem to be the only one that doesn't know.
Yeah, I seem to be the only one. Just like I seem to be the only one who apparently knows how to measure the speed of light. Nobody else does. Apparently, I'm the only one who knows how to measure the
You have never learned anything on your own. You've had to go get help. You went to college.
Why do we say that we measure the?
So you could regurgitate everything you were taught.
Dreamy, again, you don't know how to use a compass. You're not really even qualified to have this debate.
I don't really give a shit about a compass. I don't need one.
This is somebody who, yeah, because you have G.
So as soon as
we're the only ones who fucking know how to read compass.
You can't even understand a simple analogy. You can't even understand a simple evidence.
Are you fucking retarded?
A conversation includes all of us, and right now you took over since you came in this panel. You haven't shut the fuck up once.
Well, Dreamy, either have you, and you just keep on making pretty inane comments. Quite frankly, you're a boring toy to play with. Sovereign is much more fun. So go play.
What are you saying?
I'm not the one claiming to know
He
everything.
says he wants to play with your sex toy or something. I don't know.
Oh my gosh. I'm sorry, but people's left the chat and everything else because of this son of a bitch.
You're also a liar and disingenuous.
But this isn't a conversation. I wanted to hear the questions from other people, and he's
extremely bent. He's extremely bent because I logically destroyed his fucking stupid holding a disc out and measuring light distance.
Yes, you did.
That's ridiculous as shit because any fucking third grader knows that a big fish far away looks like a little fish close up. It's real simple, man. So it stands to reason if my fucking disco, if both lights, although we know they're different sizes and distances, if they both appear the same size, then that's going to give me the same results, isn't it? Because if they appear the same size, it's going to eclipse this close one and it'll eclipse the far one. Isn't that cool? In fact, isn't that what they claim? That because the sun is 400 times bigger and 400 times further, that's why the moon totally perfectly eclipses the sun, right? Okay, that's why. That same thing, perspective. It's all about fucking perspective.
Let's try to go back to a real
Man, he's a fucking douchebag.
You are
He
saying
is.
that
He is completely. He wants me to kick him off. He wants me to kick him off so he can go, I won. I won because you
He
kicked me
said
off.
I do.
That's what he does. That's what he does because he's too much of a pussy to actually have a conversation. He wants to keep going over to dumb shit that has nothing to do with what we're talking about at all.
The experiment. Do it. You said it was
Well,
demonstrable. Do it.
I really thought some people had some good questions that came out, but he never shut up. So.
Oh no, he doesn't.
Well, I tried to answer the question about.
You
stuff
never
that I
answered
discovered,
shit,
but,
Nick.
Sovereign
In
said
fact,
no.
what do you know anyways? I just showed that you, a physics professor, are full of fucking bumpkins, bro.
Man, that's
just
what
showed
10 years of indoctrination does to you. That fucks
You
up
are
your
a
mind
physics
so
professor,
much.
and you actually thought that you could measure the distance to an object using a quarter. You're a fucking moron, dude.
Yeah,
You
10
have
years
to,
of fucking
if you use,
indoctrination. There you
he
go.
didn't even come back. He
He's
didn't
telling
even
me
come
I
up
need to
with
go to
that
school.
until after I said how you measure to jump, whether or not you can jump a ravine or not. Then he came up with his little scenario. But before that, he just kept re-asking you the same question that you asked him. So that told me immediately that he was stalling for time to figure out the answer. That's a communication tactic. Go to
Well, yeah,
teach
that's the
some
whole
college
thing. That's the whole thing.
communication
Is
books. You'll learn that.
as soon as his stupid shit gets shown to be stupid shit, then he gets mad and starts acting like a butthurt little girl. He's got
Right,
about
and
the
starts
he's
throwing
got the
personal
maturity
insults.
level of a 12-year-old girl on her period. I'm serious.
I almost said he had the tampon in the wrong hole. Sorry, I know that's bad, but
Oh my God!
when
yeah.
you called him a girl,
No, I
he
was.
was
I was
ranting.
if he didn't act like such a douchebag like he's doing right now, and he thinks that I'm going to turn his volume back up and let him act like a douchebag, and I'm not.
Right.
Until he stops acting like a douchebag.
I'm asking you to do the experiment, but you won't do it because it won't work.
Oh, he wants to
what
do the experiment again.
What experiment is he talking about now?
Is it the fucking Polaris challenge?
He's a sadist. He likes
He
punishment.
wants to know how they probe the moon. I'm trying to be nice.
Hang on, Nick. I got you. Just chill, bro. Just chill. Let me get you.
You gotta do the fucking Polaris
experiment.
challenge,
But
Dave.
you don't know how to do it, do you? You don't know how to do it. You can't do it.
Do what?
Your experiment.
What experiment?
Use your method to come up with the same distance between to the moon using your method, and I will use my method, and we'll see how that works out. You said it was demonstrable. I'm saying my method is demonstrable. So put your money where the mouth is. Do the experiment tomorrow, and let's see if you get the same results as I do. And just to be fair, we'll show all the math. We'll put it on the screen. We can have the audience verify it with calculators, and we'll do it. Are you able to do that? I will.
Are you talking about with the light? Are you talking about with the blue lights?
I will measure the distance. I will measure the distance to the moon using my quarter. Then you, with the lights, show that you come up with the same distance.
Well, that's just stupid. Nobody was claiming to get
Of
the same
course, it's
distance.
God. It's so stupid for you to actually be challenged to do your actual experiment.
Wait
You
a
said
second,
it was demonstrable.
Nick,
Demonstrate it.
Hold on.
You
I
said it was.
I think where
if
you're
you're
lost.
not able to,
I think where you're
so you're full
lost
of
is
crap.
on. I think
You
where
see,
you're
again,
lost.
you're full of crap. When
I
I'm
think where you're
challenging you to
lost is
actually-
on
I will do the
the. All
experiment.
right. Once again, Nick.
Look at me. I will do the experiment.
All
I
right,
will
good for
put
you.
my reputation on the line, and I will measure the distance to the moon with my experiment.
Okay.
You are such a coward that your experiment, which you say is demonstrable, you are unable to demonstrate.
Sure. But
you'll do it.
because
Okay.
we're not looking for the look. You missed the whole point. You
Well, we're
missed
not
the whole
actually-
point.
Okay, so your experiment doesn't actually do distances then.
You missed the point.
Clearly.
Okay.
Clearly.
Your claim is that you can measure the distance to that light by holding
Not
a
my
quarter
claim.
and
I'm gonna
eclipsing.
demonstrate.
Okay, we got that. You don't need to say anything more.
Demonstrable.
Let me finish. Stop.
You know what the word demonstrable means?
Stop.
You
Yes,
use
yes. And I'm going to demonstrably demonstrate to you that would work the same.
the same
All right.
way. That's what I'm asking you.
Wait a second.
I will do my experiment, measure the distance to the moon. Then you do your same experiment where you can show
All
that
right.
you come
All
up
right.
with the
So
same
let
value.
me
as
see
I
if
do.
I understand the experiment. All right.
It's your experiment, man. How do you not understand your own experiment?
Well, how do you understand it if you're not telling it back to me right?
Understand your experiment because it doesn't make any sense. But
Well,
that's why
you haven't listened to it.
No, I want to see it.
Okay,
You're the one who
listen. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Take a deep. Close your eyes and take a deep breath.
You conduct the experiment.
All right. I want you to shut your mouth and listen.
Again, shut your mouth because you're just trying to avoid the subject. You are not able to. You're not willing to take the risk that you're going to be publicly humiliated with your experiment.
I'm already publicly humiliated right now because everyone here understands what the experiment showed, Nick. Everyone here, goddamn, you just can't quit, can you? So everyone here knows. Everyone here understood.
Coward, you're a chicken.
Okay, that's all you have. See.
Yeah, no, because you won't demonstrate it to us. You're just telling us about it, but you're not going to put your
what right this fucking minute. You want me to fucking do it right this goddamn minute, you stupid, simple son of a bitch?
There, I win. I got you to lose your temper.
God damn, you're dumb.
No, that was the whole goal.
Why?
Because you're freaking hilarious when you lose your temper.
All right, cool.
Oh, you want to clip that for your and send it to CNN?
Do you beat your wife too? Like if she doesn't listen
Yes,
to
I
you?
do. I know. Every Sunday too.
Is this a cycle of abuse that your parents beat you?
Okay.
Is that the problem?
So,
like I am asking you in front of everybody.
He'd be eating walls at my house.
Nick, back to the experiment, Nick. Back to the experiment. Back to the experiment, Nick. Shut your face now and let me explain it. Let me explain it. Let me explain it, you moron.
You're a chicken. You're the moron. You won't explain it. It doesn't mean shit unless you show it to us.
won't shut up long enough.
Just like my experiment doesn't mean anything until I show that it works. Your experiment doesn't mean anything.
I'm going to show you right now. I can show you right now why it won't
I
work.
haven't done my experiment. You need
I
to
can
come up
show
with
you right now why it won't work. I can show you right now why it won't work, Nick.
Why wouldn't it work?
Okay, are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Can you answer just yes or no?
No, I'm not going to answer anything until you said it was demonstrable, and I'm going to hold you to that. You need to demonstrate it.
All right. So you can actually,
demonstrate mine.
Nick, shut up a minute.
Let's not do the moon. Let's do.
I don't care what you do. The point of the experiment is this: is that your method.
How about we do this? We measure the distance from our eye to the horizon. Is that more manageable for you? Are you able to handle that kind of experiment?
Yes. Okay. So let me go
do you
on to my
wanna do
thing.
it? So
Look. You got everything.
How long
Nick.
do you need? You stop trying to backtrack. I'm
not
challenging
backtracking, you stupid son of a bitch. Shut your
there it is
fucking
again.
mouth.
That's number 2. God, you're
Well,
too
so
easy.
you don't
man.
want to talk at
You're
all?
too easy. No, I want you to show it to me. If you can't show it to me, it doesn't mean crap.
Okay, I'm going to show it to you, and you're going to be able to see it in your mind right now. It'll be
No,
so
I
easy.
I want to see
All
it
right,
with my
we'll
eyes.
do it. We'll do it for real, but I'm going to explain the experiment to you.
No, I don't
okay?
need to. I don't need your.
No.
explanation.
I want to lay the groundwork for it, Nick. I want to lay the groundwork for it. Okay. So here it is. Here it is, Nick. Do you agree that a large light? Do you agree that a large light? So you're not listening.
No. We're not having a logic debate. You said your experiment was demonstrable.
Okay, I'll do it tomorrow. I will do it tomorrow.
Okay.
Nick, I will do it tomorrow. Okay. So now listen. Now shut up and listen.
How about we give ourselves
How about this, Nick? How about I'm going to fucking mute you until I get done talking? How about that? How about that? Okay. So what I prove with what I've even said while you're playing with your little toys, Nick, quit choking your chicken, buddy.
Stop saying that you prove stuff. Actually do it.
All right,
Everything else is irrelevant. You don't have to explain a thought experiment.
No, it's not irrelevant,
I want
Nick.
you to
It's not irrelevant.
do it.
It's not irrelevant. You know
to do
why
it.
you
It
won't
is
let me
relevant.
explain it? Because you know
I
that
will
I'm going to
demonstrate
destroy
my
you
method.
right now.
I will
You know that I'm
demonstrate
going to
my
destroy
method.
you. And whether I have
You
to mute you to
demonstrate-
destroy
No,
you,
destroy
which
me
it
by
looks like
showing-
I'm going to have to do because you won't shut up.
Yeah, you are going to have to do it.
Yep. Okay. There it goes. So here's the point, Dick Bag. Look at his name, Major Dick Bag, swallower of semen. Do you notice that? You see what his name is? So We all agree that a large object further away can appear the same size as a small object get close up, right? So if I'm measuring the distance using this thing at arm's length, and I've got both lights, one is way far away, the other one's close, right? And so then I take my quarter and I eclipse the close light. Now, because the far light appears to be the same size, even though it's further away and much bigger, it still has an appearance of the same size as the light that's closer. So it stands to reason that the same distance with the same object will eclipse both of these lights, won't it? So it's not going to give us a distance no matter what kind of fucking math you'd use, because we're dealing with different distances. We're dealing with different sizes. Okay, so just like that, a large object far away can appear the same as a close object that's smaller. And if I eclipse one and it works perfectly, and I eclipse the other and it works perfectly, even though the big light is way further away than the small light, how am I going to get any kind of a distance using that quarter? You're not. You have to know the size or the distance, or have something of that you do know the size and distance of to compare it with. And that's all there is to it. That's all. There's no need to actually do the experiment, because you can actually see that here's these two objects appear to be the same size, like they tell us the sun and moon, because they appear to be the same size, but one is 400 times bigger and 400 times further away. That's why they appear the same size, right? That's what they tell us. So through that perspective, if I can eclipse both of the light with the same object at the same distance from my arm, then my calculation isn't worth a fuck, is it? So that's all there was to it, Nick. And that's all you had to do is just shut the fuck up and let me do it. That's all you had to do. But you couldn't. But everybody heard it except you, because you were too busy running your face.
I'm agreeing with you. You just said something which I agree with you.
I don't care if you agree with me or not. You're wrong. In fact, maybe I should go back and check. As wrong as you are most of the time.
Shit. You have admitted the exact same thing which I'm saying, that your experiment is complete gibberish and totally illogical and cannot be compared to my experiment.
Wait. My experiment will not prove that a large object far away and a small object close up can appear.
That's not what we're trying to prove. We're trying to show the distance to the moon.
Well, how would you do that if the quarter eclipses both of them equally and they're both way far away from each other? Then what does that tell you? How are you
we
going
have
to
multiple moons all of a sudden? What are you talking
How are
about?
you going
Is
to
there
use
another
that?
moon
How are
that I
you going to
don't know
use that?
about?
If the coin eclipses both lights equally,
we
it eclipses both of them equally, and one is way far away.
I have an idea. I will not measure. No, I have an idea. I will not measure the distance to the moon. I'll do it to the freaking sun.
If you measured or not, I'm telling you, your method and what you told us was utter fucking nonsense.
Because you don't understand it. Because you say it's nonsense.
It's not about understanding anything. It's understanding.
I'm trying. So just for the record, your experiment, like you said, doesn't mean anything, and you're not able to demonstrate it.
No,
I'm
what
saying
it means exactly this, Nick. It means that you can do
that. I won't. Yeah, it's possible that I can't do it. I'm saying I'm risking my reputation on it.
The bottom line is,
Nick. So again, now that you got caught in a corner,
so what you said about the quarter, as I just demonstrated.
So the garbage which you're saying, you're not actually going to back it up. You're not going to back it up. You're not going to back it up. Okay, how about another?
So you actually have to physically do that to know that?
Yeah.
You're a fucking retard.
No, you're the moron.
Hey guys, where the fuck is the common ground? There's common ground here. Stop fucking arguing.
I agree with Sovereign that his experiment is complete gibberish. That's why he won't do it.
Fuck off. Okay, let's stop him with this flat earth fucking bullshit.
You said,
where's some common ground? Like seriously.
So
you guys do have common ground, and debating about this flat earth bullshit.
Like he runs away. He runs away like a little coward.
No, he doesn't, man.
I'm saying I'm going to risk my reputation by measuring the distance from myself to the sun. I will put my reputation on the line. Sovereign is not even able to do that. He just says, well, technically the experiment, which he said was demonstrable, isn't worth shit. That was his exact words right now.
Hey, where do you guys fucking agree? Do you guys agree on anything?
Just the fact, Nick.
I agree with
Just
him
the
that his
fact, Nick.
experiment is worth shit. It doesn't
Just
mean
just the fact that you actually have to have someone show you what I just explained. That a large light. Shut
apparently,
up.
Apparently,
a large
I need
light,
to show
a large light far away and a close light small appear to be the same size. Okay, they appear. So if you hold a quarter up and fucking eclipse this one and the other one, which is like way further away, you get the same eclipse effect. How is that quarter telling you a distance? Because you're getting the same goddamn effect from the same distance from your face.
You don't understand
on both lights.
You don't understand it, so that's why I have to show it to you.
What are you
Because
talking about? Understand it? I just
You don't understand
you
it.
can do
You
that
just
in
said
your
you didn't
fucking head.
understand it. You
Anybody
said-
that's
you-
been
you
alive
said,
for
quote,
anybody that's been alive for more than an hour understands fucking perspective.
Apparently, everybody does. But so there's argument and authority. But that's why I'm saying I will show you my method, because clearly just telling you my method using words, you're not able to visualize it.
I
in your
just
brain.
did, dude. I told you it's bupkis. You can tell it's bupkis. If the court, listen to me once again,
just
Nick.
because you don't understand
all right,
mathematics
wait a second.
doesn't mean that mathematics doesn't exist.
Do you agree?
Do you actually believe
Hold
that
on a
just because you
second.
don't know?
Do you agree?
I'm just challenging you
Hold
on
on.
the stupid
Do
things you're
you
saying.
agree?
Don't change the subject. Don't change the
I'm
subject.
not changing the subject. I'm staying right on it.
Let me
Do
ask you a
you
question.
agree?
Are you retracting your statement that it's demonstrable?
No, I'm not.
Okay, then demonstrate it.
Okay.
And I'm saying my method is demonstrable, and I
No,
will
it's not,
demonstrate it.
Nick, because look, you got the same fucking
You
quarter.
say it's not. I'm going to prove you wrong by demonstrating it.
Nick, do you agree?
You're
that
not
a
willing.
lo-
You're not
Shut
willing to even
up,
give me.
my
you're not
God!
even-
How did
you're
you
not
ever?
wi-
What did
you're
you
not
just
willing-
memorize a
You're
textbook
not.
and take a
Yeah,
test?
because you're so stupid. I'm asking you to demonstrate it. You said it was
Okay,
demonstrable.
we
Demonstrate
already
it.
determined we're not
Okay,
going to
everything
do
else
that
is
this
irrelevant.
moment,
Everything
are we?
else is everything
Now,
else is
do
irrelevant.
you
No,
agree?
I don't. No, show it to me.
Do you agree that a
We can move
large
on- we can
object?
move on from this debate by
Do
settling
you
it.
agree that a large
I'm not
object?
agreeing to anything until you show it to me. I will
Okay.
measure the distance of the sun.
No,
from
you're not going to
myself to the
measure the
sun,
fucking distance
and
of the sun. It's
using
the same
your
goddamn
hold
thing,
on,
you moron.
Hold on. Using
God
your
damn.
now I'm a moron because you
All
can't
right,
do it.
so
dude. You
here,
can't do it,
listen,
dude. I just humiliated you.
listen,
You said, "Oh, it's
listen.
demonstrable," and you can't even show your own
Listen,
experiment.
Nick,
You
Nick,
cannot even show
Nick,
your own experiment.
Nick.
No, you're a fraud, dude. You're a
Okay,
total
well, I'm a
fraud.
fraud then. So,
Yeah, because
so let
you
me
can't
ask you. Let me ask you a question.
No, everything else now is just irrelevant because
No, it's not. No, it's
you
not.
made a
It's
claim.
absolutely relevant.
I am challenging you on your claim, and you
All
won't
right,
accept
good.
the challenge.
Challenge accepted. Now let's
Okay,
move on.
great.
Now
Then
let's move on.
Yeah,
Now let's move on. Do you agree that two objects of varying sizes can be
I don't
moved
want to
to a
talk about your
distance? Shut the
I
fuck
don't,
up!
because I don't want to listen to it.
Because you know that it's going to blow your stupid shit
It
out
will,
of the water.
and you know what?
And I
Right
already
now
know
I'm-
what you're going to
Yeah,
do, you
so-
stupid
so
fucker.
blow it out
You're-
of the water. Blow it out of the water by demonstrating it, and I will blow you out of the water by showing you how simple it is for me to measure the distance between myself and the sun.
Hang on, I'm gonna demonstrate it right now. These are two objects of two different sizes. Okay, I can make them appear to be the same size. Watch.
Yeah, you can.
Watch. Oh,
No,
wow!
no, yeah, you
look,
can.
look! This object in my right hand is much smaller than this object right here. Right?
Could you measure the
Right?
distance between those two objects?
Wait,
Could
wait,
you
wait,
measure?
wait. Maybe
Again,
this is the bigger.
you're
maybe
talking
this is the
gibberish,
bigger
gibberish,
object.
gibberish. Do we really have to listen to your gibberish?
Maybe this is the bigger object.
I will.
Oh,
I
wait,
will
wait.
show you how to do it.
Or maybe
I will show you how to do it.
Maybe they're the same
Okay,
size.
again, you're a
Look,
fraud.
they're the same
Everything
size
you
now.
say is
I'm
is
magic.
fraudulent now.
Look at me,
You
I'm
said
magic.
You could prove me wrong. I will measure the
I just
distance
did.
of the sun.
I just
Prove
did.
me wrong after.
I just
No, you
did.
didn't. You just moved
Yes.
some objects around.
Yes,
all
I
you
did. Did you see what happened with it? Look, they can be the same size. One can be
So
way
why don't you wait
smaller.
until I?
One
Are you
can be.
afraid?
Look,
Are you
look, look,
afraid that
now
I'll
the big
actually?
one's small.
Are you actually afraid that I will
Why
accurately
is
measure
the
the
big one
distance of the
small,
sun?
Nick?
That I
Here,
will
hold the
actually
quarter
show
up and
everybody
tell me
how
big
you
it
can
is.
do it. Let's do a smaller distance because I know if I measured the sun to be 93 million miles away, you will just say, "Well, that's not
Well,
true." How
if
do you
you
know it?
if you measure the sun to be 93 million miles away,
Let's
then
measure.
I'll know you're,
Let's
then I'll
measure.
know you're full of
let's-
shit. then I'll
let's
know you're full of shit because
okay.
it's not 93
So
million
I'm going
miles
to
away.
refine the challenge. Let's measure something which we can actually verify the distance.
Okay.
So what do you propose?
All right. I'll tell you what, it's real easy, man. I'll do it with 2 lights. I'll just use a big light and a small light.
Yeah, you do your method,
Okay.
and
All
then
right.
I will do my method.
So you agree?
I will measure the.
You agree that I can make a big light appear to you to be the same size as
I
the little light,
agree
right?
that you have the ability to move objects around.
All
What I
right.
don't
So
agree with
could I
is
make
that-
could I move them so that the big light appeared to be the same size as the small light?
If I accurately
Could I
measure,
move the light
I-
to make it appear
okay,
as though the
are you
big
gonna
light
accept the
is the
challenge?
same size as the small
You're
light?
not going to
Yes
accept
or
the
no?
challenge. You're a coward.
Can I do it or not?
You're a coward. I will measure something.
Can I
which is
do
a
it or
mile
not?
away.
You're the only coward. You won't
No,
answer
I
the
will measure.
question.
I will measure something which is a
Good
mile
for you.
away.
Answer the question.
I will measure something.
And
No,
good for you.
no,
You
you're just-
measure
you're-
your
you're-
dick
you're-
if you want to.
no,
I don't care.
You said it was
Okay.
oh, you don't care.
Can I? Can
So,
I take
my
a big light?
original thing was correct. Just because you don't understand
Could
it,
I
doesn't mean-
take? Is it yes or no? Can I make a big light? Can I move a big light far enough back that it'll appear the same size to you
Yeah, of
as
course
the
you can.
small light close? Okay.
why
All
not?
right. So if you're measuring the small light with the quarter at the end of your hand, right? And you get it so that it perfectly eclipses. Now, the other light, which is further away but much bigger, it appears to be the same size, right? So the eclipse is going to be the same.
So
the eclipse is going to be the same. So your distance, you get the same fucking result. With
There you
different
go again,
distances.
losing your temper because you're such a coward. I'm challenging you. We're going to measure something which we can verify in real life. Since we cannot actually verify, if I come up with 93
We
million
don't
miles,
even have to fucking
we
measure
can.
something. We
But
just
do you-
showed,
well,
we
okay,
just
let me ask
showed
you
you
this.
that that method is bullshit.
See, there you go again. See, you don't listen. I'm challenging you. I'm giving you the opportunity to prove me wrong. Do you now? We're gonna have to make some assumption. Do you agree that we can actually get accurate distances using a map? If we look at a map with a scale, can we
No.
actually do it? Oh, we can't. So how do you propose we verify the distance? What I'm going to do is
I don't need to verify the distance, Nick. All
Yeah,
you
we do.
need to know,
We
all
do.
you need
No,
to
no. I'm
know.
going to
Hold on.
show
All
you.
you need to know, you're using the same.
No,
formula.
you stop putting
Wait a
words in my
second.
mouth. I'm
You're
telling
using
you
it-
that
you're
I'm
using
going to
this-
accurately.
hold on.
Okay. Yeah, you
And
can't do
if
it.
with the
Coward.
two, let's go back
Coward,
to the
dude,
two. Let's go back
you've
to the
just
two
shown
lights.
everybody that you can't do it.
Let's
You can't
go
put your
back
money
to
where your
the
mouth
two
is.
lights again,
You're
Nick.
afraid. You're
Let's
afraid
go-
that I'm
all
going to be
right.
able
Well,
to do
you've
it.
said that now a number of
You're
times. Now
afraid.
let me speak.
You are afraid.
Okay.
So why don't you take the challenge? If you're right,
So wait a
I
second,
should not.
Nick,
If I
Nick,
use my
Nick.
method to measure a distance, which we can corroborate, I shouldn't come up with the right number.
Okay, good. Here's what I'm
Because
saying.
you
Nick.
say my experiment will not
Nick,
work. So
Nick,
I'm challenging you. I'm going to
Nick.
show it to you. Do you accept
All right,
the challenge?
good. I know you said that. You're running
Okay,
out. It's
so
getting
you accept
old.
the
It's
challenge. So
getting
there's no
old.
reason for
We
us
already
to talk about
accepted
it.
it. We already
There's no
accepted it.
reason for us
We
to talk
already
about it
accepted it,
until
Nick.
we actually do
There
the
already
experiment.
no. There is reason.
Why?
To accept it because
Why?
you're
Just
stupid.
Let me hang
Because you're
myself.
stupid.
Let
You
me
are
show you. You're
you're
afraid that I'm going to do
demonstrably
it. You're
stupid.
afraid.
You're
afraid that I'm gonna
demonstrably
get it right.
stupid, Nick.
You're afraid that my quote stupid method will get the accurate distance. And I'm saying
No,
something which we can
it's
measure here on
impossible
Earth.
for your method to get any distance.
Yeah, and I'm saying that it can. And
No,
I'm going
okay.
to show.
Then all right.
Are you
wait,
not
wait,
willing
wait,
to?
wait, wait,
You're
wait,
not.
wait, wait. So you're
and then-
telling me, hold on, you're telling me.
No, I'm
that
not
by
going to tell
being-
you.
Shut
I'm
up
going
a
to
minute.
show you.
All right,
I'm going
well,
to show
great.
you.
Well, great. I want to
There's
understand.
nothing
that.
else
I
that you
want to
need to say
understand.
about it.
Wait a second. So
There's
if
nothing
I,
else
if
you
I
need to
took,
say. Just accept my challenge. Say
hold on a
fine.
second.
Go measure something. Are you
Nick.
afraid? Do you
Nick.
just want to muddy the issue by saying, "Oh, let me tell you this. Let me tell you." Why
I
don't you
know.
let me go out and measure a distance right
All
here on
right,
Earth,
Nick.
which we can verify.
Nick.
We can verify. And
Nick.
if I get the
Are
distance
you really
correct,
that dumb? Are
using
you
my
really that
method,
afraid? You're the
okay, just
coward.
calling my
You're a
experiment
coward,
dumb
Nick.
is
You're a
stupid.
coward. You're a coward.
I'm a coward because I'm challenging you to do the actual experiment. You're afraid that I'm going to get.
speak.
You know I'm going to get the right distance.
Because you know
You
you
know
won't
it.
let me speak.
Yeah, because what you're talking about is gibberish.
No, it's
Until
not
you-
gibberish. How would you
No.
know? You've never let me say a word.
Because you're not saying anything.
That's
And
because
and
I
you
haven't been
also
able
said-
to. You
also
loudmouth
said-
fucking.
You also
simp.
said, "quote Your experiment." Well, I'm adding the "your" because you said, your experiment isn't worth shit." That's what you
Okay.
said.
So now,
Are
Nick,
you? So if I measure something, I'm going to measure a light right off in the distance.
Give a fuck if you measure your dick.
So
That's
if I
not-
measure it correctly, then will you concede that my
All right,
method
wait a second.
works?
Wait a second. I'm gonna just
Will you
let me work
concede that
something
my
out with
method
you.
works?
Let me work something out with you here. All right.
No, I'm just asking you. Let me
All right,
demonstrate
well,
it, and if
I'm
I get the
gonna
right
get there.
distance,
Gonna get
if I
there.
get the right distance, then
You
you have to
won't.
admit that
You
my
won't.
method
And if
works.
you did, you lied. And I'll tell you why.
No, I'll show you
I'm
the
gonna
math.
prove
I
to you
will
right
show
now
you the
why.
math.
I'm gonna
I
prove
will
to you
show
right
you the
now
math.
why.
In fact,
I'm gonna
we'll
prove
try to
to you
find an
right now why.
independent person to verify it.
Okay,
Let's
so
do that.
Nick,
We'll have
all right.
somebody judge it.
So
We'll
you
have
can't
somebody
shut
judge
up
it.
long enough to fucking
Because you're not saying anything. You're
You
not
don't
willing
shut
to
up long
accept the
enough to
challenge.
let anybody judge anything
not-
except for
because
your
I'm
fat mouth.
Okay. So here's what we got going on with that. If what you say you can measure a distance to something like that, in my example of the two lights, right? You're eclipsing both of them using the same object, although both of them are different distances from you, different distances, but they both have the same effect on the quarter. They both have the same effect. So how is that going to give you any kind of number to work with? What are you going to angle off to? What the fuck kind of math are you going to go? Okay, so you come up with 10 feet for the fucking ring light. And even though the spotlight is maybe a half a mile down the fucking road, you still going to come up with 10 feet? How are you going to do that? They both appear exactly the same. They both have the exact same effect on the goddamn quarter. So your dumb fucking quarter thing is no good. That's simple. I don't know what he can't understand about that. Probably because he can't shut the fuck up long enough to listen.
Blows my mind how someone that claims to be so well educated is so stupid.
No shit.
That's why I'm going to put my money where my mouth is, and I'm going to show it to you.
Well, shove your
Something
money up
which
your ass
none
too.
of you are
I
willing to
don't
do.
care.
Something which
Use
none
it
of
for
you
a
are willing to do.
tampon. I
You can
don't
shout
care.
gibberish. You can say
Use
that the
your
experiment is
money
stupid.
and
You
cram it
are
in your
afraid
mouth. I
I
mean,
will
eat
get it
the
right.
stuff,
Just
you
admit
know?
you're afraid I'll get it right.
Can two
We're
objects
not afraid you'll get it right because we've already Sovereign's already proved you wrong.
can two
No,
objects
I'm going
appear
to
to be the same
all
size?
I'm going to prove. All I'm going to prove. All I'm
Yes.
going to prove is using
Two
my.
objects can
Okay.
appear to be the same size. Do you see this? Two objects can appear to be the same size, yet they are not the same size. Why? Because one is smaller and closer, the other one is bigger and further away. Isn't that something? So you put your fucking quarter up to the little white one, and you get the same results as you do from the little black one up here. So now how's that going to tell you a distance? It's not.
Because I'm
in
going to
physicality, they are at
calculate
different
the correct
distances.
distance. I will calculate the correct distance. That's
I'm
all.
sure you will. Sure you will.
Yeah, I will. No,
Sure you
I'm saying I will.
Sure you
I'm
will.
accepting your challenge. You
Sure you
say
will.
that my method is stupid, and I'm going to say I'm going to demonstrate it.
Dude, I'm telling you right now, as I just demonstrated. As I just demonstrated. Okay,
No,
those
all you're,
two objects
no,
are
I get what you're
obviously-
demonstrating. It doesn't matter what you're
these
demonstrating.
two objects,
All
look,
I have
look,
to
these two objects
demonstrate
are demonstrably different sizes, aren't they? This one is smaller than this one, isn't it? However, I can move this close enough to you that it looks like it's the same size as the black one. So if you were to put an object up and eclipse this white one, and you put the same object up and it eclipses this black one the same way, then which distance is right? That's what he's not getting.
Oh, let me use my method, and I'll get it wrong, and then you can. I will concede.
Well,
I
I
will
mean,
even
if
say-
you actually
I will
really
even-
have to
will you
go
let me
and
finish?
physically,
Will
if
you let
you
me
really
finish?
physically
I'm
have to
making the
do
bet.
that to
I will
understand.
concede. Okay, you're afraid
I mean,
to
if
do
you
it.
really have to physically go out and do that to understand perspective, then I don't even know how you got to be a physics professor, to tell you the truth.
Clearly, you don't understand that. That's why I need to show it to you.
How are
because
you going to?
I can measure any distance using a quarter.
Okay, so there again with these two objects appearing to be the same size.
I don't care about your experiment. I don't care about your experiment. Forget your
And
experiment
if we
for a
eclipse
second.
both of them exactly
Using
the
my
same,
method,
if we eclipse both of them exactly the same,
you're not gonna listen.
you're going to
You're a
get the
moron.
same results, and you're going to be telling yourself that both these objects, through your method, will be at the same distance. Your method will show that both these objects are at the same distance. when they clearly are not. That's what your method will do. It will show both of those objects at the same distance.
So what
when they
happens
are
if I get
clearly
the
not,
correct
because
distance?
you're using an apparent size and you don't know the distance or the size. You're using
but
what
I
you
do
have.
know the distance and the size.
It doesn't work. It never will work.
Okay,
ever.
you say it doesn't work, but you're not giving me the opportunity to actually take the challenge. I will measure something which we will be able to corroborate using a different method. We won't do the moon because you're right. We can't take a ruler and measure the distance of the moon. I mean, I could just do the experiment and say, oh, look, I came up with 93 million miles.
Dude, you could do it right there with a small pen light and your ring light.
Are you going to let me finish, or are you going to be just a coward and talk over me because you're not willing to take the challenge? Because I'm now calling you out.
You can do it right there in your office,
You
Nick.
know. Okay, you know that I will get the correct distance. And if I get the correct distance using my method, your claim that my method does not work is no longer valid. I don't care about your experiment.
There's no
I'm
way.
saying let
There's
me
no way that
measure.
you're going to get a correct distance.
Yeah, you
because
say there's
as
no
I
way. You
said-
say there's no way, and that's I'm accepting your challenge that I will get the correct answer.
How do you know which one? How do you know which one's closer? How do you
Because
know?
we will measure.
How do you know?
We will find something
How do
where
you know?
we
Look
do
at
know
this
the
white
distance.
one is way bigger than this black one, right?
So what happens if I get the
Oh, now
correct
he
distance?
swapped. Now
If
he
I
swapped.
measure the distance from my house to the end of the street using my method, what are you going to say if I get it right? Because that's something we can actually demonstrate.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. That would be great. That would be great.
Okay,
that would
so
be great.
there we go.
But you
So
know what
this
you
whole-
also
so
have
we've
to do?
spent
You
an
know what you also
hour-
have to do, Nick? You have to not be able to
Oh, now
use
you're
any
changing the
kind of frame-
goalpost.
No, I'm
Now
not
you're changing the
moving the goalpost.
You say I can't measure a distance using my method. Is that
I
your
didn't
claim?
say
Yes
that.
or no?
You don't
That's
know
your
what I
claim.
was going to say, Nick, because you
No,
interrupted
I don't
me.
care what you're going to say. You
know you
think
don't.
that my method is not going to work.
No,
right?
it's not what I was going to say at all.
Oh, so you know that so you're now saying that my method will work.
I'm not saying that, but I'm
Okay, so which
I'm-
is it? Is it going to work or is it not going to work? What the fuck are you
That
saying?
wasn't
man?
what I was going to say, whether it was going to
is this
work
the
or
result of
not,
the fifth
Nick.
grade
You won't
education?
shut up long enough. How much
Yeah, because you're
cocaine
talking
have you?
gibberish.
How
Let's
much
stop wasting time. Let's
how much
stop wasting
crack-
time.
How much crack have you actually smoked today?
Let's.
My God.
How many more DUIs are you going to get before you kill somebody?
Dude, you really are talking out
You're
your
the drug
ass.
addict.
You don't even
You're
know
the
what the fuck-
alcoholic, and you're saying I smoke
You
crack.
don't even know what you're talking about. You have
That's
no
what I'm
idea
going to
what
say.
you're even talking
Then
about.
prove me wrong by letting
You
me actually
have
do the
no
experiment.
idea what you're even talking about. Now,
I'm
as
going to-
I was going to
Because
add,
I'm going to show it to you.
you cannot use any points of reference. This has to be a single point of light. And then you have to
Oh, you
have
think I
another
can't do it?
point of
You
light.
think
Shut
I
up.
can't do it?
Shut up.
You think I
Shut
can't do
up.
it? No, I don't care. I don't care about your method. I'm saying I can accurately measure the distance using my method.
I'm telling
Are
you,
you
you
willing
can't.
to accept that challenge? If I
Go
don't measure
ahead,
it
do what
correctly,
you got to do. But
then
I'm telling you
can
right
say-
now that
so
you are
you're
not going to
afraid-
tell the distance.
You are afraid that my
You
method
are not
will work.
going to tell the distance. Do I have to mute you again, Nick?
I don't know. Are you a coward and have to mute me?
It's not about being a coward. It's because you're a little fucking girl on her period. You need to put the tampon in your mouth, okay? Jesus fucking Christ, man. So it's not about being a coward or anything else like that. If you are trying to measure where there's a point of light, not an object or even an object, you can't know the size of it and you can't know the distance. Okay? You can't. Now, if you want to do your experiment to be actually on point, what you have to do is you have one light at a distance and then move another light so that it appears to be the same size. Move it into the background, a bigger light into the background so that it appears to be the same size. Okay? You're going to have somebody else, do it. But the thing is, you're not going to be able to measure because you're going to get the same results for both lights. You're going to get the same results for both lights. Why? Because the object you're eclipsing it with perfectly eclipses both of them. Although one is bigger and further away, you still are using the same measuring tool, aren't you? And it's eclipsing both lights the same exactly, even though one is further away. So you're either going to get the wrong result or you're going to get the same result for both points of light. That's all there is to it.
Oh, you're saying that I'll get the wrong result, and I'm telling you I'll get the right result. But you're
Okay,
also admitting that if
then
I do
how
get the
would
right
you
result,
then like I said
there you go
in
again.
this scenario,
Oh, don't even let me finish.
in this scenario, Nick, in that scenario, if both lights appear to be the same size and both eclipse your measuring tool the same, then how are you going to know which one's further? You're not. All you know is you see 2 points of light that appear the same size in the
So
distance.
therefore, I shouldn't be able to measure the distance using my method.
Well, if you measure both lights using that method, how are you going to
measure both lights? I'm just going to use a quarter.
Well, wait,
and
you measure both lights because then
there's only one light to measure.
Use two. Use two because then that shows exactly what I'm talking about.
I will measure 2 street lights. I can see the street lights
listen to me.
about a mile away.
Listen to me.
You're not willing. You know I'm going to get it
listen
right.
to me. This is
you're afraid. You're afraid. You're
I'm not
backtracking now.
afraid, Nick.
Yes, you are. You're a chicken. You can't put you say these things with such confidence, but then when I'm actually challenging you, saying that say my method will not work,
perhaps you're not understanding.
Because
perhaps you're not understanding what I'm saying.
You know you won't accept the challenge.
Okay.
You're not
So
willing.
you're not
to
understanding what I'm saying.
I don't care what you're saying. I'm saying that I can
apparent.
accurately measure a distance using a quarter.
All right. Well, to put that to the test, and we can see if it is accurate.
So we agree. Why didn't you just agree with it?
Because I don't agree with it. I'm going to tell you why.
Yeah, you say I can't do it, and then when I show you that I do it, then you will be wrong.
Let's make it a real good experiment.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, let's make it a real good experiment. Like I said, you take
the experiment
one
is
light.
I can measure something in the distance using a quarter. That is the experiment.
Okay.
You say I'm not able to do that, and I'm telling
right,
you that
I'm
I
gonna
can.
show you why.
So I will show you how to do it.
All right.
And then
Here's how you're going to have to do it,
and we'll have somebody independently judge it.
No,
we'll have somebody. You keep on interrupting the challenge. You are afraid.
And told us how far it was. That's how
I'm going to claim victory that you're too much of a coward to put your money where your mouth is.
Well, claiming
everything which
victory,
comes out of your mouth,
victory when you really haven't won,
anything.
Nick,
you
isn't
have
really
no
saying
idea
anything.
what you're talking about. You're afraid to let me do the experiment because you know.
No, I'm not, Nick. No, I'm not. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make the experiment. I'm going to make the experiment.
Shut up. I don't want to listen to you.
Shut up. Don't you fucking tell me to shut up.
You don't want to. I just told you to shut up. You don't want me to do the experiment because you know I'm going to get it right. You know I'm going to get
it right. The only reason you don't like girls is because your little winky is only 2 centimeters long and you can't fucking find it.
You go to school, Nick, what are you at a grade school now?
Nick.
Again, this is coming from somebody who can't read.
Oh my fucking God, Nick! Shut up!
You shut up. Either let me accept the challenge or not. So you don't want me to do the challenge,
Nick? I'm expanding on it. I'm expanding on that challenge.
No, it's very simple.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to make it even more concrete.
I can measure a distance.
I'm going to make it, Nick. I'm going to make it so that it's infallible. I'm going to make it infallible. Are you ready?
Okay, that violates the scientific theory.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't because it makes it more scientific.
Bye, Dreamy. It was fun.
It makes it more.
Put your little grade school insults in the chat because that shows how incredibly smart you are.
Okay,
you won't do it. You're a coward.
All right, so here's the thing, Nick. Here's the thing. So to make it as accurate as possible, what you need to do is I want you to have one light and then set another one up in the distance that's
why
bigger.
would I do that?
Shut
that's
up
not
a minute, goddamn it.
Why would I do that? You're changing my experiment.
No, well, no.
That's why I'm interrupting you.
No, listen.
No,
listen
I
to
don't
me.
have to do that. That's stupid.
Well,
I'm going to be able
you're
to
a coward.
measure
That's because you're a coward, Nick.
Oh, so now you're going to throw back the I'm
yeah,
saying
I am because you won't let me finish what I'm going to say. And
because you're changing the experiment. We don't need to
I'm not
listen to it.
changing the experiment.
I'm not going to do your method. I'm going to do my method. Why would I do your method?
You're still using the same Nick. You're still using
your responsibility to do your method.
Nick, you're still using the same method. Nick, you're still using the same method. You're still using the same method.
So then let me use my method. Why do I have to?
All right, then shut up and listen. We're going to use your method.
What? We're
going to use your method.
This is how we do scientific research. We set up the experiment.
I don't know how you do anything. You can't shut up.
I explained to you the procedure I'm going to use.
I know. I'm going to.
And now you're trying to change the procedure.
Nick.
Which means it's no longer my experiment. It now
Wait a
becomes
second.
your
No,
experiment.
it is your experiment.
Let me
It's
do
even
it. No,
better.
it's your experiment because you're
It's even
telling
better.
me my
You
own
want to
procedure.
prove to me that you can measure a
Yes,
distance.
I will measure a distance
Okay.
using a
Here's
quarter.
how you do it. I'm going to throw a control in there for you. Okay.
Oh,
It's
this
real
should be
simple. It doesn't change the experiment. It just goes to see if your method is valid. All right. So in this expansion of the experiment, you have the one light that's at a certain distance, and take a bigger light and move it a further distance so that it will appear to be the same size as the smaller light. Okay. So one big light far off. Listen. And
No,
then,
that's not my experiment. I'm going to stop you right there. That's
wait a
not my
second.
experiment.
And then all you have to do is measure the
No,
distance
why
to
would I
both of
change
them.
the
Measure the
experiment? Why would
distance
I
to
explain
both of them.
experiment?
If you come up with different results, then the experiment works. If you come up with the same results, which you will, it's going to be bullshit. So all you have to do is, instead of just measuring the one light, do, like I said, have one that deals with the perspective. That's what's in question. Okay. So you take a bigger light, move it off further, and so that it appears the same size as the small light. Okay. Then use your method of eclipsing them, and it will eclipse both of them equally. Use that method now and tell me the distance to both of those.
I will accept that, except let's just change it a little bit. You show me the method and see if you come up with the same number or different numbers.
I'm going to come up with the same fact that the quarter held at arm's length is going to eclipse both light sources equally.
Yeah, no,
Even
the whole point is, do you not understand? We're just trying to measure the distance from my eyeball to a point of light. Okay.
Right.
Now you want to use two lights and all this. I'm saying I can do it with a quarter. And
well, wait
you
a second.
you said,
If you are correct,
my method. Okay, you're not going to let me finish because you're a coward.
No. What's wrong with just doing the two lights?
Coward. You can't even demonstrate your
What's
own
wrong
experiment.
with the two lights?
You're not even willing to take the challenge because you know that when
you know what, Nick, you're very telling. You're very telling. I would love to play poker with you.
Flat.
I would love to play poker
where
with
your
you.
mouth is. You can't
I
do
would
it.
love to play
You
poker
can't
with
do
you.
it. So you know what? I'm going to rescind my offer because I've tried to convince you that I'm going to be able to do it. But since you're not going to accept it, then I'm just going to claim that your method is not demonstrable. And my original claim that your experiment doesn't mean anything because you can't show it.
Well, you know what, Nick? Nobody gives a fuck.
I'm not
what
talking
you
about it.
claim.
I'm not talking about it anymore.
Anybody with a grain of sense realizes what I just said is absolutely fucking true. 100%. We all know that a large object far away appears the same as a close object that's smaller. We all know this. Okay, that's not in contention. Everybody knows that a thing gets smaller as it gets further away, right? Okay, it appears smaller as it gets further away. So if you've got one light source and a bigger light source further away, and you eclipse both of them equally with the same fucking object, you can't get a distance because you're dealing with the same distance from the quarter to your eye, from the fucking eye to the light. It's all the fucking same. The only difference is the distance of the two light sources. But you're going to get all the same variables that you're dealing with. The fucking distance of the quarter from your eye, the eclipsing of the light. You eclipse the other light equally, yet one is 100 yards further away. How is that going to give you any distance? Of course it's not going to. And if your method is correct, you should be able to come up with two accurate fucking measurements using that same thing. But you won't, because we know that we move the one light further and further away. But if they appear to be the same size, and that's the whole point, a large object close can look, or a large object far away can look the same as a small object up close. So it's not going to give you any kind of anything to work with, other than the fact that you know you can cover that thing with a quarter. That's about all you'll learn with it. So I don't know where you get that from, but anybody with the third grade fucking education would realize that. You didn't even have to hardly go through the fucking thing before I had that tore up. Anyway, I'm getting the fuck off here. It's late. I want to thank everybody for coming tonight.
Thank you, Sovereign. It's always fun to play with you and show the world how fucking dumb you are.
Dude, I gotta be
but
totally
since
honest.
you're not,
I gotta
they're
be
not gonna
totally
let me
honest.
show you the experiment because you're
I gotta be totally honest, Nick. You did nothing but show what a fucking asshole you really are. That you really don't know anything, and that you you get really butthurt when somebody shows you how fucking retarded your idea is, you know, and it really was retarded. It's a retarded thing to think that you could do that. And I just demonstrated so easily how two objects can appear to be the same size, although they're different distances
again, just
apart.
muting me doesn't prove
Yeah.
anything.
Not trying to prove anything, Nick. I'm just not fucking dicking with you
You are
anymore.
afraid
Okay?
that I'll get the right
No, I'm
answer.
not afraid of anything, Nick.
If you were
I'm
not
afraid of anything. The only thing is
No.
I mute you
I-
because you're a rude son of a bitch.
Because you're afraid. You're
No,
afraid.
it's because you're a rude son of a bitch. I'll leave you backstage for right now. I'll bring you back up in a minute. So Nick is not kicked off. He's just backstage. There, now he rage quitted. That's what we were after. So he gets childish and butthurt because somebody can show that his little pompous fucking bullshit is exactly that, bullshit. So, yeah. No, you rage quitted, Nick. I just put you backstage because you can't shut your fucking mouth, and it's rude when you talk over people, you stupid, slimy little piece of fucking rat filth. So just know that. You're the one that rage quit. Okay, I'm getting ready to shut off anyways. And that's what he thinks. He says, if I irritate somebody long enough, I can get them to kick me off, and then I can say, oh, look, I won. Come on, Nick, do better. You're not very good. So, John, anything before we go? No? All right. Well, like we always say here, everybody be good. Lord loves a working man. Don't trust Whitey. See a doctor and get rid of it. You know what I mean?
This is Houston Control. Take them back up. Back with initiated. Locking down all ports. Clear.